The vehicle not only has heavy artillery, but also Gatling guns, RPGs, etc. With the current strength of the Black Widow, if one person can adopt the roaming method, he may not be afraid of these armed vehicles and a group of ordinary soldiers. But now he needs to protect Fury, so he can only stick to the Black Dash. If he doesn't leave, he will become a living target. Fury, if you don't get it done, I will die here with you. Fury said in the carriage, come on, I've been sitting in the office for too long, and my skills are inevitably a bit rusty. In the original plot, after Fury was blown over by the Winter Soldier, there happened to be a sewer underneath him, so Fury used a laser to dig through it and escape quickly. Now, due to the butterfly effect, the parking area is much different from the original one, and the location of the sewer has been slightly shifted. The depth Fury had to dig through was greatly increased. If Black Widow hadn't come to the rescue, Fury would have been killed by the Winter Soldier. Fortunately, Fury still dug through the sewer. The cement block under his feet loosened, and he fell down with a thud. Black Widow fired all the bullets from the spear at the Winter Soldier, forcing the Winter Soldier to dodge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he jumped like a carp into the Deben car and jumped into the sewer. The moment Black Widow jumped in, several RPG bombs flew in, blowing up the Black Dash and Black Widow's sports car. The two cars rolled several times, the fuel tanks exploded, and the bodies suddenly burst into flames. At the same time, there was a muffled sound from the sewer, and the ground collapsed. Apparently, Black Widow blew up the sewer in order to stop her pursuers. The reason why Fury and Black Widow insisted on escaping from the sewers was because as S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, they knew best how dangerous the situation on the ground was. In the center of New York, there are cameras everywhere. Hydra must have already controlled it. It can be said that their every move is under surveillance. It's rush hour now, and if you drive on the ground, many roads will be slow or even blocked. Not only did they have to face the pursuit of armored vehicles, but they also faced attacks from aerial helicopters, which was simply unavoidable. Moreover, according to Hydra's code of conduct, there is no way to avoid hurting innocent people. Fleeing all the way, no one knows how many innocent civilians will be implicated and die. Only the sewers extend in all directions, are complicated, and are blocked by the ground. Hydra has no way to pursue it, so it has to give up angrily. On the ground, the Winter Soldier looked at the collapsed road and stood motionless for a while, then seemed to have received the order and finally left. In the sewer, Black Widow turned on her tactical flashlight. Fury was found covered in blood and had been shot multiple times. No wonder he moved so slowly just now. Being able to endure the pain and persevere until now is the result of years of rigorous training. Why don't you drink the recovery potion? Black Widow asked. Apocalypse gave regular green potions to many people around him, and Fury naturally had them too. Fury said, I still have bullets in my body. I'll drink it after I take it out. The bullet hit your spleen and lungs, and your ribs. If you wait any longer, you won't have a chance to drink. With that said, Black Widow took out her own bottle and handed it to Fury. Fury was not polite. He raised his head and drank. The green light on his body glowed. Except for the bloodstains on his clothes, there was no trace of any injuries. This was Fury's first time to drink. He touched his body curiously and said, thank you. Alas, I will have to get stabbed a few times later to remove the bullets from my body. Where are we going now? Fury said, S.H.I.E.L.D. definitely can't go back, and your house can't go back either. Someone must be monitoring it. As soon as we show up, we will face countless RPGs and artillery shells. There is a person who should be trustworthy, let's go find him. With that said, Fury took Black Widow to the residence of the American captain. The reason why I came to see the captain of the United States was not only because I believed in the captain's character, but more importantly, the captain was frozen in ice for 70 years. Fury recruited him into S.H.I.E.L.D. as soon as he was dug out. Hydra didn't have much chance at all to get a hold of him, or try to control him. Fury helped him find the American captain's residence, and also arranged for a beautiful agent, Kate, to pretend to be an ordinary person and live opposite the captain. First, there is the cautious side of the old fox Fury, who monitors the captain. Secondly, it can protect the captain. This protection is not just protection by force. Instead, when the captain is away from home, he can monitor the surrounding area to prevent anyone from coming to plant bombs or ambush and attack. 70 years ago, Captain America became famous for his fight against the Nazis and Hydra. Now that he has regained consciousness, it is inevitable that there will be some remnants who want to kill him. In addition, there are so many technological advancements now, and there are many advanced weapons that captains have not yet understood, making them difficult to guard against. No matter how strong the Rice team is, they are made of flesh and blood after all. It is easy to dodge open fire but hard to guard against hidden arrows. It is natural to make some arrangements in advance and everything will be foolproof. Soon, Black Widow and Fury climbed out of the sewers of the captain's residence building. The residence was decorated by Fury, so he was naturally familiar with the roads and easily opened the door lock and entered the captain's home. At this point, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Black Widow took out a bottle of ice-cold spirits from the refrigerator, poured 2 glasses, and took a swig. Then he said angrily, it's a pity that my car was blown up by them. I will make them pay the price if I turn back. Fury squinted, such a big thing happened. As the director, I was almost killed in a sneak attack, but I didn't see you being angry. Are you angry about a car? But when the words came to his lips, he said, don't be angry, call the bureau later for reimbursement. I can't reimburse it. It was a gift from Tang. Oh, Fury understood instantly. Dare to blow up King Apocalypse's gift, even if he hides and waits for Apocalypse to return, it is enough for them to drink a pot. Of course, Fury wouldn't be so timid. Black Widow said, Director, do you need to call Tang back? Otherwise, can you call Heimdall? Apocalypse is not as awesome as Captain Marvel. He can change his pager and call the whole galaxy. Before leaving, leave specific contact information for Asgard. After all, not everyone who calls to Heimdall will respond. So many people in the 9 realms know him, and he can hear anyone calling him. Wouldn't it be annoying to death? Only certain people, or in certain ways, can Heimdall receive it. Then, using him as a relay, he can inform the Apocalypse in any corner of the universe. Fury has this kind of contact, and so does Black Widow. Black Widow didn't contact herself, but asked Fury to contact her. How could Fury, as an old fox, not understand that he was obviously thinking about Apocalypse, but he was too embarrassed to interrupt Apocalypse's journey and insisted on using my old bones as a bridge. Besides, for such a trivial matter, King Apocalypse must return. I'm afraid Captain Marvel has been running back to Earth dozens of times a year since the 90s. Fury shook his head and said, we have to solve this matter, and Tang won't be able to help much if he comes back. This time we are clearing out the Hydra traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if Tang comes back, he still needs to find the traitor before he can kill him. But if the traitor is found, we can solve it without Tang. Black Widow could only nod. Although she wanted Tiankai to come back, she had to admit the current situation. The trouble now is how to identify the good guys and the bad guys. If the traitor is not found and is killed indiscriminately, then the Apocalypse King who saves the world will probably turn into a big demon king that everyone is afraid of in an instant. If someone can be identified as a traitor, then with Black Widow's strength and Fury's hiding methods, it won't be difficult to eliminate them. Fury said, actually, Tang had already mentioned to me the Hydra traitor. He told me to prepare in advance. Although I was prepared, I never expected that they would be so bold and attack in a busy city. They also chose the rush hour to prevent me from escaping. Black Widow was curious. Don didn't tell me these things. What did he say? Fury spoke eloquently. Before Apocalypse left, he told Fury everything he knew about Hydra's traitors. But only a small portion. Such as Strike Team Rumlow, Bald Officer Jasper Sitwell, and Minister Pierce. In addition to these, in the original plot, when the American captain attacked 3 space carriers, a large number of lurking Hydra personnel came out to stop him. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was divided into 2 factions, attacking each other. The scene was extremely chaotic, and many scenes flashed by. It's impossible to remember who was in Kingdo. In order to catch them all, Fury wanted to find all the lurking Hydras, so he temporarily held back. While investigating, he also did not forget to use the director's power to slowly eliminate the known Hydra. For example, let Rumlow's assault team perform some dangerous missions and slowly reduce their numbers. With Fury's methods, no one doubted him until this group of people was completely eliminated. Because of the many missions that required death, Friedman was not prepared to send out the Hydra assault team. But behind the scenes, some specious news was spread in the black market, making Hydra think that the mission was profitable. Then Rumlow, the captain of the Hydra assault team, reluctantly requested to fight. Director, if you don't let us go into battle, you are looking down on our commando team and hindering our eagerness to serve the country. If Apocalypse hadn't exposed their details in advance, Fury would have almost believed it. In the end, Fury pretended that he couldn't defeat them, and repeatedly emphasized that this mission was very dangerous and that he had to be careful before going out to fight. Rumlow and his Hydra team members probably never knew how they died until they died. This is the terrible thing about conspiracy methods. A big gun in hand is not as powerful as a politician's 2 hands. As for the bald official Jasper, he took advantage of a Hydra team member to go out to drink and pick up girls, and exposed information from him to hostile forces, and finally died in an assassination. Within Hydra, they would only blame the Hydra member, but not Fury. Minister Pierce, on the other hand, is in a bit of trouble. He was born in Hungmiajiang. My father was a member of the 101st Airborne Division who was saved by the American captain during World War II and was considered a combat hero. He worked hard for national security for many years and made many contributions before he climbed to the position of minister. He was so well hidden and his official position was higher than Fury's. If it weren't for Apocalypse's reminder, Fury wouldn't even dare to think about it. For those with lower positions than Fury, Fury can make plans and mobilize them into dead ends. As for Pierce, it was not within his control at all. Even conversely, Pierce has some authority over Fury. For such a traitor, we can't kill him with one shot. There is no basis for this. What do the senior management think? At that time, it must be thought that Fury is using the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to eliminate dissidents, and everyone is in danger. Perhaps under the manipulation of other hidden Hydra members, Fury was framed as a Hydra instead. Otherwise, how do you explain why you want to commit the crime and suddenly kill a minister? At that time, the top management will most likely use the power of other departments to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. What's more, even if Pierce, S.H.I.E.L.D., and other departments are killed, there are still many lurking Hydras. The enemies we already know are not scary, but we are afraid of the ones hiding in the dark. Who knows at what critical moment, they will give S.H.I.E.L.D. a fatal blow. Fury originally wanted to follow the clues and slowly find other lurking Hydras. I didn't expect them to act so quickly and decisively. Not only were armed personnel of an army dispatched, but even the Winter Soldiers were dispatched. If Black Widow hadn't gone on a mission and happened to be in New York, Fury wouldn't have known whether he would have escaped. Fury said, I just applied to Pierce to suspend the takeoff dates of 3 space carriers, and they were attacked when I came out. I'm afraid, Hydra is preparing to use the space carrier to eliminate all those who pose a threat to them. Black Widow said, how many people will die? Fury was silent for a moment and said, if we use full firepower and cruise around the Earth, we can clear out millions of people. Black Widow was surprised. Is the space carrier so powerful? This death toll is comparable to that of a world war. The two quickly reached an agreement that the space carrier must not be allowed to take off. Otherwise, life will be ruined. Key figures for
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Justice in all departments will be eliminated. The lurking Hydra takes the opportunity to infiltrate. By then, national power will be in the hands of Hydra unknowingly. When the time comes, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky to clear out the Hydra. Just at this moment, there was a sound of unlocking outside the door, and the captain went home. Hi, Stephen. Black Widow shook the wine glass in her hand. Do you mind if I drank some of your good wine? The captain was surprised to see Fury covered in blood. What happened? As he spoke, he took out the shield from his back and hung it on his hand. Fury briefly talked about what happened today. Everyone who was a member of Hydra, including Pierce, told Captain America. The captain thought for a while and said, I believe you. It's just that shield has been controlled by Pierce. Are the three of us a little short? Do you want to call Tony? Fury thought the same and called Iron Man. Iron Man said on the other end of the phone, hey, Fury, what's the matter? If it's not a major matter of world destruction, don't tell me. I'm very busy right now, working on a great work with a beautiful doctor named Helen. When Fury heard this, he was not in a hurry to talk about his own affairs. Even Iron Man is called a great work, so what could it be? You know, the space carrier is so powerful that once it takes off, it can never land. The engine was designed by Iron Man. For such an advanced engine, Iron Man only defined it as helping a little bit. Tony, are you designing any weapons? Fury asked. It's not convenient to tell you in detail now, Iron Man said. However, once successful, we can even replace Tang to protect the Earth to a certain extent. Hiss. The three were shocked. Even Fury, an old fox, couldn't help but take a breath of air. Apocalypse's strength has been fully demonstrated in the 2 world-destroying wars. Let alone the Earth, there are not many gods in the 9 realms who have this kind of strength. Iron Man actually dares to say that he will protect the Earth on behalf of Apocalypse. Although it is said to be to a certain extent, it is terrifying enough. Iron Man continued, this guy Tang likes to run around when he has some strength. What if someone comes to the Earth to cause damage again during this period? There can't be no one to protect him, right? I still have to work hard. It appears to be complaining, but in reality it is showing off. Fury, Black Widow, and Captain America felt itchy in their hearts. Tony. Fury said, Natasha and Steve are both here. How about you reveal a little bit? However, Iron Man refused to say anything and said, how did you 3 get together? Is there a party? Why didn't you call me? I'm busy now, so I won't go if you call me. Fury had no choice but to explain the reason again. Iron Man said, you haven't figured out the enemy yet. Who do you want me to fight? I'm not in the mood to play a game of cat and cat. If you lack firepower, you might as well call that big guy Banner. In case you can't handle it, let me know when the space carrier takes off, and I'll take them down. After saying that, Iron Man hung up the phone. Black Widow, Fury, and Captain were left looking at each other. Fury and the other 3 have no intention of blaming Iron Man. If Iron Man was really working on a great project, they would be too embarrassed to bother him. Before the aerospace carrier took off, it was just an internal struggle within S.H.I.E.L.D., and there were many solutions. Only when the space carrier takes off and threatens the lives of countless people is it appropriate for Iron Man to take action. The captain asked, should we call Banner? Fury shook his head, Dawn is not here, and Banner is unattended, so the hidden danger is huge. Besides, it is difficult to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. If he takes action, he may be accidentally injured. The Hulk only knows how to slash and kill, so it's really not appropriate to ask him to help with such a delicate task as identifying loyalties and traitors. Fury sighed and said helplessly, after all, it's not that we lack strength, it's that we can't separate Hydra from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra's penetration ability is more frightening than its frontal combat power. The captain hesitated for a moment and hesitated to speak. Then he walked into the room, took out a box, lifted an exquisite little brocade bag from it, and placed it in front of Fury and Black Widow. Before Tang left, he gave me something like this, something called Eastern Tips. He also asked me to promise not to open it until the conditions were triggered. Black Widow and Fury looked at each other and asked in unison, why give it to you? In their impression, Apocalypse didn't seem to be very close to the American captain. Moreover, when they first met, they stared at her buttocks, and the first impression between them was not friendly, so the captain was not very cold towards Tiankai. If there is really any clever trick, the number one choice should be Black Widow. Even if it's inconvenient to talk to Black Widow, the second option should be Iron Man. After that, there were Fury, Hawkeye, War Machine, and other people in the same class, but it was not the turn of Captain America. The captain shrugged. How do I know? Fury said. What was the trigger condition you mentioned just now? Dawn said, if you encounter a difficult problem that you can't understand clearly, just open it. I think that means this situation. Several black lines appeared on Fury's head. Silly, is this talking about me? I'm not called silly. However, my job is indeed not very good. With the hint from Apocalypse, Hydra has not been completely eliminated. Open it and take a look first, Black Widow said. Black Widow couldn't wait to take it over to see what was inside, but she was full of curiosity about anything about Apocalypse. There was only a piece of paper inside, which read, "Let Steve become the messenger of justice and destroy them. Anyone who dares to disobey is the evil party." Below are a few lines of fine print. Natasha, Fury, I didn't hand the tips to you because I knew you would take a peek in advance. Only a humble gentleman like Steve will keep his promise. Black Widow looked at it and smiled knowingly. He really understood her. Not to mention that the kit did not have any anti-theft measures, even if it was encrypted. As soon as Tiankai turned around and left, he would definitely start to crack it immediately. How could he be like the captain, obedient and patient until now? And Fury was shocked. The Apocalypse was scarier than he imagined. Not only is his strength incredible, but he is also so meticulous in understanding people's thoughts. He and Black Widow were both spies and agents, and they would not follow the tricks of the Oriental tips bag foolishly. Anyway, after watching Apocalypse, I won't hit them. If you don't watch, it will be in vain. However, the small print of the annotation is not the main topic. The main topic is the line of text above. The captain felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. Was it the King of Apocalypse who had saved the Earth twice who said such a ridiculous thing? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a child parroting the words while watching cartoons. Black Widow, on the other hand, didn't think too much. She took the bag and looked over it, trying to find if there was anything hidden. Only Fury stared at the line of words above, his expression becoming more solemn as he read it. Finally, he sighed and said, King Apocalypse is indeed King Apocalypse. Let alone strength, even in terms of strategy, I am far inferior to him. Captain and Black Widow looked at Fury, confused. What's the plan? We didn't see it. Fury, you can't flatter King Apocalypse randomly, he's not here, and you won't be able to see him if you pat him. Dawn's message was very straightforward, Fury explained. Steve, when we fight back to S.H.I.E.L.D., you will make a public announcement. Hydra has taken control of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the helicarrier. The only ones willing to help are our own people. Anyone who doesn't believe it and stops us is on the side of Hydra. We can kill directly without hesitation. This. Black Widow and Cap looked at each other. Is the method of distinguishing between loyal and traitor so childish? The cult doesn't dare to be so extreme, right? If you don't believe me, will I kill you? The captain asked. What about those who don't know the truth? Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting them? This is where Tang is so powerful, Fury said. If you were a civilian, this method would never be feasible, because civilians don't have the ability to distinguish and will hesitate and panic. But this is S.H.I.E.L.D., and there is no one who is incompetent. Steve, you have been fighting evil forces all your life. Over the past 70 years, your deeds have been written into history. No one knows about it. You are the representative of justice in the minds of all Americans. Anyone who doesn't believe you is probably a member of Hydra. As for the small number of people who are wavering, as members of S.H.I.E.L.D., they don't even have the ability to distinguish, and they are killed by mistake, as if they were sacrificing their lives for the country. Speaking of this, Fury's face was filled with murderous intent. The person who can sit in the position of director is naturally a decisive person. In the face of the overall situation, being too kind and considerate will lead to failure. Black Widow and Captain were silent for a while, and realized that this seemed to be the only way to screen out the traitor as quickly as possible. Although the captain can't bear it, he is a soldier and knows that there is no mercy on the battlefield and appropriate sacrifices are sometimes necessary. In the original plot, Fury and the captain's side were weak and not 100% sure of preventing the 3 space carriers from taking off, so the captain was forced to use the radio to call on everyone to come to his side. Although it was a subconscious move, it coincided with human nature and successfully exposed most of the Hydra lurkers. Now, because of the butterfly effect of the apocalypse, there is no longer the worry of insufficient strength. The greatly enhanced Black Widow alone can kill S.H.I.E.L.D. if not blocked by a superhero of the same level. Therefore, both Fury and Captain could not imagine that this move was so straightforward in the original plot. Tiankai also left a bag of tips out of fun to see if they could use it. Unexpectedly, it was finally taken out by the captain. The captain nodded and said, "That's all." Suddenly, Black Widow's ears twitched. She quickly pulled out her pistol and pointed it at the door. The house fell silent for a moment. Because Black Widow drank the purple potion and developed supernatural powers, her facial senses are the most sensitive, far surpassing Captain America and Fury. Although the people outside the door were tiptoeing, she could hear them clearly. Tock tock tock. Someone knocked on the door, and then a female voice came, "Steve, are you at home? I'll borrow the washing machine." Fury breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's Kate." The captain opened the door and saw a tall beauty in casual clothes standing on the side of the door, avoiding the main entrance. He said he was borrowing a washing machine, but he actually had a pistol in his hand. When he saw the door open, his head flashed by the door, took a quick look and then shrank back. Fury said, "Come in." Kate glanced at the 3 people in the house and put away the gun when she saw there was no suspicious person. "Director, I found that some of the markers arranged have been moved. I didn't expect it to be you." The captain of the United States finally understood. The nurse who he always thought was working in the hospital was actually an agent arranged by Fury. He said helplessly, "Furui, I thought you always trusted me." Fury said calmly, "I trust you very much, but I don't trust this world." After Kate understood what happened, she said, "Director, I haven't been exposed yet. How about I go back tomorrow to find out?" Fury shook his head. "To be on the safe side, it's better not to go back. Hydra knows I'm not dead, so it must be on guard. Anyone who is not part of his organization will face huge risks. Although you were secretly arranged by me to monitor Steve, you may not be able to hide it from Hydra." In the original plot, Fury pretended to be dead to make Pierce and others relax their vigilance. Even so, after the American captain returned, Pierce saw that he did not find out what he wanted during the interrogation, so he immediately arranged for an assault team to surround the captain. Fortunately, the captain was not an ordinary person. He jumped down from a dozen floors first, used his shield as a buffer, and landed safely. As we approached the gate, we encountered another fighter jet blocking the way. The fighter pilot underestimated the ability of the American captain and flew at an absurdly low altitude. As a result, the captain killed him with his shield and flew away. Now that Fury is not dead, Black Widow comes to help again. As long as Pierce is not a pig, he will definitely set up a dragnet and be wary of anyone who is not Hydra. Besides, if Kate goes back alone and can't find the traitor in Hydra, it won't be of much use. The American captain said, "We can also call on someone. He is a very experienced flying wing pilot who can provide us with power support in the air." The captain was talking about the Falcon, of course, and his name was Sam Wilson. The two met during a morning jog. After chatting with him, the captain found out that he was also a soldier. Falcon was deeply affected by the death of his friend in the line of duty, so he retired from the army and now works in a military service center. Perhaps it was the intuition among soldiers, but the captain had great trust in Falcon. In the original plot, he and Black Widow were cornered, so they went to him immediately. And Falcon lived up to the captain's trust and became a big help to him. As long as both parties have the slightest suspicion, it is impossible to form a team, because this requires everyone to give their backs to each other. Fury asked, "Who is he? Can he be trusted?" The captain paused and said, "I believe him." "Then call him." Fury knew that Captain America was not just a new recruit, he had been killed in a sea of blood and corpses during World War II. Those who can invite the other party to participate at this critical moment must be quite confident. The captain called Falcon and briefly told what happened. Falcon said on the other end of the phone, "I am willing to help you, but I am retired from the military now and have no flying wings." Fury said calmly, "You don't need to worry about this, just come over." As ordered. Just after I finished speaking, Hill called, "Director, I have arrived in New York." "Where are you?" Fury said, "Go to the spare warehouse to get some magical equipment and meet at the Tricurve wing department." Yes. It was already late at night and everyone had a night's rest. The next day, 6 people including Fury, Black Widow, Captain America, Hill, Kate, and Falcon gathered outside the 3 wing of SHIELD. Agent Hill arrived in a sealed armored vehicle with a bunch of equipment inside. Fury said, "Sam, your flying wings are at the back, and their performance is stronger than what you used before. You need to get used to it first." S.H.I.E.L.D's magical equipment was made by the Asgardian blacksmith that Apocalypse and Black Widow captured before. Because most of the people who use it have no divine power, it also combines part of the Earth's technology and combines the strengths of both companies. It is stronger than pure technology equipment. For example, the Falcon's flight wings originally only relied on aerodynamics to fly. If the wings are damaged, they will be unable to continue fighting. Now, with the support of divine power, if the wings are broken, you can use divine power to still fly in the air in a short period of time. Although it cannot fly for a long time, it is definitely enough to perform one mission. Seeing everyone getting their equipment, the captain said, "I need to go to the broadcast control room first and give a speech through the broadcast so that everyone can hear it. Alas, I hope they believe me." Just as he was talking, the lake outside the headquarters suddenly slowly opened. The lake water disappeared from the designed passage, and after a while, the huge underground arsenal below was revealed. Various armored vehicles and transport light rails come and go. There are at least thousands of people performing their duties, busy preparing for the final liftoff. 3 huge space carriers occupy almost all the space, surrounded by dozens of tons of transport vehicles and rails waiting in front of the space carriers, which are as big as a toy car. "Speed up," Fury said. "They are ready to take off." Black Widow and Captain teamed up and quickly headed towards the control room. Along the way, although some sporadic agents discovered them, they were all quickly eliminated by the Black Widow without even issuing a warning. Not long after, we arrived at the control room. This is inside SHIELD, with almost no defense. The captain took down the people in the broadcast control room with little effort. Because he could not be sure whether they were Hydra, the captain did not kill them, but just knocked them unconscious. After waking up, watch their reactions before making any plans. The captain adjusted his breathing. The next speech was crucial, and he hoped that he could infect more people. The worse they speak, the more people are likely to distrust them, and then there will be more possible manslaughters. In the original plot, the captain only spoke through voice. This time, in order to increase credibility, the video was turned on directly and projected on all the screens. Hello everyone, my name is Steve, I believe many people know me. Those who are not Hydra, still drinking coffee, greet the screen with a relaxed and cheerful, "Hey, Steve." Because the pursuit of the American captain did not occur in the original plot, and Pierce did not announce that the captain was wanted, many people still did not know what happened. Even Fury's attack was deliberately concealed by Pierce. He needed to keep S.H.I.E.L.D. stable through today. As long as the space carrier was launched, the remaining non-Hydra members could be cleared away. I want to tell you something. Director Fury was attacked by a sneak attack yesterday afternoon and almost died. Everyone who heard it suddenly exploded. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was attacked by surprise. This was no small matter. There were already people from Hydra running toward the control room with guns in tacit agreement. At this time, the role of the Black Widow is reflected. She had to block a few minutes to let the captain finish his words and let the non-Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. members follow him to reduce accidental injuries for the next battle. It might have been difficult for her to do it before, but now, Hydra can only come to deliver food. The captain continued, the people who attacked him are within our S.H.I.E.L.D. They are Hydra. I'm sorry to tell you this way, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra. Their leader is Minister Alexander Pierce. Because Fury sensed the danger and wanted to stop the launch of the space carrier and prevent them from using the mothership to kill everyone who hindered Hydra's plan. I don't know how many Hydra people there are in the bureau. They may be standing next to you, colleagues we meet day and night. I, Steve, in the name of Captain America, call on everyone to stop the launch of the space carrier. Anyone who stops me must be Hydra. This time, the news about Fury's attack was even more exciting. For a moment, the S.H.I.E.L.D. in Yoda was silent. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, their eyes are full of vigilance. No one dared to act rashly. An inadvertent action may be misunderstood, and you will be attacked. Even the many lurking Hydras dare not move. They don't all know who the Hydras are. In the original plot of Avengers 4, the American captain who traveled back through time pretended to be Hydra and successfully took the cosmic cube from the assault team Rumlow. The captain's method of disguise is very simple. In front of everyone in the assault team, he shouts a slogan, "Long live Hydra?" Then Rumlow handed the cosmic cube to the captain. It seems that Rumlow is a bit mentally retarded, but in fact it's because they hide it too deeply. Those who can know their identities and dare to shout this slogan must be their own people. Suddenly, a rough male voice interrupted. Apparently it was Hydra from the technical department that had hacked into the broadcast room. Don't listen to his nonsense. Fury is Hydra. He prevented the space carrier from taking off because he was afraid that we, S.H.I.E.L.D., would find Hydra and destroy them. Captain must have been bribed by Fury. We must not trust him. This time, everyone was confused even more. Don't know who to believe. Aircraft carrier control room. Suddenly someone pulled out a pistol, pointed it at the technician and said, "Enter the command to accelerate the launch of the space carrier." The technician said, the mothership still has 19 inspections that have not been completed and cannot be launched into the air. Cancel the inspection and take off immediately. Sorry, I cannot do it. What did you say? The gun was pressed forward against the technician's head. Because, I'm not Hydra. Bang. Hydra did not hesitate and shot the technician through the head. Then sit back and prepare to take control manually. As soon as I sat down, before my hands even touched the keyboard, a chair came crashing down on me. He was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. Then he was killed on the spot by the agent closest to him who penetrated his ears with a pencil. This is the consequence of exposure. But killing the two agents of this Hydra is equivalent to being exposed, showing that they are not Hydra. Immediately, these two agents were also attacked. The person who attacked the agents was equivalent to declaring that he was Hydra and became a target of other agents. For a time, a series of exposure incidents occurred. The same drama is repeated in various departments. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. is in chaos. Hydra had prepared weapons long ago, intentionally or not, causing a large number of casualties among S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Fortunately, those who could join S.H.I.E.L.D. were all elites. After a brief period of chaos, a local stalemate slowly formed. In search of companions, someone shouted, "The American captain cannot be bribed. I believe in him. Those who believe in him come closer to me. Me too. Count me in." Hydra absolutely shouldn't, saying that the captain of the United States had been bribed, which greatly reduced the effect of interfering with the captain's speech. If he was deceived by Fury, perhaps the effect would be better. But Hydra's inertial thinking allowed them to make such a small loophole. In their values, anyone in the world can be bribed. They have been pretending in the dark world for too long and have been unable to appreciate the power of justice under the sun. The captain of the United States is a symbol of this power. Upon seeing this, Hydra also began to shout the slogan "Long live Hydra" and gather its comrades. Finally, what Apocalypse expected happened. With such a speech by the American captain, a large number of Hydras exploded. However, the effect is not 100%. First, there were internal S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who also shouted "Long live Hydra" and joined Hydra's temporary team. Then, while they were not paying attention, he shot randomly and wiped out the Hydra team. Hydra is not stupid either. Seeing that shouting slogans can easily attract attacks, it disguises itself as an ordinary agent and attacks other SHIELD employees from behind. Suddenly, a scuffle broke out. Fury, who was observing outside, saw that the effect had been achieved and immediately issued an order on the radio. According to the plan. So, Captain America and Black Widow formed a team and rushed to Space Carrier A. Agents Fury and Hill killed towards Space Carrier B. The Falcon cooperated with Agent Kate to attack the Space Carrier C. Hydra, which originally wanted to hide, saw Fury appearing and could no longer hide, and all came out to stop them. Although Fury and Hill are not superheroes, they are agents who have fought their way through the ranks and are far stronger than ordinary people. Coupled with the divine equipment on his body, ordinary bullets will be blocked by a ball of divine light. There is no need to withstand the impact of bullets like wearing ordinary body armor. The magical weapon in his hand looks like a gun but not a gun. Every time he presses the trigger, it shoots out a ball of yellow light. Ordinary armored vehicles can be knocked to the ground with one shot. Ordinary bunkers are useless against such powerful guns. Fury and Hill pushed all the way, and the Hydra who came to stop them was killed and turned upside down. Gradually, Fury and Hill were followed by a team of SHIELD agents. Hill was half a step behind and shouted, "Everyone supervise each other. If anyone points a gun at one of your own, kill him immediately without hesitation." Yes. Hill was the deputy director, and his authority was second only to Fury's. No one dared not listen. Although it is impossible to be 100% sure that they are all our own, with this order, the possible lurking Hydra members will no longer have a chance to take action. The situation is similar with Captain America and Black Widow. Because of Captain's influence, more people follow them. Black Widow did not give orders like Dashiell. With her facial sensing ability, she could sense everyone's movements even if her back was turned to them. As long as someone dares to point a gun at his own people, he will be killed by the rising Black Widow before Hydra can take a shot. After killing several in a row, no one dared to come out for a sneak attack. Maybe all the lurking Hydras have been killed, or maybe the remaining Hydras don't dare to be exposed anymore. Captain and Black Widow don't bother with these small troubles, as long as no one hinders their progress towards the space carrier. It is different from the other two battles of wits and courage. It's been an easy ride for Kate and Falcon. Falcon was a stranger to the two of them, so it was impossible for anyone to follow him, or even pretend to be a friendly army. What's more, you can't catch up even if you want to. He was currently flying in the air, moving back and forth, killing anyone who dared to point the gun at him. By the way, Kate is covering the ground. Kate is an ordinary agent, not very powerful. But with the blessing of divine equipment and the aerial firepower of the Falcon, the assault speed is actually the fastest. At this time, scattered gunshots were heard inside the space carrier. Then, the three motherships started their engines almost simultaneously. The roar covered up the sound of water on the entire lake. The huge engine fan blades rotated slowly, and fierce winds blew in all directions. Some transport trucks that were under the fan blades were blown away before they could drive away. Some staff members who were still inspecting the hull of the mothership were sucked into the fan blades by the huge wind force, twisted into a ball of blood, and spread to the ground with the strong wind. Seeing this, Black Widow, Captain America, Fury, Hill, Kate, and Falcon left the team and accelerated. Fortunately, the space carrier was very slow before taking off, and it was under the lake. 6 people finally boarded the mothership before they took off. Inside the 3 motherships, there were many corpses lying there, obviously S.H.I.E.L.D. employees killed by Hydra. Originally, according to Hydra's plan, non-Hydra people were eliminated after taking off. However, due to the attack by Fury and others, they had to take action in advance, clean the interior, and then forcefully lift off. Space Carrier A. Upon entering, Black Widow and Cap came under heavy gunfire. Bullets rained down, covering the entire entrance. Black Widow had to hang outside the door to avoid its sharp edges. There is a whooshing strong wind from the engine outside. If you are not careful, you will be sucked into the engine fan blades. Even if Black Widow and Captain's bodies were modified, they would never be able to withstand such a terrifying mechanical crushing. In Avengers 1, when Iron Man was repairing the mothership engine, he was caught in the fan blades and could not get out. Even while wearing a steel suit, he was almost crushed. One can imagine the strength of the fan blades that can support a huge mothership. Fortunately, the captain pulled the brake lever at the last moment. "Steve, let me lend you your shield." The American captain was confused and shouted into the strong wind, "What are you going to do? Throw me in." Black Widow took the shield and huddled her soft body, just enough to hide behind the shield. The captain understood instantly and used his hands to exert force. Ding 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 ding, a burst of intensive collision sound sounded. The shield faced the rain of bullets and flew into the mothership. The Hydra inside was a little confused. Why did it throw the shield in? This doesn't look like Captain America's signature spinning shield attack. The Captain of the United States is famous for his spinning shield attack. A large shield weighing dozens of kilograms actually gave him the effect of a spinning shield. No matter what person or object is hit, it can be returned to the hand as expected. The mastery of strength, the judgment of collision objects, and even the understanding of air are top-notch. Just when Hydra wanted to take a look, a pistol suddenly came out of the shield. Bang bang bang. 12 gunshots sounded, and 12 hydras fell to the ground. The captain took the opportunity to rush in. Suddenly he was like a tiger among wolves. The hydra inside could no longer stop Black Widow and Captain from joining forces, and they were quickly defeated. The remainder fled to other areas. The mothership is too big. If someone runs away, it is impossible for Black Widow and Captain to pursue them. The top priority was to stop the mothership from taking off in the control room. The remaining hydras will wait until they return to the ground and then slowly clean up. The other two motherships soon received good news from Fury, Falcon, and others. Successfully captured? Before everyone could be happy, the three motherships suddenly sounded the alarm at the same time. Then, the screens showed that several missiles were flying towards them, and the time was counting down. 30, 29, 28. Fury yelled, "Fuck. Forgot about Tony. Everyone, open the protective shields quickly." At this time, the three space carriers had already lifted off to an altitude of several hundred meters. No matter how high you go, you will have to enter the clouds and become invisible, which will make it difficult to fight. Iron Man obviously believed that Black Widow, Fury, and others had failed their mission, and was about to launch missiles. Mothership B, where Fury and Hill were located, opened the protective shield the fastest. Only a layer of light yellow energy was seen covering the entire body of Mothership B. Although the thickness was only 5 or 6 meters, it was enough to defend against conventional missiles. This is the energy shield technology that Apocalypse brought back from Asgard. It is very backward among the races in the universe, but the advantage is that the existing technology of the Earth people can produce it. Even so, it is one generation ahead of Earth's existing technology. For an ordinary mothership, the main defense is close to the anti-gun. With a metal storm of tens of thousands of bullets per minute, all the trajectories of incoming missiles are blocked to achieve the purpose of defense. But this method of defense is just a helpless move by Earth's technology. First, tens of thousands of bullets per minute need to be able to penetrate the hard shell of the missile, so they are not ordinary bullets. It must be an armor-piercing bullet with a tungsten alloy core, and the manufacturing cost is extremely high. Second, storing bullets takes up a lot of space and is heavy, affecting the quantity of other weapons and ammunition. Only energy shield technology is the most economical and powerful defense method explored by the cosmic technological race. This technology is extremely flexible. Weaker shields can be used on the power vests used by Fury and the hilts. They are better than body armor, but they can only protect against ordinary bullets. It is so powerful that it can reach the height of Ronan's mothership, and can even defend against Apocalypse's infinite divine fist. Of course, with each level up, the energy and technical difficulty required will also increase exponentially. Even a civilization as powerful as the Nova Empire couldn't create a super shield like Ronan's, and I don't know where Thanos got it from. Fury and Hill, one is the director and the other is the deputy director. They are most familiar with the console and can open it very quickly. Then there are Black Widow and Captain America, both of whom are members of SHIELD and have learned about the mothership in advance. Under Fury's guidance, he quickly found the opening button and opened the protective cover. Only Falcon and Kate were on Mothership C. They were dumbfounded by the large number of buttons on the console. In addition to the buttons, there is also a touch menu on the screen. Kate is an ordinary agent, and Falcon is an outsider. Neither of them has ever been on a mothership. They only had 30 seconds to deal with the emergency situation, and they were in a hurry. For a moment, I didn't know how to proceed. 5, 4, 3. At this time, the missile was approaching, and the sharp warhead of the missile could even be seen from the mothership. Time is running out. Falcon made a quick decision, picked up Kate, and jumped off the mothership. Boom, boom, boom. 3 motherships were hit at the same time. Motherships A and B, which had their energy shields turned on, were only shaken without any damage. Only Mothership C was directly penetrated by the missile and exploded on the spot. The hull of the ship, which was several hundred meters in diameter, triggered a series of explosions of internal ammunition and suddenly turned into a big fireball. I saw blazing fire all over the sky, like a sun pressing on my face, and from time to time some debris would be ejected from the inside. The Falcon was frightened to death. When a mothership several hundred meters long comes crashing down, no matter how strong the divine protective gear is, it will be crushed into a meat pie. In addition, I couldn't fly very fast with Kate in my arms, so I didn't dare to fly directly sideways, so I hurriedly dived. The fireball, which was hundreds of meters long, seemed to be chasing an ant-like elephant. It seemed very slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. The Falcon swooped down from the sky to the lake, and then it had enough time to fly directly across the lake. Finally, he was out of the danger zone before the big fireball came down. Boom! The huge hull of Mothership C hit the lake, splashing water waves and countless dust all over the sky. The ground within a radius of 10 miles was shaken. The rumbling sound can still be heard dozens of kilometers away. Waves of water and dust rolled in, covering the entire Tri-Blade headquarters. However, the alert has not yet been lifted. Above Mothership A and Mothership B, it shows that more missiles are flying. Fury hurriedly connected to Iron Man and said angrily, "Tony, stop it. We've got it." "Oh, why so late? I wasted a dozen missiles." Fury said angrily, "How much are your missiles worth? You even shot down one of my motherships. Who told you to move so slowly? I will be under a lot of pressure when I launch missiles privately. Remember to help me deal with it later." "Okay, you guys go play. I have to work." As soon as he finished speaking, the missile, which was still halfway, drew an arc and flew towards the seaside. Iron Man really doesn't want to launch a missile unless he has to. In the United States, even in the military, there are not many people who have the authority to launch missiles. A private launch like Iron Man will inevitably cause a strong backlash from the military and politicians. If Fury fails and is bitten by Hydra, the end may be even worse. Only by waiting for Apocalypse to return and using the strength and prestige of King Apocalypse to suppress all dissatisfied voices can a satisfactory solution be achieved. After the war is over, the next thing will be much easier. First, the exposed Hydra was completely wiped out, and then the remaining 2 motherships were slowly landed. Everyone on the ground was already cheering, ready to welcome the heroes of this battle. Fury's prestige has undoubtedly increased again. Although there may still be lurking Hydra members among the S.H.I.E.L.D. employees who survived the disaster, the threat is no longer great. Just find it out later. Even Captain America, Black Widow, Kate, Falcon, and others all came down from the mothership with relaxed expressions on their faces. Only Fury and Hill's faces were as dark as water. The 2 stood at the exit of the mothership and did not come down, looking down at everyone. Colleagues, the war is not over. Fury shouted. Where did Pierce go? Does anyone know? Does anyone know where the 7th, 13th, and 18th elite teams are? Did anyone see the Winter Soldier who attacked me? The people who are not present at this time can basically be determined to be Hydra people. But there are still people who are lucky, wondering if Pierce and other Hydra members escaped in advance. Fury continued. We won this battle too easily. This is not normal. If it hadn't been Director Fury who spoke, the agents below would have cursed. So many people have died, and you still say it's too easy? However, when you think about not even catching the leader of Hydra, Pierce, you know that this war is not that simple. Everyone thought that the space carrier was a battleground for military strategists. Fury tried his best to attack it with all his available strength. However, Pierce, along with the Winter Soldier and most of the main force, disappeared. Black Widow, Captain, and others have begun to feel something bad. They didn't think Pierce was scared. If you are really afraid, there will be no Hydra in this world. The only possibility is that they must have more important things to do than the space carrier, so they dare to take away almost all the lurking elite Hydra, leaving behind a semi-empty heli-carrier. In other words, the success or failure of the space carrier is not what they value most, they have more important goals. However, even Fury, including Fury, couldn't figure out what Pierce's goal was. Everyone returns to their respective posts and is on standby. You are not allowed to leave without receiving my order. Yes. Although there had just been a big battle and there were countless corpses on the ground, Fury could not let everyone leave. If Pierce really has any conspiracy, this little power in his hand can be put to use quickly. Immediately, employees from the information department began to search for Pierce's whereabouts through satellites, networks, cameras, and other equipment. Fury, Black Widow, Captain America, Hill, Kate, Falcon, and others gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Hey, Steve, Black Widow said, does Dawn have a second tip for you? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the American captain eagerly. The righteous tips from before really helped them solve a big problem. Although there were heavy casualties, it can be said that the immediate casualties were minimized compared to the potential harm in the future. King Tiankai is not only impressive in terms of strength, but also in terms of strategy. Everyone is unconsciously dependent on him. The captain was helpless and spread his hands. Don't look at me like that. I really don't know him very well. I only have one tip. Everyone was slightly disappointed. In their hearts, they still hoped to see a King of Apocalypse who would make every plan, but unfortunately they did not see it. At this moment, Fury's phone vibrated with a call coming in. Fury took it out and looked at it. His face was a little confused, and he answered, "How is the sea water over there? The temperature here is 25.8 degrees, and the weather is good." A male voice came from the phone and said, "The sea water has heated up recently and has reached 24.2 degrees. I am going to go up and breathe some fresh air." People in Fury's field have at least 2 encrypted channels, or even more, and an ordinary one. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. The other is a coded channel. Once the call is connected, you need to pass the password and check whether the environment of both parties is safe and whether it has been hijacked before continuing the call. Otherwise, if any of the secret codes cannot be verified, it will be a hint to the other party that something has happened on their side, and corresponding actions must be taken immediately. The code has been checked and everything is correct. Fury said, "General Ross, why are you calling me at this time? I am busy." General Ross is the same general who originally hunted down the Hulk and later built a super prison. It turned out that many years of hunting the Hulk yielded no results. Instead, he suffered heavy losses and no results, which devastated him. On the contrary, the underwater super prison built in recent years has been of great use. Since the New York Wormhole Super War, there have been more and more super criminals around the world. Although most of them are small miscellaneous fish, occasionally 1 or 2 awesome criminals will appear. It is naturally impossible for ordinary prisons to hold these criminals. At this time, the super prison becomes important. Once any felon gets inside, he will be as honest as a kitten. Although he occasionally wanted to cause trouble like a cat, he was suppressed by General Ross's methods one by one. The top brass praised General Ross, praising him for his farsightedness and his ability to solve a major problem for the government. They claim that the super prison cannot survive without him. He is the pinnacle of the prison system. General Ross was so confused by this ecstasy that he felt that he had realized the value of his life in the super prison. Therefore, I have always been fascinated by super prisons. I would rather not take a vacation and squat under the sea for many years, watching these super criminals. Fortunately, he didn't let his men squat under the sea like him, and he still had a vacation. Otherwise, he wouldn't know whether the person in jail was a criminal or one of his own. He called Fury through an encrypted channel. Logically speaking, there must be something extraordinary. However, Fury couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. What big thing couldn't be said directly? Isn't the biggest thing about the super prison the criminals escaping? Just yell and that's it. Just send Black Widow, Captain, and others back to capture them again. If nothing else works, when King Apocalypse comes back, what criminal will not behave like a kitten? As for being so mysterious, just listen to General Ross say, someone wants to cross you and interrogate Duro Franco. Who? Do what? Duro? Franco. General Ross thought he had not made it clear, so he slowly spoke again. Which criminal is this? I have no impression. General Ross was so angry that he jumped up and cursed. Fury, you old bald man, you are irresponsible at all. You are the super criminal who was captured by King Apocalypse himself. It's such a big deal, you actually forgot his name. If you have Alzheimer's disease, please step aside and make way for someone worthy of your position. Stop putting unknown super criminals in my place. The sound was so loud that it almost deafened Fury's ears, and he hurriedly put the phone away. Speaking of this, General Ross became angry. When Fury stuffed the smuggler into the super prison before, there was no information on the file, which showed that the criminal's superpowers were a long list of unknowns. This caused Ross a lot of trouble at work, and he was a little scared. General Ross then called back to ask Fury. However, Fury's attitude was extremely perfunctory, saying that he could be detained casually. He simply didn't take the lives of the soldiers in the super prison seriously. Escape from any one of them is fatal. What's more, this criminal was arrested by King Tiankai himself. Who dares to do so casually? After scolding like this, Fury remembered. Originally, it was just to settle the Big Oolong incident and temporarily put the smuggler in the super prison. Later, when I got busy, I forgot about it. As for the name, it was a nobody and Fury couldn't be bothered to remember it. But Fury noticed another problem. Ross, you are right, this matter is indeed serious. His focus is different from General Ross. The little guy Snakehead doesn't care, he cares about another person. Fury continued, who wants to interrogate, that, what? General Ross suppressed the anger in his heart and said, it's Secretary Pierce. The four people including Black Widow, Captain, Fury, and Hill looked at each other in confusion. The muscles on everyone's faces were twitching, and it was so hard to hold back the laughter. Knowing that the smuggler is a nobody, there are many people who made a big mistake for Fury. Not to mention Black Widow, Captain, and Hill, there are also Apocalypse, Iron Man, War Machine, etc. But these people are not from Hydra. In order to maintain Fury's face, they naturally cannot talk nonsense and cause trouble for Fury. Therefore, this Big Oolong, in the eyes of the outside world, became a fact. Especially since King Apocalypse was personally present at the scene at that time, who dared to question it. Pierce also fell into a blind spot. If it were another incident, an old fox like Pierce would definitely check it out and maybe find out what was going on. However, just a few days after the Wormhole War, the prestige of King Apocalypse was too terrifying. He was at the scene and many soldiers saw it from a distance. Among them are many people from Hydra. Even if Pierce was Hydra, there was no thought of questioning it. But I have been thinking, what is the ability of this super criminal? Having King Apocalypse ask Fury for help, and almost every superhero except Thor, to take him down. Moreover, there was no extremely destructive war at that time. Why? Pierce also has access to the smuggler's files. Seeing a bunch of unknown in the super ability column, Pierce mentally cursed Fury, the old fox, for being so cautious even after everyone had taken it down. He didn't think about it, nor dared to think that the snakehead was an ordinary person, but thought that maybe his ability was too weird or too powerful, and Fury didn't want others to know about it. Because there was so little information, Pierce gathered experts within Hydra and studied it for a long time. The final conclusion is, the snakehead is most likely a super strong person in the spiritual realm. Therefore, his battle with King Apocalypse did not cause much damage to the real world, and was even unusually peaceful. Although King Apocalypse defeated Snakehead, he had no power left to continue killing him, so he had to call other superheroes over. Because Hydra itself does not believe that someone can compete with King Apocalypse in terms of frontal strength. No one will forget that shocking scene of punching the sky. Only by finding another way and making breakthroughs in the spiritual realm can we compete. There were 3 people arrested together at that time, and the other 2 were killed by Fury not long after they captured S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, an old fox, would never give any chance to any danger that he could nip in the bud. Well, there is only one truth. The one left behind is not that he doesn't want to kill, but that he can't kill him. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain why we only killed 2 and kept the most dangerous one. Even if this person can't be killed, it doesn't mean that Fury can't be killed, but that none of them, including King Apocalypse, can be killed. Thinking of this, Pierce was excited. Since World War II, Hydra has been suppressed by superheroes of all kinds. He has long wanted to have his own superpower. There has actually been a lot of experimentation behind the scenes. Pierce took advantage of his position in SHIELD to collect many potential talents from all over the world, hoping to cultivate superpowers belonging to Hydra. Over the years, some have been secretly cultivated. They don't act like super criminals who have superpowers. Instead, they want to find the right time to cause some great damage and show their strength to the world. As a result, after a battle in the wormhole, Apocalypse was born. Eclipsing all the superheroes in the world, Hydra suddenly became obedient again. Before its claws could be extended, they were forced to retract them. I originally thought that King Apocalypse would dominate the world and Hydra would never be able to succeed. Unexpectedly, not long after the Wormhole War, Tiankai asked for help once, and a person like Snake had appeared. Therefore, not to mention Pierce, there are at least 10 people from various forces in the world who are interested in the Snakehead. But they don't have Pierce's strength and position convenience, and they can know the whereabouts of the smuggler and how to contact the super prison. It happened that Tiankai was out during this period and was not on Earth. Pierce felt his opportunity had come. As long as we can take control of the US government, we can place our own people in all key positions. Hydra transforms into a legal government and replaces the original political party, so it can justifiably emerge from the water. In addition, there are super strong men who can compete with King Apocalypse. Even if King Apocalypse returns, he will have to suffer the loss of being dumb. Otherwise, could he still kill everyone? If that were to happen, he would no longer be a savior, but a great devil. Pierce used the helicarrier as bait and laid out a half-truth and half-false empty city strategy to contain Fury. It would be best if the aerospace carrier can successfully launch. Failure to do so will not affect the overall situation. Even if the launch failed, Pierce felt that the remaining Hydra controlling the space carrier was enough to contain Fury. Fury had no time to talk to General Ross. Then, in the name of Minister, he deceived General Ross and overstepped his authority to interrogate the smuggler. They say they are interrogating people, but they are actually trying to rob people. General Ross might get suspicious, or send someone to supervise what he called an interrogation, but that didn't matter. Just get yourself into super jail. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, Apocalypse left behind a clever plan, which greatly accelerated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s battle. The battle has been resolved here, and Pierce can finally reach the surface of the super prison. Fury here. Pierce's purpose was immediately deduced. It's obvious that he wants a super fighter who can stand up to King Apocalypse. If there is no strong person to restrain the King of Apocalypse, all the plans of Hydra will be as illusory as the mirror and the moon. When King Apocalypse returns, everything turns into light and shadow. Fury said, Ross, Pierce is a Hydra. He wants to kidnap Dusha, and you can't let him succeed no matter what. It's best to do everything possible to strangle their vitality. Send us the coordinates and we'll rush there right away. General Ross was silent for a while and said, although I can't tell whether what you said is true or not, whether Pierce is Hydra or not. Now that the situation has changed, I will do my job well and will not let anyone in or let anyone out. We will wait until the dust settles outside. General Ross has been at the bottom of the sea for many years, and he knows that he is not well informed about the outside world, and it is difficult to distinguish who is a good guy and who is a bad guy. In this case, just don't bother with it. I'll just be a good bunny, guard the door and keep an eye on the super criminals. It doesn't matter whether you have a real grandma or a wolf grandma, it doesn't work. Seeing that General Ross had not replied for a long time, Pierce urged, Ross, come up quickly. I have brought a bottle of your favorite old red wine. General Ross was unmoved and replied, Pierce, I'm sorry, I can't tell your purpose and can't let you in. Please go back. Humph. Pierce sneered, knowing that General Ross was already suspicious of him and might even have been on the phone with Fury. In this case, only plan can be executed. This time he would rather give up 3 space carriers to come here, determined to win. We have already made complete preparations. Pierce turned to his subordinates and said, put down depth charges. Blast Ross out for me. This time, Pierce used almost all the power he could mobilize. There are 3 battleships alone, and there are countless naval warfare weapons such as torpedoes, depth charges for dealing with submarines, and sonar. There are more than a dozen helicopters in the sky on standby at any time. The depth charges at this time were just the first wave. Boom bang 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds were heard under the sea, and rolling waves surged on the sea surface. They seemed not high, but in fact there was a turbulent undercurrent below. The overpressure of the water flow caused by the explosion rocked the super prison to the point of collapse. No matter how stupid General Ross is, he still knows who the bad guy is. He said hurriedly, move the prison immediately to avoid its sharp edges. Don't be reluctant to fight. Super prison is both a prison and a specially shaped underwater submarine. Has some mobility and defensive weapons. Since the enemy's situation was unknown, Ross would naturally not rise to the surface to counterattack. Once it surfaces, it loses its underwater advantage and becomes a living target in the air and on the sea. However, the super prison is too large, moves slowly, and Pierce has been using sonar radar to locate it. General Ross cannot get rid of it at all. As depth bombs are continuously dropped into the water, the attacks on the super prison are getting stronger and stronger. Beep, beep, beep. The system triggers an alarm, the seal is broken, please come up urgently. Beep, beep, warning again. As the danger level increases, the system will automatically float. Please pay attention to safety during the float. Fuck. General Ross yelled angrily. I kept pressing the control buttons with my hands, but unfortunately it was of no use. The design of the super prison was originally based on humanitarian considerations. Once something happens to the prison in the deep sea, no matter what, surface it first to ensure the safety of staff and criminals. Otherwise, under the seabed hundreds or even thousands of meters away, the seawater pressure is equivalent to 100 atmospheres. When converted, it is equivalent to 1 million kilograms of stuff pressing down on 1 square meter. Such terrifying pressure, without the support of high-strength materials outside the super prison, everything inside would be crushed into thin sheets. Unexpectedly, this humane design was used by Pierce. Only high-level internal officials like Pierce, who have the authority to read the design drawings of the super prison, can carry out such targeted attacks. Most other forces, even if they want to do the same thing as Hydra, are powerless. Prepare to fight. General Ross ordered. Prison robbery is a danger that every prison must face, let alone a super prison. The remaining soldiers were seen taking their positions and activating various weapons. Prepare to release surface bombs. I saw a few bulging metal balls popping out of the small hatch of the super prison. The circular structure gives it greater buoyancy and can quickly rise toward the water surface without the need for a special propulsion system. Boom, boom. There were several loud noises on the sea surface, and the surface bombs set off huge waves, damaging one of Pierce's battleships. However, there were too few bombs to cause serious damage to the battleship, and it still retained its combat effectiveness. Seeing this, the other warships moved away. For a time, the surface bomb failed. After reaching a certain altitude, General Ross began to activate torpedoes. After several attacks on each other, one of the warships was finally sunk. However, in this attack and defense, the super prison finally surfaced, suddenly exposed under Pierce's nose. General Ross missed Fury's call. Fury, I was forced to the surface, come and respond. Then, a coordinate data is sent over. Fury said, Ross, don't worry about the criminals escaping. The primary goal is to annihilate Hydra. I will go over and help you. General Ross was non-committal and secretly cursed Fury, an old fox. Hydra is your target. Of course you will be happy to help you eliminate them. However, it is my duty to guard criminals. If the criminals escape later, won't the higher UPS come to trouble me? What's more, from the perspective of being responsible for the country, the super criminal arrested by King Apocalypse cannot be allowed to escape. King Apocalypse left the Earth, and many high-level officials were affected. Although General Ross's news was not very timely, someone would naturally inform him of such important news. However, General Ross misunderstood Fury's intentions. That smuggler is a mistake and has no value at all. Although other criminals are very strong, their identities have been determined after all. If they can be caught the first time, they can be caught the second time. As long as they can't be caught for the time being, these exposed criminals are much less harmful than the lurking Hydra. As long as General Ross can contain the Hydra, Fury is ready to use internal and external outsourcing to completely eliminate Pierce's Hydra. On the sea, Pierce was overjoyed when he saw the super prison rising, and ordered battleships and helicopters to attack together. All of a sudden, rockets and torpedoes were fired towards the super prison. Although some of them were intercepted by the prison's defense system, they were still hit by many shells. Around the super prison, huge waves were set off. Among the huge waves, the flames of the explosion flashed past, and then were drowned by the sea water. Although the super prison has a certain amount of firepower, how can it compare with the regular army? Soon they ran out of ammunition and fell into a passive situation. Countless artillery shells blasted through the outside of the prison, destroying all the equipment installed outside. Waves and fire completely obscured the super prison. General Ross, who was hiding in the prison, looked grim but not panicked. The order was given, everyone, retreat to the prison area. Activate the emergency plan and seal the hatch. Soldiers in other living areas, weapons areas, and power areas flocked to the prison area. For a time, the corridors and central open space of the prison area were crowded with people. The prison area is all made up of cells with a space in between. You can see the criminal inside through the glass. Some super criminals saw the turmoil in the prison and knew that someone was attacking here, making strange sounds such as GGG. I even wanted to knock on the glass. As a result, he was either electrocuted by the electric shock ring around his neck and fell to the ground, or white spray sprayed out from the cell, causing him to be knocked unconscious. The criminal's excessive behavior triggered the prison's automatic punishment system. After everyone entered the prison area, the surrounding hatches slowly lowered. Then, lightning flashed around the hatch, and countless sparks emerged from the crack in the door accompanied by a sizzling sound. It turned out that the hatch was automatically welded shut. General Ross stood in the middle and said loudly, "Everyone prepare for the worst. Each team must guard its own criminals. The criminals in Supermax prisons are unusual, and each criminal is usually assigned a dedicated team. There were not many criminals, only about a dozen, but there were several times more soldiers than criminals, reaching dozens." General Ross stood guard outside the smuggler's cell, staring closely at the smuggler, trying to see how he would react. But the snakehead's eyes were dead. The big shock just now seemed to have nothing to do with him. General Ross was not worried about the screaming criminal. On the contrary, the calmer the prisoner was, the more doubtful he became. This kind of criminal is the most dangerous, like a cheetah in the grass, looking for the right opportunity to attack and hurt people at any time. However, he could never imagine what the smuggler was really thinking. Wearing 1 to 200 pounds of super alloy shackles every day, I really want to move? For such a long time, the smuggler had been tortured by this set of locks until he became numb. Life is worse than death, and even the snakehead doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Like a corpse that can't walk, like meat that can't walk. On the sea, after a volley of shots, Pierce saw that there was no counterattack and raised his hand to prevent further attacks. The waves and firelight dissipated, revealing a huge silver-white metal ball. Torpedoes and artillery shells hit it, but they had no effect. This is the core of the super prison, the vibranium alloy prison area? Although most of the money worshippers are in Wakanda, many years ago, with the assistance of the old King T'Chaka's brother, Prince Enyobu, together with a thief named Ulysses Crow, from Wakanda stole 0.25 tons of vibranium. This plot was mentioned in Black Panther and took place in the 90s, more than 20 years ago. There are also some other scattered pieces of vibranium for sale. Even the old king sold some vibranium on the black market to obtain enough US dollars in order to support his family, including N.I. Job, Black Panther, and others overseas. Therefore, although there is not a lot of vibranium outside Wakanda, it is definitely not as little as imagined. For years, General Ross has been looking for a set of locks that could trap the Hulk in order to counter the Hulk's immense strength. As a result, the indestructible vibranium came into the eyes of General Ross. Over the years, using the relationship and strength of the International Department and the military, most of the scattered vibranium has been collected. However, the number is still a bit small. Therefore, Ross could only combine other metals to create this super prison. Although the strength cannot be compared with 100% pure vibranium, it is still strong enough. Now, he retreated to the core of the vibranium alloy prison, welding the hatch shut, and waited for rescue. Such a big thing happened in the super prison. Not only Fury will lead S.H.I.E.L.D., but also the Army, the International Department, and some mysterious departments that are not on the surface will come. General Ross is not worried at all. As long as he does not face the Hulk directly, he believes that no one can break this vibranium alloy cage for a while. Pierre soon discovered this heaven-defying cage. First it was bombarded with artillery shells, only to find that it didn't move at all. Then they directly sent people to climb up and use cutting machines and electric welders to try to cut, but only a few scratches were left. If you use water to sharpen it, it may take a month and a half to wear it out. But Pierce knew he wouldn't have that much time. It seemed that General Ross had trapped himself, but in fact it was Hydra that was trapped. Pierce's lips were tightly closed and his jaw muscles were twitching. After a long time, he said, "Let her out and let her open the prison." A subordinate advised, "Boss, she is very unstable, and our lives may be in danger." Boom. Pierce shot the subordinate to death and said, "Do I need to say it a second time?" Others hurried to the inside of the battleship, and soon pushed out a glass cabin larger than the human body. I saw a fair-skinned, sweet-looking girl inside. She was wearing a dark red top, and the close-fitting clothing highlighted the fullness of her chest to create a perfect curve. As soon as he came out, he opened his eyes and saw a faint red light flowing inside. The glass cabin opened, and the girl in red walked out of the bow of the battleship, looking around blankly. Pierce stepped forward and said, "Wanda, I want you to help me open the metal cage in front of me." The girl is none other than Wanda Maximoff, also known as the Scarlet Witch. Many people think that the Scarlet Witch's power comes from the Mind Stone, but this is not the case. In the original plot, Hydra stole Loki's scepter, and the Mind Stone inside only played a role in induction and control. The source of Scarlet Witch's power mainly comes from the innate chaos magic. While stimulating the power within the witch, Hydra attempted to control her and use her as a weapon. But Scarlet Witch has a good nature. In the original plot, once he approached Iron Man without the protection of his suit, it only caused Iron Man to fall into a world-destroying illusion without directly killing him. In subsequent battles, she also caused Captain America, Black Widow, Thor, and others to fall into illusions many times. With her abilities, Thor may not be able to kill her, but Iron Man without a suit, as well as Captain, Black Widow, and others who won't resist, can all be easily killed. But she didn't. Later, in Avengers 2, Scarlet Witch discovered Ultron's plan to destroy the world, and immediately rebelled and sided with the Avengers. They are hostile to the Avengers superheroes, mainly because the Avengers accidentally killed her family during their mission in Sokovia. Later, I don't know how they got hooked up with Hydra. Perhaps the brother and sister inspired their superpowers in grief, and were discovered by Hydra, so they became the experimental subjects of Hydra. Hydra naturally wants to brainwash them, saying that they are the righteous party and the Avengers are the cancer of the world. Even so, Wanda did not listen to Hydra and killed at will. In addition, the Scarlet Witch has just awakened her abilities and is very unstable in all aspects. Once her abilities explode, the people around her will be extremely dangerous. You know, in another branch plot, Wanda and Vision. After Vision died, she lost control of her abilities and pulled the entire town into her illusion. People outside, no matter how strong they are, will be assimilated by her illusion as soon as they come in. Fortunately, her illusion was just a sitcom, more life-oriented, in which she sought family comfort, so not many people were harmed. If she wanted to, she could turn the entire town into ashes at any time. Pierce hopes the plan goes well, preferably without the use of the Scarlet Witch. But now things have taken a turn for the worst and she has to be pushed out. Wanda had just come out and was still confused about the situation. She didn't do what Pierce said, but Pierce couldn't wait any longer. Wanda, don't forget, your brother is still in our hands. When Wanda heard it, her hands shook, and 2 strands of red energy emerged and wrapped around her hands like smoke and mist. The air around them seemed to become much heavier instantly, and many people began to have difficulty breathing. The Hydra soldier instinctively stepped back. They were responsible for guarding the Scarlet Witch, but they had seen with their own eyes what happened to other colleagues when she lost control. Seeing that the witch seemed unstable, Pierce hurriedly comforted her. This time, I don't need you to kill people, but save people. Open the metal object in front of you and rescue the person inside. I will let you meet your brother when you get back. This is saving people, it's a good thing. After Wanda heard this, the expression on her face became less resistant. At this moment, the alarm system on the battleship suddenly sounded an alarm. I saw a few small dots approaching quickly on the radar monitor. Obviously, people from SHIELD and other departments are here. The super prison is under attack, and General Ross has already notified all relevant departments, including Fury. This is why he dared to seal himself in a vibranium alloy cage. He doesn't need the cage to be indestructible, it just needs to be strong enough to be able to drag other troops to rescue him. When Pierce came, in order to bring enough personnel and weapons, he could only fly battleships and helicopters. How could the speed be compared with the fighter jets driven by Fury? I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't succeed, I'll punish your brother when you go back. Pierce said coldly. Scarlet Witch's sweet face froze and she no longer hesitated. Pressing down with both hands, red energy flows, and the whole person rises into the air. Pushed back by the witch's energy, the sea water created a wave and followed her towards the super prison. Arriving in front of this huge silver cage, Scarlet Witch turned her hands lightly and made a handprint. The slender fingers looked like a blooming flower, looking extremely graceful against the red energy. However, this handprint, which seems to have no trace of human fireworks, actually contains great power. The vibranium alloy cage that could not be broken through by missiles, chainsaws, or lasers made a rattling friction sound in front of her. This is a hard metal, and when it is torn apart by an external force, it makes a goosebump-inducing screeching sound. I saw a hole slowly opened above the super prison, and the light from the outside came in. General Ross secretly thought something was wrong and ordered loudly, each team, terminate the criminals immediately. Yes. The soldiers immediately started the prison's erasure process, preparing to kill the criminals inside. In several cells, high-temperature flames of several thousand degrees may be sprayed out, burning the people inside to charcoal. Or it sprays out a poisonous mist, and the criminal inside makes a wailing sound, and the body melts visibly to the naked eye. There are also criminals who wear restraint collars around their necks, with trace amounts of explosives inside that explode immediately. The whole neck was blown off. The head rolled down in the cell and stopped when it hit the glass door. The criminal's eyes were full of unwillingness. Every super criminal dreams of one day seeing the light of day again, and then the hero returns. I didn't expect Ross to be so unreasonable and actually kill him directly. Generally speaking, in addition to having superpowers, the criminals imprisoned here mainly want to avoid death. The US officialdom is not Hydra, and it cannot arbitrarily sentence people to death just because they have superpowers. But General Ross was born in the military and did not adhere to the court's rules. On the battlefield, there is only the difference between life and death. When the intruders completely open the prison, let's not say how many more people these super criminals will harm if they escape. Even now, he and dozens of soldiers might not survive. It's life and death, and you can't keep it. General Ross was closest to the smuggler's cell. He was about to start the killing process, but found himself flying into the air, 3 feet above the ground. With a pop sound, he and the other soldiers were thrown into a pile. Immediately afterwards, Wanda's figure slowly floated in from the crack, glanced at the snake head, and confirmed that it was the person Pierce designated. He pressed his hands on the cell and all the glass shattered. Immediately afterwards, a burst of red energy wrapped around the snake's head and took him and the 200-pound lock directly out of the super prison. Pierce was overjoyed to see Wanda successfully rob the snakehead. The order, abandon the ship, get on the plane. A helicopter descended, and once Pierce, Scarlet Witch, and Snakehead got in, 2 rocket thrusters protruded from the bottom of the helicopter. As the rocket thrusters slowly exerted force, the upper rotary wings retracted, and the entire helicopter suddenly turned into a high-speed cruising fighter jet. Later, some other helicopters followed and flew away. At this time, as long as a random rocket is fired, everyone in the super prison can be wiped out. But no one had the inclination to attack General Ross again. So Fury arrived. I saw a small dot in the distance approaching quickly on the sea surface. The sea fog stirred up by supersonic flight looked like a water dragon running. The first one to arrive was a Quinjet. There are 3 people on it, Black Widow, Fury, and Captain America. Without saying a word, Black Widow fired fiercely at the battleships on the sea. Airborne bullets as thick as her thumb fell on the battleships like raindrops. The Hydra, which had no time to dodge, had its hands and feet broken, and was even beaten into 2 pieces. Just as the remaining people were about to fight back, several more bombs were dropped on the Quinjet. Suddenly, the battleship was on fire. Immediately afterwards, the second fighter jet arrived. It was Hill, Falcon, Agent Kate, and others who arrived. 2 battleships versus 2 fighter jets. If it were an ordinary navy or an ordinary air force, even if the battleships could not defeat fighter jets, they would at least be able to protect themselves. But in front of S.H.I.E.L.D's fighter jets, the technology level is a few notches behind. Soon, the battleship was sunk. None of the Hydras left behind survived. After confirming that the surrounding area was safe, Fury levitated the Quinjet above the prison and shouted into the prison through the gap. "Rose, where's Pierce?" General Ross said. "He kidnapped Duro Franco. I was inside and couldn't see which direction he ran." He had lost track of Pierce. With his ability, he had no hope of finding Pierce for the time being. Fury regretted, "It's a pity that he escaped. Now I don't know when Hydra will be completely eliminated." General Ross said angrily, "You only know Hydra. That super criminal was taken away by Pierce. Didn't you hear me? I think you should summon King Tiankai back quickly." Seeing General Ross' nervous look as if facing a powerful enemy, Fury couldn't bear to tell him the truth. "Of course, it is impossible to tell him, otherwise, will I still have this old face? Don't worry about that, Duluo. Don't bother King Tiankai with this trivial matter." General Ross said, "Is this still a small matter? King Apocalypse is not here, and Thor is not here either. What are you going to do to capture him? Besides, there is a woman who came with Pierce. She can directly tear apart vibranium alloy. This power is already comparable to the Hulk." As soon as these words came out, Fury, Black Widow, Captain America and others were immediately alert. Although Black Widow and Captain America did not know the structure of the super prison, they knew that this matter was not trivial just by hearing the word vibranium. After hearing what General Ross said in detail, Fury's face became solemn. "I originally thought that Pierce didn't have any powerful superpowers, but now it seems that this woman alone is more terrifying than the Hulk. Although the Hulk is extremely powerful, he only has physical strength, while the Scarlet Witch can attack from a distance and fly, not to mention she has other hidden skills. Its level of terror has far exceeded that of the superheroes in Fury's hands. Although Black Widow's strength has increased greatly in recent years, it is still impossible to compete head-on with the Hulk, let alone the Scarlet Witch. Even if I now know Pierce's whereabouts and follow him rashly, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain anything. We can only go back and make long-term plans first. If necessary, we may really have to recall King Tiankai." Thinking of this, Fury said, "Ross, you can't stay in the super prison anymore. Come back to S.H.I.E.L.D. with us first." At this time, there were only 2 or 3 cells in the super prison where the criminals survived because they did not have time to start the killing process. For a time, the cell became much empty. Pierce's side. Several planes flew northward for an unknown number of kilometers. From the tropical sea that was originally warm as spring, we have flown to the latitude where ice flows form. Then from the sea to the land. At this time, it was still snowing lightly on the land, and there was a thin layer of snowflakes on the ground and branches. The plane landed at a Nordic-style castle-like base. As soon as he came down, a man with a Nordic face came up to him. Pierce was in a good mood and took the initiative. "General, long live Hydra." The two of them bowed. Although the losses were heavy this time, not only were all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. exposed, but even the battleship was wiped out. Fortunately, I finally got what I wanted. Without taking any time to rest, Pierce, the general, and the Scarlet Witch came to the base with the snake head. Normally, Pierce would not dare to take the Scarlet Witch with him casually. "I am an ordinary person, and if the witch's energy gets out of control, I will be done with it. But now, there is a bigger and more terrible unstable factor in front of us. With the Scarlet Witch in front of us, we can still bear it." Although the lock on the snake head was also made of vibranium alloy, Hydra slowly cut it open without any hurry. As the lock fell to the ground with a clang, the snake head took a long breath. Between breaths and breaths, for so long, Pierce almost thought that the snake head was going to use some big move. Even the Scarlet Witch nervously spread the red energy in front of her body. They knew nothing about the man in front of them, and they were not afraid of him, but the King of Apocalypse who was related to him? In fact, this was just a matter of the snake head being oppressed by the lock for a long time, finally feeling relaxed and taking an instinctive breath. Looking at the 3 people who were facing a formidable enemy, the snake head said in a hoarse voice, "I want to eat steak and coke." The general said hurriedly, "Yes, yes, I will make arrangements for you immediately." After a while, the steaming steak and room temperature coke arrived. The smuggler didn't care, burying his head in eating steak and drinking coke. It was as if the Scarlet Witch and the gun-wielding hydras around her were nothing, and they were completely ignored. Pierce secretly thought to himself, "This is the style of being a boss. Thousands of enemies are not as important as my meal. If a snakehead wants to eat, he must be hungry." The super prison is afraid of super criminals escaping, so it has always only given them mushy meals with the minimum nutritional standards, as long as they don't starve to death. The snakehead has long been crazy with greed. On the other hand, the smuggler should take advantage of the break to think about something. Since being arrested, they have received a series of special treatment. No matter how stupid the smugglers are, they still know that they regard themselves as people with superpowers. Moreover, he is not an ordinary person with superpowers. The snakehead had seen all the other super criminals who were imprisoned at that time. Everyone is a big boss that they could not reach before. However, in prison, his treatment was countless times higher than theirs. Later, I heard intermittently that I was caught by King Tiankai himself. Not only the prison soldiers are afraid of him, but also other super criminals. From time to time, the super criminals would yell at each other through the cell glass and have some fun, but no one could get out anyway. What's wrong with you? Can you come over and hit me? But no one has ever dared to provoke a snakehead. Occasionally, the smuggler gets bored and looks at the noisy people, and the people he sees immediately become quiet. General Ross saw this situation, and in turn thought that the snakehead had some kind of boss aura, and he was worthy of being a supervillain captured by King Apocalypse himself. Just one look can make other super criminals as quiet as rabbits. Coupled with the incident of Pierce rescuing the snakehead was already shocked by the scene outside just at a glance. There are battleships and helicopters outside. When I was a little smuggler in the past, I couldn't even imagine being treated like this. There was also that beautiful woman who was not only able to tear apart the prison with her hands, but was actually carried flying by her. However, such a defiant woman, facing herself now, did not even dare to breathe loudly. The smuggler knew there must be some misunderstanding. Although even now, he still can't believe that the Easterner who once cheated him of $2 is the King of Apocalypse. But he didn't want to resolve this misunderstanding, and he couldn't resolve it. Once they confirm that they are a nobody and have no use value, they will probably die immediately. At this time, taking advantage of the delay of eating, the snakehead tried his best to think of a solution based on his own experience in the underworld. Pierce lowered his voice and asked Scarlet Witch, "Wanda, can you sense his energy level?" Scarlet Witch closed her eyes for a while, shook her head and said, "I think he is just an ordinary person." The smuggler was startled and began to pray to God, Grandpa, Grandma, not to let them find out that he was an ordinary person. Instinctively, he glanced at Witch Pierce and others. At this time, with his disheveled hair, numb eyes, and the filter of King Apocalypse, Pierce seemed to see a look of contempt of a king. He was so frightened that he couldn't even speak, and said, that, we didn't mean it, Mr. Duro." The snakehead paused for a moment, then changed his mind and said, "You don't need to call me Duro from now on, call me like King Apocalypse, evil god." Thulhu? Pierce and others were stunned. There was nothing special about this nickname. But if King Apocalypse also calls him this nickname will have inexplicable pressure. The snakehead finally figured it out, and everyone associated themselves with King Apocalypse. In this case, he simply used the tiger skin as a banner and relied on King Tiankai for everything. This is also one of the common methods used by gangsters. Once something happens, no matter whether it is useful or not, first call yourself a big boss to give yourself courage. Many times it is difficult to tell the truth from the false. The opponent thinks that it is better to do less than to do more, so he escapes. Seeing that Pierce seemed to be calm, the smuggler thought it was funny. However, my strength as an ordinary person will be exposed as time goes by, so it is better to use the trick. She was right, I am indeed an ordinary person now. King Apocalypse has sealed my strength. As he said that, he picked up the napkin, wiped his mouth, and said, "Save me out, if you want anything. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you until my strength recovers." The snakehead thought to himself, this should be delayed for a while, right? After all, they spent so much money to rescue me, so they wouldn't kill me right away. They would at least have to observe me for a while, right? You have to find a way to escape during this time. Pierce said, "Your Excellency Evil God, I'm afraid we don't have that much time." Although King Apocalypse has left the Earth, after this incident, Fury will definitely call him back. By then, if you haven't regained your strength, I'm afraid things won't go well for us. The snakehead has already cursed in his heart. I can't beat any of you. You actually want me to fight against King Apocalypse? Are you blind or am I blind? When King Apocalypse blew up the alien battleship, couldn't everyone see it? Seeing the smuggler's silence, Pierce thought he was unhappy because his scar had been exposed. He said hurriedly, "Well, Sir Evil God, we don't need to confront King Apocalypse head-on. We have a plan." Therefore, Pierce explained to the smuggler how he controlled key officials and allowed Hydra to transform from an underground government to an open government. It is equivalent to a coup to seize power. There is a key here. There must be a powerful superpower who can suppress all the superheroes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and prevent them from rebounding. After the regime change is completed, various media will be used to mobilize public opinion and use the public opinion of hundreds of millions of people to fight against King Apocalypse. Unless King Apocalypse becomes insane and can kill all the officials, Hydra will be invincible. King Tiankai had to admit the establishment of the new government. Since the existing government's S.H.I.E.L.D. can cooperate with King Apocalypse and Fury can mobilize King Apocalypse, the new Hydra government can do the same. At that time, it may seem that King Apocalypse is superior, but in fact he will also be driven by Hydra. Having said this, Pierce said, "At that time, Mr. Evil God, you will replace Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and even King Apocalypse will be under you. You are the uncrowned king of our new world." The smuggler was a little stunned. He used to do a small business of killing people underground, and he was always afraid of the police when he saw them. Now he actually wants to push himself to the position of the uncrowned king? Such a huge plan was beyond his ability to understand. But it sounds so exciting, and it feels like the world is at your fingertips. But the core of the problem is that I have no superpowers. Moreover, King Apocalypse is about to return. Even if Hydra believes in itself, it won't be able to delay for long. Either way, you're going to die, so it's better to give it a try. The snakehead said, "It's not impossible for me to open the seal in advance. It depends on how many things you can prepare. Your Excellency Evil God, just ask for anything you need. There is nothing in this world that we Hydra cannot get. The snakehead paused for a while and said, I need super serum, and similar medicines that can stimulate human superpowers. Speaking of this, the smuggler felt worried, fearing that Pierce would see through his plan. Since the birth of Captain America, the reputation of the super serum has been spreading in the world, and it can be said that everyone knows it. Whether it is a large company or a small workshop, including underground organizations like Hydra, they are constantly testing similar medicines. From the 2 serum injections by Brinsky, the predecessor of the Abomination Titan, to the super serum developed by Hammer Company and used on bodyguards, it has been proven that the serum is indeed effective. Although he did not reach the level of perfection of the American captain, he more or less stimulated the potential of the human body. Strictly speaking, the super serum was invented first by Hydra. The first semi-finished product is the Red Skull. It's a pity that Hydra never took the last step and couldn't find the correct final formula for the serum, causing the flesh and blood on the Red Skull's face to be burned by the serum. As for the serum that created Captain America, the formula was lost after the death of Dr. Abraham Erskine, and no one can copy it. In fact, for so many years, disabled super serum has been sold on the black market. Snakehead Hall often hangs out in the underworld, and people have heard about it. However, either they dare not buy it or they cannot afford it. It's too cheap, has serious side effects, and the superpowers it inspires are not very strong. It's basically equivalent to suicide. Except for a very small number of people who bear blood feud, no normal person would take it. Those with smaller side effects are extremely expensive. As long as they are leaked out, major financial groups and mafia organizations are rushing to buy them. Snakehead simply can't afford it and can't buy it. Although he made a lot of money by smuggling people, his little net worth was not worth mentioning in front of the super serum. The situation in front of him forced him into a dead end, and the only way out was to obtain superpowers on his own. As for the way to obtain superpowers, the snakehead only knows one way, super serum. Moreover, it cannot be an ordinary serum. If the ability to inspire is too weak, Hydra will take care of itself without waiting for King Apocalypse. Pierce was indeed a little confused and did not respond immediately. As an old fox, he instinctively sensed that something was wrong here. The evil god actually relies on these crippled super serums to break the seal? The snakehead secretly gritted his teeth, spread his hands, and continued, I need the energy of the serum to break through King Apocalypse's seal from the inside out. If you don't have the serum, then you can find someone to help me untie it. In return, I'll help you take down S.H.I.E.L.D. superheroes and fight against King Apocalypse. Pierce looked at the Scarlet Witch. She was now the most powerful superpower in Hydra's hands. Unfortunately, he is unstable and not very obedient. The witch shook her head and whispered, I can't sense any seal on him. Humph. Snakehead sneered, if you can't even find the seal, how can you fight against King Apocalypse? In this world, I am the only one who can survive under King Apocalypse without dying. After saying that, the snakehead closed his eyes and remained silent. This guy has already done this, and the smuggler doesn't know if he can succeed. He tries his best to suppress the beating of his heart and prevent the other party from seeing any flaws. I close my eyes for fear that my eyes will reveal my inner uneasiness. Sure enough, the smuggler's last words completely dispelled the doubts of Pierce, the general, and others. Being able to survive under the hands of King Tiankai is already proof of strength. Finally, Pierce said, Your Excellency, evil god, what kind of serum do you need? The snakehead opened his eyes and said calmly, everything. Pierce gritted his teeth and said, okay, I will use Hydra's connections and funds to collect all the super serums in the world. I hope the evil god can break through the seal as soon as possible. As a result, the largest acquisition of super serum in history was quietly carried out underground. Whether it is produced by a large company or produced by a small workshop, or even fake and shoddy to deceive people, Hydra will not reject anyone who comes. Incarnated into dozens of different organizations, divided into multiple channels, quietly included in the bag, and then quietly transported to the Nordic base. S.H.I.E.L.D. mistakenly spent its attention searching for various satellite data, network cameras, etc., but failed to pay attention to this huge underground transaction. A month later, several alloy cryogenic medical boxes were placed in front of Pierce and others. Your Excellency Evil God, we have collected a total of about 300 different types of serums and potions. They are divided into 3 boxes according to their potency. Which one do you think is suitable? The snakehead didn't answer and opened a box on his own. These days, he has finally figured out that the more he pretends, the more afraid the other party is of him, and he even thinks this is natural. As soon as the alloy box was opened, a thin stream of low-temperature mist poured out of it. The snakehead took out a bottle of serum and drank it without looking at it. Pierce hurriedly said, Your Excellency Evil God, that is for injection. The snakehead turned to look at Pierce, his eyes blood red. The serum's medicine took effect, and the veins on the snakehead's body bulged, blood surged all over the body, and even the eyes were bloodshot. Pierce was shocked. Suddenly gaining power beyond himself, Snakehead felt as if he was so powerful that he could break even the sky, walk to the wall and punch out. There was a boom, but it only penetrated the wall. Although he is already stronger than ordinary people, Snakehead cannot be happy when he thinks that he will face the superheroes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and even King of Apocalypse in the future. Walking back to the box, the snakehead picked up another bottle of potion and drank it in one gulp. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he would emit laser light at any time. And then the third bottle, fourth bottle. Pierce, the general, the Scarlet Witch, and the gun-wielding Hydra soldiers standing nearby were frightened and backed away. I saw a tornado rolling up around the snake's head. It was very weak at first. As he took more and more potions, the tornado became stronger and stronger. There are blue, red, white, black, and green in all colors, and more than a dozen incompatible forces are intertwined with each other, violent and uncontrollable. Seeing this, Pierce asked the general beside him, "General, in our experiment, how many super serums can be mixed at the highest number?" The general pondered for a moment and said, "Well, 3 types will become unstable, and the highest one can only last to 5 types before exploding and dying." The Scarlet Witch and her brother were injected with 3 kinds of serum. No matter how high it was, the general would not be able to part with it. The main reason is that the Scarlet Witch's ability is too powerful. If it is disabled due to Hydra's experiment, it will be more of a loss than the gain. Even so, it is already extremely unstable. Many experimental scientists died due to the Scarlet Witch's control. The general had never seen someone like Snakehead, who was suffocating from bottle to bottle, so he took it for granted that this was a skill only possessed by evil gods. In fact, the Snakehead did not know the conditions of the experiment at all, so he dared to take it bottle after bottle. Maybe it's luck, or maybe it was changed from injectable to oral, which caused some changes in effectiveness. Anyway, after taking more than a dozen doses in a row, the energy in the snakehead became stronger and stronger, but there was still no tendency to explode and die. The evil god is indeed an evil god? He is indeed a super strong man who can survive King Apocalypse. Pierce praised. The snakehead didn't know how many doses of the serum he had taken. The power in his body was chaotic and violent, and he felt that he was in urgent need of catharsis. With a wave of his hand, the tornado energy came out of the body and rolled towards the surrounding Hydra soldiers holding guns. "Ah, help!" the soldiers screamed. In the blink of an eye, a dozen soldiers were crushed to pieces by the energy tornado, and blood, severed limbs, and guns were constantly thrown from the tornado. The Scarlet Witch felt like nauseating after looking at it, and hurriedly blocked the chaotic magic energy in front of her. Unexpectedly, this move attracted the attention of the snakehead. As soon as the tornado closed, it turned into several mottled and chaotic energy, which shot out from the fingers and entangled towards the witch. "Jajajaja, little girl, come here and stay with me. Strong and bold. There is no man who does not covet the Scarlet Witch." If she hadn't been powerful and unstable, both Brigadier General and Pierce would have taken action. But how could the Scarlet Witch be obedient? His hands made several beautiful handprints, and the red energy collided with the mottled energy of the snakehead. Boom! 2 energy explosions. The strong shock wave rushed Pierce and the general out. A corner of the base was blown down. Not only was Pierce not afraid of this explosion, he actually shouted excitedly, "Success! Congratulations to the evil god." The snakehead, who was originally stunned by the power, suddenly became sober after the witch's counterattack. He could feel that he was no match for the red energy. Although the Scarlet Witch's power has not been fully activated, the chaos magic is not comparable to the power obtained by drinking serum like Snakehead. In the later Doctor Strange 2, the witch was able to hunt down Doctor Strange across the universe and cause the collapse of the parallel universe. Although she felt that this evil god was not as strong as she imagined. But at first, I thought the snakeheads were ordinary people. The witch and her brother Quicksilver had been subjected to Hydra's experiments and had seen many tragic experiments fail with their own eyes. Like Pierce and the general, they did not doubt that the snakehead's power was created by a 1 in a billion coincidence, thinking that this was the snakehead's ability to break the seal. The snakehead walked out of the ruins, and the mottled energy on his body could not be taken back at all. It was constantly spinning around, disturbing the air, and there was a faint sound of wind whistling. It looked like a demon walking out of hell. The snakehead said proudly, "Find me more people to kill." The more this happens, the more reasonable Pierce and the general are. Evil god, how can he be called an evil god if he is neither evil nor powerful? Subsequently, using Northern Europe as a starting point, Pierce arranged for the evil gods to attack frequently. Dozens of large and small US bases in Europe were destroyed, and the methods were extremely cruel, leaving almost no survivors. Every time a snakehead appears, it is accompanied by a colorful energy storm, destroying everyone in its path. Only the surveillance video in the base returned the image of the snakehead at a glance. For a time, people in various European countries were panicked, and they asked the United States and SHIELD for help. Inside SHIELD, after seeing the image transmitted back, General Ross yelled at Fury, "At this point, are you still unwilling to recall King Apocalypse? I'm calling you but I'm not calling you. I'm arresting you but I don't dare to arrest you. What on earth do you want to do, old bald man?" Fury ignored General Ross, but looked at Black Widow, Captain America, Hill, and others. Everyone was confused. Fury even doubted his original judgment. Could this guy like Do really be sealed by King Tiankai? But that guy Tang didn't mention this to me. He just said he was an ordinary smuggler and a little troublesome. Now the little trouble has turned into a big one. Now, Fury no longer has to worry about the original incident being discovered. No one would believe the truth anyway. The captain of the United States said, Fury, regardless of what this guy called the evil god is like in the past, with the strength he has shown now, I am afraid that Natasha and I can't do anything about it. Black Widow said, I see in the video that the energy of the evil god is mixed and impure, so I may not have a chance of winning. But maybe he is using a group attack technique on ordinary soldiers. If he concentrates on me, the outcome will be unpredictable. Besides, there is a woman in red who is comparable to the Hulk and has never made a move. Yeah. Fury nodded. Someone who is as powerful as the Hulk and can attack from a distance, even if you add Iron Man, it will be very difficult. When Iron Man fights against the Hulk, if he can't beat him, he can always hide. But facing the unknown woman in red from Hydra, if she were not careful, she might be crushed into pieces in the suit. The only ones who can defeat them now are Thor, Apocalypse, and Captain Marvel, who is on an unknown planet in the galaxy. Thor is now succeeded as the king of Asgard, and he is not from Earth, so it is obviously inappropriate. Captain Marvel has been away for too long, not many people know of her existence, and Fury still wants to use her as his final trump card. It is best not to be exposed before the critical moment. Only King Apocalypse, whom everyone knows, is the most appropriate to call him back. That's all. Fury said, Natasha, you should call Heimdall. I think the famous King of Apocalypse doesn't want to be called home by a bad old man. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice came from outside the door. Haha, I didn't expect that the voice I heard when I came back was the voice of a bad old man like you. Everyone followed the sound and saw Tiankai standing outside the door. Next to her is Daisy in Asgardian uniform. Black Widow couldn't believe it at first, then like a cat, she swooped over and jumped directly on Apocalypse. His legs were wrapped around Tiankai's waist and he refused to come down. Daisy next to her silently walked a few steps away, her expression a little gloomy. She was originally very confident in her figure, but after seeing the Black Widow, she realized that except for her plumpness, she was outclassed by the Black Widow in all other aspects. No wonder Tang has never been interested in him. As Apocalypse's fame and prestige grew, Daisy no longer dared to disturb him as enthusiastically as before. If Tiankai didn't respond, she could only be a silent spectator. Black Widow hung on Apocalypse and refused to come down. First, she almost suffocated with a kiss, and then buried her head in Apocalypse's neck, breathing in the familiar smell. Ahem. Fury reminded. If others don't come forward, as the director, he has no choice but to be the villain. If you are not embarrassed, all of us in the room are embarrassed to death. Apocalypse slowly put Black Widow down and greeted everyone. Long time no see, everyone. Hill pointed at Daisy and said, Dawn, is this the divine warrior of Asgard? She's from Earth, Jane's in turn. Everyone was confused, this identity and this outfit were a little inconsistent. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. know about Asgard's costume, and so does Jane. But before that, Daisy was so unknown that S.H.I.E.L.D. had no files on her at all. Apocalypse briefly talked about Daisy's experience. The Queen of Gods said that she was also a very talented practitioner of divine power. Daisy said openly, I have always heard about your S.H.I.E.L.D. heroic deeds. I come back this time and want to join you. I hope you will accept it. Black Widow held Apocalypse's hands and secretly exerted strength. As a woman, how could she not see Daisy's thoughts? That kind of emotion almost comes out of the eyes. If she could, she wouldn't want Daisy to join S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Fury said, of course you are welcome. Fury is naturally happy to have one more powerful warrior. Even if Fury knows about Black Widow's little thoughts, he treats them as invisible. Seeing that General Ross on the side was very quiet and not at all as manic as before, Fury said, Ross, King Apocalypse is back. Don't you have something to tell him in a hurry? General Ross stood up and said, welcome back, King Apocalypse. Since you are back, things are not urgent. Not only General Ross, but also everyone else was convinced. Although the evil god is domineering, there is a huge gap compared to King Apocalypse, so there is no need to worry about being unable to defeat him. The greeting is over. Fury introduced a series of recent events to Apocalypse. When it was mentioned that the snakehead transformed into a super strong man and called himself the evil god, Tiankai frowned. Asked Fury, it's been so long and you haven't killed him yet. Fu Rui said sarcastically, later, I got busy and forgot about it. General Ross raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and cursed, what a shame, Fury. It turns out that King Apocalypse left a way to kill the evil god, but you actually forgot about it. This is a serious dereliction of duty on your part. Ross, don't be angry, Fury said. If we really wanted to hold him accountable, didn't you also keep an eye on him? Humph. General Ross was speechless. Although he had tried his best to fight against the Hydra led by Pierce, if Pierce didn't have a powerful person like Scarlet Witch under his command, he might have really survived. But failure is failure. As a soldier, there is no excuse. Fury made a mistake in the first place, but that doesn't mean his dereliction of duty is acceptable. Tiankai said, he dares to call himself the evil god? And he goes around saying that he is the only person who will not die under my hands. General Ross said, the information we received is indeed like this. Well, may I ask King Apocalypse, was it because he was too powerful that you didn't eliminate him immediately? General Ross's conjecture coincided with that of Hydra. He thought that the evil god was too weird and powerful and that after he was captured, he would not have the power to continue killing him. That's not true. Tiankai shook his head. Seeing General Ross working conscientiously and using his life to perform his duties, Tian Kai really couldn't bear to tell him the truth. If he knew that the smuggler was imprisoned, it was because of a big oolong incident. Before escaping from the super prison, he was an ordinary person. I wonder how General Ross would react? Although he didn't dare to do anything to himself, it was really unkind to hit an old man like this. Now that the snakehead has gained superpowers for some unknown reason, let's just accept the mistake. It's not difficult to kill him, Tian Kai said. However, I want to verify something on him. What? Everyone asked in unison. Luck. Tian Kai continued. I read some ancient classics on Xandar, and my understanding of the world deepened. Especially regarding luck, if my guess is correct, it will greatly increase my strength. Hiss, is it true or not? Everyone was shocked. Fury, Ross, Black Widow, Captain America, Kate, Falcon, Daisy, Hill, and others know how terrifying Apocalypse's power is. But now, he actually said that he can still improve, and it's not an improvement of 130 points, but a big increase. How scary is this? People can't imagine it anymore. Tian Kai nodded and said, unfortunately, this method is related to luck, and ordinary people cannot learn it. Everyone smiled bitterly, as if we could learn from your previous abilities. Since the battle on Xandar, Apocalypse has gained the luck shared by everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy, and the cumulative value of the system has exceeded Dash for the first time. Especially Star-Lord's luck is extremely huge. A son of a god is indeed different from ordinary people. After having over 10,000 luck, the originally elusive luck seemed like smoke and mist, and could be touched to a certain extent. This gave Tian Kai a new breakthrough in his understanding of luck. Generally speaking, luck has two sides, there is bad luck and good luck. If people like Spider-Man and Captain America accidentally acquire superpowers and become superheroes, it is called good luck. Then, the luck of the supervillain can be called bad luck. Bad luck is not bad luck. It can also enable people to obtain all kinds of unexpected things, such as superpowers, materials, etc. However, bad luck usually leads people to the dark side and become supervillains, destructive to the world. The origin of luck is often mutually reinforcing. Apocalypse's current strength is partly due to the plot of the Prophet, but judging from a series of coincidental events, luck may not have no influence. In turn, under the influence of Apocalypse, not only Black Widow's strength has improved a lot compared to the original plot. Even Daisy, who was just an ordinary person in the original plot, unknowingly received Apocalypse's good luck because she got close to Apocalypse. By some mistake, she has now become a powerful female warrior. As the saying goes, if one person attains the Tao, the chicken, and the dog ascend to heaven. This is the wonderful thing about luck. The smuggler is a small person, and being able to go to jail is considered a good death for him. The greatest possibility is that when he is old and weak, he will be killed by the Underworld's juniors and become a stepping stone for others. But because of Apocalypse's time travel, he robbed Apocalypse of $2 and stood on the opposite side of Apocalypse. After his arrest, countless people paid attention to him and linked him to King Apocalypse. Somehow, he actually had huge bad luck. Statement. The casino-related content that appears in the article is all for plot needs. In reality, 10 times you gamble, 10 times you lose, so don't gamble. This bad luck virtually changed the trajectory of his destiny. It can even influence Fury unknowingly, making him forget to kill him. If Apocalypse saved God Queen Frigga, it changed the sacred timeline in his own favor. So, what happened with the smuggler was that he unknowingly changed the timeline in a way that was detrimental to him. Due to bad luck, after the snakehead drank countless bottles of super serum, not only did he not explode and die, but his strength increased all the way. Become a superpower that even S.H.I.E.L.D. dare not easily provoke. This is the interaction of luck. People who stand on the side of Tian Kai are blessed with good luck. Those who stand on the opposite side of the Apocalypse will have bad luck. Generally speaking, bad luck is always restrained by good luck. This is why supervillains are always dealt with by superheroes. Whether it is Apocalypse's previous life or today's Marvel world, the general trend is like this. Light always dominates. For example, Iron Man's first opponent, the bald Stanny, was originally just a company executive, but because he was the opposite of Iron Man, he eventually became a supervillain. There is also the villain Killian in Iron Man 2 who eventually developed the Extremis virus because he resented Iron Man. Not only did he heal himself, he also gained superpowers and established his own power. Because they opposed Iron Man, they gained great misfortune and had a moment of glory. But after meeting the real owner, he was quickly eliminated. These theories are just some of Tian Kai's insights. Whether it is true or false, correct or not is hard to say. If the snakehead evolved into an evil god, it would be because of himself that he had bad luck. Then, it can be used for verification. Of course, this verification does not mean slapping him to death. Then you can't tell whether it's luck or not. Therefore, Tian Kai decided to test the method of controlling luck to kill enemies. But before facing off against the evil god, you still need to practice your skills and verify your conjectures. Fury, are there any casinos nearby? Tian Kai asked. Why are you looking for a casino? Fury was puzzled. We just talked about luck and strength, why did he suddenly jump to the casino? Could it be that the way to improve your strength through luck is to see if your luck is good and whether you can win money? Although luck is also a part of strength. But this kind of strength is too illusory. Among the strong, no one will really include luck in the calculation of strength. That way you really don't know how to die, Tian Kai said. Practice your hands first. Ahem. General Ross interjected, King Apocalypse, if you are short of money, you can tell me and Fury, and we will apply to our superiors. Now, should we solve the problem of the evil god first? As he said that, he winked at Fury. How stingy is this guy Fury that he doesn't even provide enough funds to King Apocalypse, forcing King Apocalypse to raid casinos to make money. With his strength, putting a cart full of money in front of him and asking him to move it would be a waste of time. The Earth's Dingai Shenzhen should not waste time on these unnecessary things. Tian Kai said, General Ross, you misunderstood. This is not about money, it is about my practice. Although everyone was still confused, Tian Kai said so and had no choice but to let him go. Hill took a tablet and said, although New York is not as good as Las Vegas, it still has the top 10 casinos. Don, which one do you like? The biggest one. The target was selected, everyone dressed up slightly and set off collectively. Originally, Apocalypse and Black Widow could go together. But everyone else wanted to see what King Apocalypse was experimenting with, so naturally they were curious and wanted to follow and see for themselves. Being able to see King Tian Kai experimenting with new cultivation methods with his own eyes, if we can sell tickets, I don't know how many people will break their heads and come to see it. Everyone here, Fury, Black Widow, Kate, and Hill, are all agents and spies. Disguise is the basic skill to save your life. No one can't do it. Apocalypse, General Ross, Daisy, Falcon, and others are not famous in public. They can dress up a little and no one will recognize them. There is only one captain of the United States, and he is so famous that the photo has been circulated for more than 70 years. Everyone knows it, which is a bit troublesome. Finally, he put on a mustache under his nose and wore a tight-fitting, semi-transparent t-shirt, making him look like a different person. From a righteous and awe-inspiring warrior, he has become a bit of a gay ruthless person who is not easy to mess with at first glance. Along the way, Tian Kai secretly mobilized his luck. This was also his first time trying it, and he didn't know if it would work. When we arrived at the casino, as soon as 8 or 9 people came in, the casino suddenly became quiet. The aura of these 9 people is really too strong. There are several superheroes alone, as well as 2 general-level bosses, and the others are all agents who kill decisively. Even Daisy, who has Asgardian power due to her cultivation, has no murderous intent, but her aura is not weak. Less than 10 people walked out with the aura of a fully armed army. Many people retreat unconsciously, without even knowing why they are retreating. I'm not afraid either, and I don't dare to stand so close to them anyway. The casino manager trotted over in a hurry and asked with some anxiety, do these guests want to play something? I secretly prayed in my heart that I wouldn't be the one to cause trouble. Look at this momentum, if we really want to fight, let alone whether we can keep our jobs, our lives may depend on it. Large casinos generally have very strong security teams. Ordinary thieves don't dare to cause trouble. But once someone dares to cause trouble, it won't be a small fight, it will turn into a big war in minutes. When the chaos comes, no one like them, ordinary people, can say that they will be safe and sound. Tian Kai said, how many chips are needed to place 2 bets on each machine and table? The manager secretly thought that this was not a good idea. This change of approach did not look like a serious gamble. Anyone who comes to play and has no money can exchange 100 or 10 hard drives to shake the slot machine. Rich people are unlikely to only play with 2 chips at each gaming table when they go to the gaming table to place bets. What's more, there are 9 people on the other side, and they can't even divide them, which is even more strange. You're not a member of another gang, sent to find trouble, right? But the manager didn't dare not answer and said, we need 34 coins and 72 chips. Fury took out a card, handed it over and said, then exchange for these. I want the biggest chips. The largest chip is $1 million, one is $72 million, and the coins can be ignored. It stands to reason that this is not a small amount of gambling money, and the manager can make a lot of money from the commission. But he couldn't be happy, and instead became more and more worried. Being able to spend such a huge price in exchange for chips is a big deal. The manager bent down, took the card and ran to the counter to change the code, but secretly notified the security department to prepare for the battle. If necessary, be ready to take action at any time. Soon, 72 black gold chips and 34 coins were served on a plate, along with Fury's bank card. Even the plates were gleaming real gold plates, obviously prepared for the most distinguished guests. Generally speaking, it is unlikely that a casino of this level will use gold plating, otherwise it will directly affect the business if word spreads that it will lose its grade. Although the gold tray is valuable, the black gold chips worth $1 million each are even more eye-catching. 90% of people who come to the casino will never be able to exchange for a black gold chip in their lifetime. Just looking at it will make them jealous. However, there were 34 coins placed next to the black gold chips, which looked extremely out of place. These coins, which would have been frowned upon even if tipped to a waiter, were now placed on a gold tray with black gold chips. Black Widow naturally reached out and took it and asked, Don, what do you want to play first? Tian Kai said, I'm not familiar with casinos, let's play the slot machines first. Slot machines are the simplest, just drop a coin and pull the lever. Some new models have been changed to buttons, but most old gamblers prefer the feeling of pulling the bar and have a stronger sense of participation. Picking up a coin, Tianqi closed his eyes slightly and slowly adjusted his luck. Luck with tens of thousands of values may seem invisible, but once it is emitted, the center of the entire casino seems to be moving. The slot machine was obviously placed in a relatively remote location, but it seemed to be the center of the world at this time. This feeling is very illusory, but the eyes of all the gamblers can't help but look here. Just like a sun appearing in the darkness, no one can ignore it, no one dares to ignore it. The average person's luck can only have a few dozen values at most. Anyone who can get close to 100 is already a son of ordinary people. Either your career will advance by leaps and bounds like cheating, or you will win a lottery and be soft-hearted. Only superheroes can break the limits of mortals and break through 100. A value in the tens of thousands like Tianqi is simply unimaginable. Even Tianqi himself didn't know how far 10,000 chi luck could achieve. Crack. Apocalypse put in a coin. Immediately, the pictures of a row of 3 machines slowly rotated, and the pictures above were constantly changing. Finally, it slowly stopped at the number 7. 3 sevens? Wow. There were exclamations in the casino. 3 sevens are the biggest prizes in slot machines. Because the number 7 is a very auspicious number in the eyes of Westerners. It originated from the 7th day of creation. God designated it as a day of rest and entertainment. However, the size of the bonus is related to the size of the slot machine's prize pool. Since this is the largest casino in New York, the prize pool is naturally not small. There is only one number displayed above. 700,000. 70 million US dollars. However, Tianqi was not moved by this number. No one paid attention to Fury and others. Everyone was more curious about whether Apocalypse used divine power to affect the movement of the slot machine. Of course Apocalypse did not use divine power, but the moment he pulled the lever, a mysterious feeling flashed through him. Tianqi knows that this is luck at work. Generally speaking, luck is elusive and no one can feel it no matter how strong they are. Although you can't feel it, for people with luck, luck will always interfere with the world in some way and make the world accommodate the child of destiny. For example, when a superhero fights a supervillain, no matter how powerful the villain is, he will eventually lose to the superhero in some weird way. In the Marvel world, the most typical one is Domino, the lucky girl in the timeline of Deadpool 2. Wherever she goes, the world seems to pave her way. If she falls from the sky, a big balloon will happen to be cushioned under her, allowing her to land unscathed. One time, I was even more desperate, and my luck almost showed up. At that time, in order to stop another person with superpowers, Domino directly let go of the steering wheel of the truck and turned around to leave. The car was about to be destroyed and everyone was killed. The truck actually turned the steering wheel automatically. Not only did it avoid danger, but it also seemed to be driving on its own, turning and driving exactly according to Domino's wishes. Even Tesla is not so smart and can drive automatically according to people's inner thoughts. In order to help Domino, luck is simply unreasonable. Even in the world of Apocalypse's previous life, many people who have achieved great things seem to have cheated along the way. He can accomplish all kinds of incredible things with his humble body, break through earth-shattering obstacles, and achieve great things. In ancient times, there was Zhu Yuanzhang, who was born into 9 generations of poor people. He started with a bull and rose from beggar to emperor. The nearest teacher is the teacher who made 14 billion people sing "The East is Red." A single spark can start a prairie fire. The great deeds they accomplished have even made it possible for future generations who know the direction of history to go through it all over again, but they may not be able to succeed. Since Apocalypse time traveled, he has shared the luck of almost every superhero, and his luck is so powerful that it cannot be added. In addition, his strength has greatly increased, and he can now touch some of the essence of the world, and can slightly sense luck. Since luck can affect the world in some way, let the world cooperate with the son of luck. If you can control your luck, you can use your luck directly, even attacking other people's luck. Then, you can use luck to kill the enemy. And it's 100% certain, don't worry about any randomness. The wonderful feeling just now flashed so fast that Apocalypse could sense it, but could not analyze how it interfered with the slot machine. Tianqi slowly adjusted his breathing. Take back all the luck and hide it in the system. The whole person seemed to suddenly become inconspicuous from the center of the world. Other gamblers thought they were dazzled. The person had not changed and the scene had not changed. Why did they feel that the gap was so big? Crack. Tianqi put in the second coin with no luck, even lower luck than ordinary people. This time, no miracle happened. The slot machine rotated for a while, showing 3 complicated patterns, but no prizes were won. Tianqi smiled slightly, missing was also his goal. With every movement and stillness, you can better understand the secrets. The manager trotted over, confirmed the winning amount on the slot machine, and then delivered a few chips on a gold tray. 1 diamond chip and 2 gold chips represent $70. Congratulations, sir, this is your bargaining chip, please keep it. Tianqi does not accept it, but comprehends it carefully. The movements of Qi just now made me feel a little clearer. The manager coming over at this time is really annoying. Seeing that he seemed to be really practicing, Black Widow asked softly, "How is it?" "I feel a little bit," Tianqi said. The manager stood aside with a plate, embarrassed and speechless. Winning a slot machine jackpot of RMB 70, does it actually make you feel a little bit better? So what kind of grand prize is needed to excite you? Tianqi picked up the 3 chips and looked at them curiously. Is this my response to luck interfering with the world? Black Widow reminded softly. Dawn, generally gamblers will give some tips when they win a big prize. Tiankai doesn't understand the hidden rules of casinos, and he came from the East in his previous life, so he doesn't have the concept of tipping. From what Black Widow said, it was all right. Anyway, the purpose of his trip was not money. Picking up a golden chip, he handed it to the manager and said, "Are these enough?" "That's enough, that's enough, thank you sir." The manager beamed. The golden chip represented $10. It was rare to encounter such a generous gambler. I didn't expect to meet him today. But then, Tiankai's operation made him unable to laugh. There are many coin operating machines, and slot machines account for most of them. You put 2 coins into each slot machine in Tiankai. The first one directly won 3-7 jackpots, and the second one basically didn't win anything. Then there are some machines such as turntables and marbles. This is the first time Tiankai has seen them and he doesn't know how to start. With Black Widow's explanation, Apocalypse figured out how to play. "How do you know this so well? I never heard that you like to come to casinos," Tiankai asked strangely. Black Widow smiled and said, "This is the basic skill of our profession. Fury and Hill can do it, and their level is not low." Apocalypse looked at them. Fury and Hill nodded. Hill said, "In our industry, many customers frequent these places. It can be said that it is a required course for us." The manager stretched his ears, wondering which line Hill was talking about. Instinctively, the manager thought that the beauties in front of him were escort girls who used their beauty to serve others. However, the auras of Hill, Black Widow, Daisy, and others are too strong. None of them are weaker than their boss, and they really don't seem to be out to sell. Tiankai said, "In this case, it will be much easier next time." Tiankai saves trouble, but the manager is about to cry. For all the coin-operated machines, if Tiankai puts in a coin, he will directly win the highest level jackpot. Then quietly reflect for a while, and then add a second useless coin. After all the 34 coins in hand were thrown in, the chips on the gold tray had already increased by several million. Although the second coin basically missed, the winning probability and winning amount already made the manager break out in a cold sweat. This is absolutely not normal. However, he couldn't see what was wrong. When it comes to throwing dice and playing cards, certain skills can be used, and experts have a lot of room for manipulation. But this machine's coin operation is entirely a matter of probability, and it will be useless no matter how good your gambling skills are. The casino has been open for so long, and it's not like it hasn't encountered god-level gamblers. Usually if the problem cannot be solved at the gambling table, we will find a way to solve it outside the gambling table. But I have never encountered such a thing since I opened the casino. Behind the scenes of the casino, some people have begun to pay attention to this place. However, Apocalypse doesn't care. Slot machines can help to a certain extent, but it may be because of the machine that the moment when luck interferes with the world flashes too fast. Although the induction is getting clearer and clearer, Apocalypse cannot grasp it. Since the machine is not good, then try betting with people. Let's see if luck's interference with human beings will become clearer. Tiankai randomly selected a gambling table and participated. The gambling table, which was originally crowded, immediately gave up a large space to the gamblers. There used to be a beautiful dealer at the gambling table, but Tiankai came over. He bent down slightly, apologized and left, revealing a large amount of plumpness under the low-collared clothes. She was replaced by a greasy uncle. Although he was wearing formal attire, the white shirt in his suit could barely cover his big belly. The greasy uncle made a gesture of invitation. "Sir, what is your surname?" "My surname is Tang." "Mr. Tang, welcome. We haven't met a master in our casino for a long time. How do you want to play?" "I don't know much about dice. How do you usually play dice?" The greasy uncle was stunned for a moment. "Isn't this guy here to play tricks on me? You were playing so exaggeratedly on the machine just now, and you actually told me that you don't know how to play? Anyone who enters a casino, even an ordinary tourist, knows something about it." Black Widow on the side explained warmly, "The simpler one is to bet on the big or small. We can put the chips in the big or small betting spots." Tiankai glanced at the gambling table. There were 2 areas on it that were the largest and could hold the most chips. This was what ordinary gamblers played the most. After all, it is simple and there is a 50% chance that ordinary people like to play it the most. The slightly more difficult thing is to directly bet on the points. For example, among 3 dice, the points generally range from 3 to 18. We can buy one of the numbers or any number. The odds will be higher. Tiankai nodded. It was really difficult for ordinary people to guess one number correctly among more than a dozen numbers. The gambling table where dice is thrown has a row of numbers painted on it, which was originally used for this purpose. However, the dealer may play tricks to avoid placing large bets on the numbers. However, besides this, there is something more difficult, which is dice fighting. Tiankai said, "It's difficult. I just choose this. How can I fight?" The greasy uncle was speechless. Is this guy just pretending or does he really not know how to do it? "You can't even choose this one, is it because it's difficult?" The greasy uncle said, "There are 2 ways to play dice. One is that we each shake our own dice and compare the sizes. I am the banker. If the sizes are the same, the banker takes all. The other way is I shake it, you guessed it. The odds will be higher. Everyone shakes his or her own way, what matters is technique. It is usually used by gambling masters for gambling. Some god-level gamblers can roll out stacked dice with only 1 point, or even standing dice with 0 points. The 1-point stacked dice is easy to understand. It means stacking 3 dice and only revealing the top 1 point. As for the 0 point, there are also 3 dice standing up, but the top die is supported by 1 corner, with 1 corner pointing upward, without any points exposed, also known as no points. Anyone who can roll out 1 point is already a master of gambling. Anyone who can roll out 0 points is, in the eyes of ordinary people, the god of gamblers. But even in the face of the god of gamblers, the casino still has an advantage. After all, with the same number of points, the dealer takes all. Even if the visitor is a god of gamblers, doesn't the casino not have a god of gamblers? Tian Kai's trip was not to practice gambling skills. If he did it himself, he might interfere with the operation of luck. So he said, "You give me a guess." Wow. The gamblers around him couldn't help but make sounds of regret. Guessing the casino master's dice is basically courting death. Even if you can hear it, the dealer has countless ways to change the points at the moment the die is drawn. The greasy uncle was also secretly happy and said, "The odds are 1 to 20. Please place your bet." Tian Kai took his time and put down a black gold chip. The greasy uncle seemed greasy and clumsy, but once he got the dice cup, he seemed to be a different person, full of energy. But he didn't play any tricks. He shook it a few times seemingly casually and then placed it on the gaming table. "What time?" the greasy uncle asked. "Well." Tian Kai mobilized his luck, as if saying to the world, "I want a 0 point." Wow. The surrounding gamblers were in commotion. The greasy uncle couldn't believe his ears and asked, "What did you say?" 0 o'clock. Everyone looked at Tian Kai with incredible eyes, as if looking at a fool. Guessing the points is already a losing situation. Guess what point is bad? It has to be 0 points? Not to mention whether the greasy uncle in front of me has the ability to shake out 0 points, he can shake it out. 0 points are extremely unstable and there is no need to do anything. You only need to lift it faster and drive a larger airflow at the moment of opening the cup to change the points. Tian Kai naturally knew that it couldn't be 0 o'clock inside, but he wanted to go through such a difficult thing to see how luck interferes with humans and objects. That's right, it's 0 o'clock. Just go ahead. The greasy uncle felt inexplicably uneasy, even though he had confidence in his heart and knew what points were being shaken in his hand. But the oriental man in front of him didn't look like a fool giving away money for free. A gentle lift of the hand. Hiss, how is that possible? All the gamblers watching, including the greasy uncle and the casino manager, were all dumbfounded. The 3 dice are all standing on one corner facing up, and then leaning against each other, just forming a triangular stable structure. 0 points? And it is the most difficult and incredible 0 point. The greasy uncle looked at the manager and said in his eyes, "I didn't shake this. I really want to shake it, but I have to have the ability." Tian Kai smiled slightly. This time, the power of luck is even more obvious. Since it is too delicate to change the number of the dice, and the time is short, luck does not have time to arrange other objects to indirectly help. A mysterious force appeared directly in the void, turning the 3 dice into 3 points. This power is much clearer than a slot machine, allowing Tian Kai to realize a trace of the trajectory of the power of luck. The manager tried hard to maintain a smile and handed 20 black gold chips to the Black Widow, $2,000 million, available instantly. The greasy uncle said, "Mr. Tang, are you ready? The odds remain unchanged, please place your bet." When Black Widow heard this, she smiled like a flower. Is this such a good thing? With a bang, all the chips on the gold tray were poured onto the gaming table. Hiss. Everyone was shocked. With so many black gold chips, plus the millions they just won on the slot machine, it amounted to almost $1 million. Even if it is the largest casino in New York, such a huge gamble is still scary. If you lose, you will lose $20 billion. Placing it in any casino is an astronomical sum that cannot be ignored. The manager said cautiously, "Well, dear madam, the upper limit of the gambling table in the lobby is $500 million per bet. This $million is not very in line with the rules." The manager was complaining in his heart. This was a prelude to looking for trouble. If you win, you force the casino to cash out your money. If you lose, you'll probably flip the table right away. The manager's eyes couldn't help but start to glance around. Once the war started, he would immediately take cover. After all, I am just a part-time worker, so I don't have to risk my life just to go to work. Black Widow glared, "Don't you think I don't understand the rules? You can send a god-level gambler to bully ordinary gamblers in the lobby, which in itself has broken the rules." The greasy uncle couldn't explain in his heart. "I'm really not a gambling god. I didn't shake that 0 point." However, even if he said it, no one would believe him. Besides, you are not ordinary gamblers. Have you ever seen an ordinary gambler win all the machines? A dispute was about to break out in front of him, but suddenly the outside gamblers were pushed aside and a man came in, whispered a few words into the greasy uncle's ear. After hearing this, the greasy uncle said, "The boss allows me to make an exception and gamble with you. However, there is a condition. You need to stay 3 meters away from the gambling table." As soon as this statement came out, everyone onlookers suddenly realized. Just now, the opponent must have used clever force to shake the greasy uncle's dice to 0 points. Although this operation seemed unbelievable, this was the only explanation they could imagine. Even the casino owners suspected the same thing. Tian Kai didn't want to waste time and said, okay. Also, I will increase the difficulty a little more. I will report the points first, and then you will shake. The audience suddenly exploded. Does this work too? How can this be? Can you still predict the future? Even if you are a fortune teller, it won't work. The dealer can just randomly shake a point that is not yours. Moreover, 3 meters away from the table, it is no longer possible to vibrate the dice with clever force. The onlookers really couldn't understand. What confidence did Tian Kai have to get the points he wanted? The greasy uncle's face was solemn, knowing that what he was facing now was beyond the imagination of ordinary gamblers. But the other party is 3 meters away from the gaming table. Even if he has some skill, can he still pass it through the ground? Since he reported the number first, I announced it immediately as soon as the dice cup fell on the table, without giving the opponent time to use his cleverness. See how the other party responds? The greasy uncle said, okay, that's crazy. I hope you have such strength. Please give me some points. 63 point. Everyone was stunned. What kind of point is this? Can 3 dice roll out this point? Was it a slip of the tongue? It was 13 o'clock, right? The greasy uncle was the first to react and his expression changed drastically. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 equals to 1. This is the total number of 6 sides of a die spread out. 3 dice, that's 63 points. In other words, what Apocalypse wants to bet is that all 3 dice will crack, and it will not crack in an ordinary way, but will crack neatly. The points on the 6 sides must be intact and counted according to the casino rules. This is not over yet. Peeling off the 6 sides is not the end. All 6 sides must be turned upwards before they can be presented as blackjack. Moreover, it is 3 dice together. What's even worse is that it's not Tian Kai who shakes it, but the dealer. Shake it yourself. There may be someone who can surpass the god of gamblers, and there is still a slight possibility that he can do it. But how is it possible to let the banker shake it? Not to mention whether the dealer wants to shake it or not. Even if he wants to shake it, I have never heard of any gambling god who can shake such a point. Even some astute people discovered a more serious problem. These 3 dice have a total of 18 sides. Just spreading them out will not fit in the dice cup. As long as any 2 pieces are stacked together, there will never be 2 points. In other words, even if it is cut outside and stuffed into the dice cup by hand, it will not be able to produce 63 points. Impossible? Absolutely impossible? The greasy uncle's voice changed, and he asked hoarsely, are you sure? Okay, it's 63 points. Some gamblers who didn't react asked the sensible people around them. Someone explained it clearly to them, and they all gasped. For a time, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A $1 gamble, coupled with such an incredible point, even a pig would notice something unusual. After Tian Kai said the number, he already noticed a trace of luck entwining the greasy uncle and the dice cup. This operation is so difficult that even if Tian Kai uses his divine power to operate it, it will be difficult to make a perfect cut through the dice cup in a short time. Not to mention how to place it. At this moment, luck cannot be achieved with the help of external objects. At least Tian Kai doesn't know what external objects can achieve the points he wants. Tian Kai would like to see how the power of luck can achieve such a complicated operation. If you can understand it, the power of luck can be used as your own weapon in the future. Shake it quickly. The greasy uncle's hands started to shake. His intuition told him that even if he slapped his face and admitted defeat, he couldn't shake it. However, his hand seemed disobedient and reached for the dice cup. The people around them stopped breathing, wanting to see how the greasy uncle would shake it, and what the oriental man who placed the bet would do. Apocalypse raised his senses to the highest level, closed his eyes slightly, and focused all his attention on the dice and the greasy uncle's hands. I saw the greasy uncle's hand quickly picking up the dice cup, raising it over his shoulder, shaking it quickly, and then trying to put it down. Originally, according to the greasy uncle's own plan, the entire process from picking up the dice to rolling the dice to putting down and opening the lid was compressed to less than 1 second. With his skills, he can definitely do it. After all, it's not like he was asked to roll out any difficult points. It was purely fast and didn't give Tian Kai any time to react. However, just when he wanted to put it down, his hands refused to obey him. It seemed that the muscle tremors caused by high tension caused the dice cup to swing in the air for 2 more seconds, for a total of 3 seconds. The greasy uncle secretly said that it was not good, and the gambler next to him had no reaction. There was not much difference between 1 second and 3 seconds. But he himself is a master of gambling, and even a difference of 0.1 seconds may determine the outcome. What's more, it's a full 2 seconds longer. Snapped. As soon as the dice cup fell on the table, the greasy uncle quickly opened it. Fortunately, this time the hand obeyed and there was nothing strange. Wow wow wow. There was a slight screeching sound. The die seemed to be like a pyramid of quicksand, scattering in all directions the moment it was opened. 3 dice. 18 sides. 63 points. Neatly spread out on the gaming table. Its neatness is as precise as a fine pattern drawn with a ruler and compass. The greasy uncle could not stand steadily and collapsed on the chair in fear. This was definitely the most terrifying and unbelievable situation he had ever encountered in his gambling life. The masters who used to be known as the gods of gambling are as naive as kindergarten children in the face of this situation. The entire casino went silent. Everyone was too shocked to speak. Then there was a buzz, sound, and the crowd was about to explode. But Tian Kai closed his eyes slightly and turned a deaf ear. The power of luck just now dragged the greasy uncle back for 3 seconds. In these 3 seconds, the power of luck completed a series of complex operations that even Apocalypse could not complete. Not only are the 3 dices cut, but they are also stacked inside to form a beautiful 3-dimensional geometric structure. It is also necessary to ensure that this 3-dimensional structure will not fall apart during the vibration at the moment of falling off the stage. After opening the cup, it appears in a perfect pattern. These steps are too many and complicated, and the power of luck can no longer be hidden. Like a substantial knife, it was swung dozens of times in just 3 seconds. Every time he waved it, he was showing Tiankai how to use the power of luck. If Chi Luck were an elf, this operation would probably make him sweat all over. You may even curse, this is the most difficult child of luck that I, the luck elf, have ever encountered. Compared with Domino's operation called autonomous truck driving, it's as if it's on Earth or in the sky. Precisely because it was complicated and took a long time, Tiankai understood the whole process clearly. Then he fell into an epiphany. This opportunity is fleeting and cannot be interrupted. At this time, some enthusiastic gamblers shouted God of Gamblers and wanted to approach Tiankai for advice and signatures. Black Widow hurriedly stepped in front. He is closest to Tiankai and has practiced divine power. He knows best how rare this kind of opportunity for enlightenment is. Fury, Ross, Captain America, Kate, Falcon, Daisy, Hill, and others fell into deep thought when they saw Apocalypse. Surround him quickly so that no one else can disturb him. Before coming, Tiankai said that once he succeeds, his strength will be greatly increased. At such an important moment, how could everyone let some passers-by disturb them? At this moment, the gamblers on the 3 floors outside were squeezed out again. 3 people came in. An old man with a long breath, obviously a Westerner, but wearing a tang suit. The other 2 were young men, their faces painted in flashy colors, dressed in outrageous outfits, and imposing. The old man in tang suit came in and saw Black Widow and others protecting Tiankai in the middle. He said a little strangely, "Don't be nervous, everyone. We are a regular casino, and we are all civilized people. We will not attack you. I am here just to see who this god of gamblers is." Black Widow, Fury, Hill, and others will not believe his nonsense. No matter how sanctimonious those who open casinos appear to be, once their interests are touched, their methods are often more ruthless than many gangsters. Black Widow and others have been walking on the edge of black and white all year round, and they know their details best. What's more, Tiankai is now in meditation to understand the method of destiny, and no one is allowed to disturb him. If there is even the slightest interference that affects the results of understanding, it will be a huge loss to the earth. Seeing Black Widow, Fury, and others ignoring the old man in tang suit, the 2 men who killed Matt snorted coldly and stepped out. Black Widow and Daisy faced each other. A wave of black and green air appeared on the bodies of the 2 Shamate men, trying to push Black Widow and Daisy away. But how could they let the killer succeed? And yellow divine power appeared on their body at the same time. Both of them were shocked, and the 2 of them were immediately pushed back. This is because Black Widow and Daisy were afraid of affecting Apocalypse's perception, so they didn't dare to use too much force. The old man in tang suit stared hard and said, "He is indeed a person with superpowers." Black Widow said coldly, "If you dare to interfere again, I will demolish your casino today." The old man in tang suit stopped Shemat and the 2 from going up again. At the same time, he whispered to the greasy uncle and the manager, "Clear the place." "Yes, Mr. Liu." After a while, a team of security personnel came in and quickly asked the onlookers away. When everyone sees it, this is the rhythm of taking action. How can you miss such a great show? Although he didn't dare to watch nearby, he refused to leave. Watching from a distance from the edge of the hall, the security personnel refused to leave even if they were invited. "I didn't dare to force them, so I had to give up. These are the gods of wealth. If they really use violent means to drive them out, the casino is not far away from closing down. Since they like to watch the excitement, let them watch as much as they want. If they really want to fight, each will settle down. It is in line with the true meaning of the casino. Life and death are destiny, wealth is in heaven." The tens of thousands of square meters of hall quickly emptied out, leaving only Fury's group of 9 people and a few old men in tang suits. The old man in tang suit said, "Now that you are here, you have won so much money from our casino. Why doesn't this friend, the god of gamblers, dare to say a word to us?" Black Widow said, "He is thinking about something, and after he has finished thinking, he will naturally talk to you. I think you're scared, right? If you want to win 20 billion and leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy." The American captain said, "Don't your casinos allow people to win money?" As soon as these words came out, the gamblers in the distance started to make a commotion. "If you won't let you take away the big money, then who will dare to gamble in the future?" The old man in tang suit said coldly, "If you win by luck, no matter how much money you win, we will give it to you with both hands. But you are superpowers. Using superpowers to break the rules of ordinary people is another matter." Oh, the punters suddenly realized. No wonder that Oriental man dared to be so arrogant and reported the points randomly. It turned out that he had superpowers. There are many types of superpowers. Come to think of it, the type he has is not offensive at all, so it happens to be very suitable for casinos. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought so many companions here. At this time, Tiankai's voice came, "What a coincidence, I really won the money through luck." Although it was only 3 seconds, the power of luck was demonstrated dozens of times in front of Tiankai. How could Tiankai miss such a good opportunity? After a short period of reflection, Tiankai had almost figured out how to use the power of luck. Tiankai continued, "It's just a pity that I only won $20 billion and consumed dozens of my luck. It's not worth it." It was also the first time Tiankai discovered that mobilizing his luck to do things for himself would consume his luck value. It was originally over 1, but now it's back to over 900. Although there are only a few dozen points, it almost consumes an average person's lifetime luck. Even for ordinary people, it may not be worthwhile to exchange a lifetime of luck for $20 billion. Over the years, many ordinary people have won big lottery jackpots in the United States. However, after follow-up investigation, it was found that the vast majority of grand prize winners will squander tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of bonuses in just a few years or 10 years. Life afterward was even worse than before winning the lottery. Some people are addicted to drugs and ruin themselves and their families. These people, from a psychological point of view, cannot control themselves. From a philosophical point of view, if virtue is not matched, there will be disaster. But now Tiankai sees it more clearly. It took almost an ordinary person's life's luck to win that grand prize. From then on, almost every decision this person made was the worst and would lead to extremely bad results. Tiankai is not short of money at all now, but feels sorry for the dozens of points of luck that have been consumed, and he doesn't know when he will get them back. Others didn't know what apocalypse really meant and looked sideways. Some gamblers were already cursing in their hearts, "This guy is so pretentious. Won $20 billion and still have to pretend that it took too much luck. TMD, if I were to win, I would be willing to give up my luck for the rest of my life." The old man in tang suit said angrily, "You have such a crazy tone, do you dare to gamble with us again?" Tiankai shook his head and said, "No more gambling, I have no interest now." "Then you can't leave." "Oh, you still want to stop us?" Tiankai looked at the two men who killed Matt, just them. They couldn't even break through Black Widow and Daisy's defense just now. Could it be that the casino didn't see the difference in strength? The old man in tang suit said, "You use your superpowers to rob ordinary people's casinos, which is equivalent to robbery. Aren't you afraid of being sent to a super prison? You also know about super prison." Everyone looked at General Ross. "Isn't the super prison highly confidential? In order to keep it secret, it even had to sink to the bottom of the sea. It seems like everyone knows this." General Ross was a little embarrassed and said, "It must be during the vacation, those bastards went out to drink and talk nonsense. We have to deal with them well when we get back." Daisy scolded, "You casinos are so overbearing? After winning your money, you actually call us a robbery? What bastard made this rule?" The old man in tang suit said, "This is the rule set by S.H.I.E.L.D. If you are not convinced, you can go to them to argue with me." Daisy was a little embarrassed and looked at Hill in fury, but she didn't expect to scold her own family. Hill nodded and said, "There are indeed these rules. Although they have not become legal provisions, they are promulgated by us for people with superpowers. The general principle is that people with superpowers are not allowed to use their superpowers to harm ordinary people's lives and rob ordinary people of their money. But you can use your superpowers to work and make money." No wonder those two killer men would work as subordinates for the casino owner. They probably didn't dare to do evil, so they had no choice but to act as super bodyguards. After all, there are still very few people with superpowers who are not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tiankai said, "These rules are good. People with superpowers are also human beings. They cannot do evil after having powers beyond ordinary people. I support it." With just a few words of "I support," fury suddenly beamed. With the personal promise of King Tiankai, these rules will have greater deterrence. We need to draft a more detailed article later and implement it in the name of King Apocalypse. Who dares to dissent? The old man in tang suit felt something bad as he listened. What does "we promulgate for people with superpowers" mean? There seem to be few people who are qualified to say this. Seeing that Tiankai and his party were about to leave, they didn't think much and hurriedly ordered two killers to stop them in front. "If you want to leave, you have to wait until someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. comes over. Whether it's a robbery or not is not up to you." Tiankai said, "We don't want the chips anymore, you get out of the way." Using the power of luck to win money, is it luck or superpower? If you can't control it, it should be luck. But he can control it. Strictly speaking, it is more in the category of superpowers. In this case, it would be hard for Apocalypse to take the lead in violating the rules he supports. This trip has already yielded a lot. Anyway, the $20 billion is not important to me, so I am too lazy to tangle with the casino. The old man in tang suit thought that Tiankai and others were afraid, but refused to get out of the way, saying, "If you just leave like this, others will think that our casino is bullying others, and they must wait for the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. to come and let them make a judgment." Apocalypse didn't say much, and with a wave of his hand, two killers rose into the air and flew behind. Shamit struggled for a while and found that his muscles and bones were so weak that he couldn't even mobilize his superpowers and could no longer move. Apocalypse was about to leave when suddenly an axe, with a yellow light, roared from the gate. "If you dare to use superpowers to rob, I'm afraid you won't take our shield seriously." As the rough voice came, an armed squad came in. The leader was actually the Asgardian blacksmith, House. The team members behind him were all equipped with magical equipment. Only with this kind of equipment can we capture superpowers with the power of mortals. The old man in tang suit hurriedly said, Mr. House, these are the people who used their superpowers to rob casinos of money, amounting to $20 billion. Tian Kai held the axe in his hand and said calmly, House, long time no see. The originally majestic House was shaken when he heard this. Following the sound, he instantly changed from a domineering hero to a humble bear. He trotted over with a smile and half knelt in front of Tian Kai. Prince, why is it you, the old man, who is here? I came here to have fun. I thought you were only a blacksmith. Why did you become a field captain? House said hurriedly, my physical fitness is better than that of people on Earth, and ordinary people with superpowers are no match for me. There are too many people with superpowers coming out to cause trouble and not enough manpower, so the director asked me to lead a team around. Although he no longer has the freedom to do underworld business, his status is much higher than being a backbreaking blacksmith in Asgard. On the contrary, House enjoyed it and enjoyed the respect of others. Just as he was talking, he was shocked again when he saw Fury, Hill, and others in disguise. Fury's bald head is now covered with a wig, and Hill's hair has also changed from short to long. Their simple hairstyle makes most people unrecognizable. But House is from S.H.I.E.L.D., so how could he not recognize him in person? He hurriedly greeted, Director, Deputy Director. Since King Tian Kai is here, and the Director and Deputy Director are also here, the remaining people will be easy to recognize. Hey Steve, Natasha, you guys are here too. House greeted them all. Seeing House saluting and saying hello, the old man in tang suit felt like he couldn't breathe. He knew Captain House of S.H.I.E.L.D. and even had his contact information, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to call him over so quickly. Now, House calls a man and a woman director, deputy director, and even a fool knows who they are. What's even worse is that House even knelt down and saluted a man, calling him prince. His attitude was much more humble than when meeting the director. Besides King Apocalypse, who else could be able to work with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and have a higher status than the director? The old man in tang suit gave up, took the initiative to come over, knelt down on both feet, placed his hands neatly on his forehead, and performed a standard Eastern kowtow. Sky, just call me Mr. Tang. Yes, Mr. Tang. My master is an Oriental. He has learned some Oriental martial arts. He is half Oriental. The old man in tang suit instinctively told the story that could connect him with Tian Kai. Although he didn't think King Apocalypse would kill him, he still hoped that he could have some relationship with King Apocalypse. Tian Kai indeed glanced at him one more time. No wonder the kowtow ceremony just now was so standard. It seems that he is a true disciple. Generally speaking, for Western disciples who open a gym to receive money to learn martial arts, it would be good if they can give them away. You can only teach him step by step as a direct disciple. Eastern masters will ask their disciples to kowtow and pay homage to their masters and ancestors. Tian Kai said, there is no need to perform such a grand ceremony. In the East, there is no need to perform such a grand ceremony if you are not a parent or mentor of heaven and earth. The old man in tang suit didn't mind that he was older than Tian Kai, and said, even if my master comes, he will still have to salute you, old man, and I will give you a big salute. Tian Kai laughed, haha, I don't know if you have mastered martial arts. This level of flattery has captured the essence of the Orientals. I came to the casino this time just to verify some cultivation issues. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will leave. Seeing that Tian Chi was about to leave, the old man in tang suit did not dare to stop him and said anxiously, Mr. Tang, the chips haven't been converted into cash yet. Tian Kai didn't look back, you can figure it out yourself. Apocalypse doesn't care about trivial matters like 20 billion, but Fury is reluctant to do so. He doesn't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are when he's not a family member. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. currently has sufficient funds, the more the better. What's more, when casino money is used, it is taken from the people and used for the people. Fury exchanged $20 billion, transferred it to his card, and left with satisfaction. General Ross followed Fury. Ahem, Fury, the rules of the world are that everyone who sees you gets a share of the money you win. Fury glanced at Ross, you are from the army, so you don't have to talk about the rules of the world. Just say what you want to do. General Ross said, my super prison was damaged last time and needs funds to rebuild. I don't know how long it will take until the superiors approve it. Since there is an unexpected windfall, why not give it to me to use first? Well, I'll give you $1 million. General Ross was furious, you old bald man, you only gave me 20 million for 1 billion. King Apocalypse won the money, not you. I want half of it. No, the principal is provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., and I will give you $1 million. You caught super criminals without us working hard to guard them in prison. 8 million cannot be less. The two quarreled all the way and finally finalized the allocation of $20 billion. With the casino incident over, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Apocalypse have turned their attention to finding the evil god. As long as he dares to show up again, Apocalypse will try his new understanding of luck-killing methods. Sure enough, within a few days, another distress signal was received from Europe. Apocalypse, Black Widow, Fury, Hill, Captain America, and others set off immediately. Apocalypse flew directly physically. Now his flying speed was much faster than that of the Quinjet. Sitting in the fighter was uncomfortable. Naturally, the others can only fly in the Quinjet. Europe, Coast Base. Tian Kai's military base, less than 10 kilometers away from the coast, stopped the evil god. From the military base on the coast to the weapons warehouse 10 kilometers deep, the road was bloody. The blood of countless corpses stained the entire base red. A group of armed men were loading the weapons and equipment inside into the transport plane one by one. Apocalypse pierced the sky and arrived above a transport plane that was about to take off. He pressed his hand lightly against the transport plane on the ground, and with a boom, the transport plane and the Hydra soldiers inside were crushed into a pile of scrap metal. Enemy attack. The other Hydras immediately raised the alarm. When the ordinary Hydra saw that Apocalypse could stand in the void, he immediately knew that a person with superpowers was coming and hurriedly found cover. GGG. A strange laughter came from the distance, followed by an energy storm, flying towards Tiankai. Is someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. finally here? I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life. Pierce, who was hiding in the plane and taking command, felt something bad. For so long, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't dare to intercept him. Now that it's here, it must be sure. Now, it depends on how strong the evil god who claims to be immortal under King Apocalypse can be. It's you? Evil god and Pierce exclaimed almost at the same time. The evil god exclaimed because he discovered that the person in front of him was actually an Easterner who had been defrauded of $2 by him. Recently, I robbed his wallet in a coffee shop and withdrew a lot of cash. Unexpectedly, we would meet again in the air. Pierce exclaimed because he saw clearly the face of the person coming through the camera. King Apocalypse? Pierce panicked and immediately prepared to escape. Although the performance of these evil gods is getting stronger and stronger, they are far from being able to compete head-on with King Apocalypse. It just depends on whether he has any special abilities that can save his life. However, just because the evil god can save his life under King Apocalypse, it doesn't mean that he can also save his life. Let's leave first. Just as he was about to start the plane and leave, he saw a missile roaring in the distance. With a boom sound, it hit the tail of Pierce's plane. Fury's voice came over the radio, "Pierce, we meet again." Pierce didn't answer and immediately ordered the soldiers on the ground to start counterattack. The machine guns on the ground began firing bullets at the Quinjet. Black Widow controls the fighter plane and takes the bullets calmly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pierce jumped out of the plane and mixed in with the ordinary soldiers. The two sides started fighting together. Apocalypse is not interested in regular battles here, and neither is Evil God. The two faced each other in the void. Apocalypse stands in the void without a trace of fireworks, as natural as a fish in water. As for the snakehead, he was surrounded by dozens of energies of different colors, holding him in the air. Although it is not flying, it is better than flying. Tiankai said, "I can't believe that you used my bad luck to suppress dozens of chaotic energies. In such a short period of time, you have such strength. The way of luck is really wonderful." The evil god frowned. He didn't understand what Tiankai was talking about bad luck and luck, so he simply didn't want to. "I didn't expect that the boy who didn't even dare to resist back then would become a superpower today. It's a pity that your uncle and I are stronger, haha. It seems that you will fall into my hands again." As he spoke, a burst of dark red energy shot out from the evil god's body. Like a strange snake, it winds towards Tiankai. Apocalypse is not in a hurry to fight back. Let's see how strong the evil god is first. Just as this dark red energy snake was about to get closer, Apocalypse stretched out his finger and flicked it, and it immediately dissipated and became invisible in the air. The force of Apocalypse's snap of his fingers hit the evil god through the energy snake's backlash. The evil god couldn't control the corner of his mouth, and a trace of blood spilled out. Not only was the evil god not afraid, but he laughed. GG. 7 more energy snakes were shot out from the body, each one tens of meters long, like a sky-swallowing python, entangling and attacking Apocalypse from different directions. 7 energy pythons blocked all directions of Apocalypse, vowing to trap him to death on the spot. This time, Tiankai didn't snap his fingers again. With one stroke of his hand, he drew a Tai Chi pattern, and then, the energy snake seemed to be a tamed pet. The 7 bodies, which were tens of meters long, shrank smaller, and finally they all shrank into Tiankai's palm. The size is like a newborn snake, swimming between the palms of your fingers. Although small, it actually contains shocking energy. If Apocalypse dropped them to the ground at this time, they would not be much weaker than an intercontinental missile. But what Apocalypse wants to see is not the energy, but the power of bad luck in the energy. Although these 7 energies are powerful, they are mottled, impure, and extremely unstable. It would never be possible for them to be integrated into one body and used by one person. There happened to be an indescribable force inside that forcibly stabilized the energy structure. Tiankai could not sense this power before, but now, it can be seen that they are the power of luck. So, what would happen to this energy without the power of luck? Tiankai smiled slightly, and gently tapped the 7 energy snakes in his palm with his other hand. Chi luck disinfecting technique. I saw that these 7 energies seemed to be missing something for an instant. They could no longer coexist peacefully and began to expand violently. It was about to explode. Although Apocalypse is not afraid, there is no need to stupidly endure an intercontinental missile exploding in the palm of his hand. With a wave of his hand, this ball of energy rushed towards the evil god. The evil god hurriedly divided dozens of energy and blocked the energy group in midair. Boom! A loud bang sounded in the air. The huge explosion shock wave stirred up dust waves all over the entire military base. Many hydras that were close enough had no use for covering up, their internal organs were directly shattered. The fragments of internal organs mixed with blood were spit out from the mouth. As the explosion dissipated, the evil god discovered that the 7 energies on his body were about to escape from his body. It seems that these energies no longer want to stay in the evil god's body and are rushing outward crazily. The evil god was very anxious. If he allowed these 7 energies to run wild, he might be able to turn his body into a sieve. He hurriedly called on dozens of other energies to suppress these 7 energies. Since we can no longer keep it, we might as well send it out of the body. Suddenly, the evil god shot out 7 more energy pythons. But this time, the evil god can no longer control them. The 7 energy pythons raged aimlessly on the ground and in the air for a while, then slowly dissipated into the sky and earth. The evil god was shocked. "You kid, what did you do to me? Why doesn't my superpower work for me?" Tian Kai said calmly, "They didn't belong to you in the first place. Without the restraint of bad luck, they will naturally return to the world. Damn it, you kid, you sound upset when you are running around. Wait until I beat you up, and you will still be nagging. Drink." The evil god flashed and disappeared from the place as if jumping through space. When he reappeared, he was already behind Tian Kai. Dark energy filled his hand, and he punched Tian Kai in the back of the head. Seeing that he was about to hit Tian Qi in the back of the head, Xie Shen was secretly happy when he saw a slap appear from his field of vision. It was obviously very small, but it seemed to cover the sky. It slapped the evil god down from the sky. Boom! The evil god fell to the ground, creating a large pit. Immediately afterwards, the dark energy just escaped from the body, flew into the air, and dissipated after a while. The evil god was shocked. "What kind of superpower do you have? How could you take away my power?" Apocalypse is silent. He discovered a more interesting thing. After he eliminated part of the evil god's bad luck, his luck actually increased. It rose back to 5 digits and reached over dash again. When Xie Shen saw Tian Qi ignoring him, he felt insulted. "The boy who was robbed by me twice before, now he dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Jija, let's see how many shots you can take." The evil god took out a bottle of super serum and drank it. A new energy surged through his body, but the evil god was still not satisfied, so he simply drank the remaining bottles like Wangzi milk. Then he turned around and said, "Pierce, ask Wanda to send the serum." There are nearly 300 super serums collected by Pierce. Excluding some fake ones, there are more than 200 useful ones. During this period, Xie Shen took dozens of pills one after another, and his body's energy was already overflowing. No matter how stupid he is, he doesn't dare to take it randomly anymore. "Anyway, I feel like I am already invincible. It doesn't matter if I have more or less, but don't push yourself to the limit." Now when he met Tian Kai, he felt that he was still almost unable to defeat him, so he thought he could just add some more. If 1 tube of super serum is not enough, drink 1 tubes. 10 tubes. Pierce couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw that although the evil god was at a disadvantage, he could actually entangle King Apocalypse. He is worthy of being a super strong man who can survive under King Apocalypse. Not only is he strong, but he is also called King of Apocalypse one after another. This kind of heroism is incomparable to me. Although Pierce stood on the opposite side of Apocalypse, no matter how evil he was, he would not dare to call Apocalypse a brat to his face. This is not because of fear of death, but because of the instinctive respect for super strong people from the heart. Pierce shouted through the pager, "Wanda, send the super serum here. The evil god will use it to fight against the King of Apocalypse." The Scarlet Witch has a kind nature and refuses to kill ordinary soldiers every time she attacks the base. Pierce and Thulhua had no choice but to force the witch, so they had to order her to do some logistical work. Anyway, if the evil god takes action, 1 more of her will not be more, and 1 less of her will not be more. The Scarlet Witch was like a dark red cloud, carrying a silver alloy box and flying at low altitude from a distance. Black Widow's voice came from a distance, "Dawn, be careful with this woman. She can tear apart vibranium alloy remotely." Tian Kai nodded. "Scarlet Witch, this is the first time we meet." The witch looks sweet, but in a European and American style, with a majestic face and fair skin. If they hadn't met her on the battlefield, no one would know that she was a terrifying superpower. She is a bit shy between her frown and smile, like a girl next door who is not good at socializing. The witch handed the alloy box to the evil god and instinctively looked at Apocalypse. This was the first time she had seen King Apocalypse, who shocked the world, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Tian Kai smiled slightly and said, "Wanda, your hatred is a mistake." Wanda was stunned and said, "What's the mistake?" "Although your parents died in Stark's bomb, the root cause is not the person who made the weapon, but the person who launched the bomb. You hate Stark, and you are in the wrong direction." Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were only 10 years old at the time, and the family was enjoying dinner. Unexpectedly, a cannonball fell from the sky and destroyed their home, killing both parents. Then the second cannonball fell into the ruined house, right next to the witch and Quicksilver. Fortunately, it did not explode. Maybe this is the luck of their superheroes. Cannonballs have landed all around them, but they didn't explode. However, judging from the subsequent ending, Kuei Yin should be a person with little luck. Being able to survive is all thanks to the Scarlet Witch. After the Wangcheng brothers and sisters survived, they saw the manufacturer on the cannonball, Stark Industries. Since then, the seeds of hatred have been planted in their hearts. Unable to find the real culprit, he naturally turned his anger on Stark Company, because this is the only sure target of hatred they can find. Although she was angry, Wanda was still somewhat rational. In the original plot, there were many times when she could kill people from SHIELD, but she didn't do it, she just implanted some illusions into them. But at this time, Wanda naturally couldn't let go of the hatred in her heart after hearing a few words from Apocalypse. Frost appeared on her beautiful face, and she said, "If Stark hadn't made the bomb, how could my parents have died? I want to seek revenge from him as soon as possible. What if I could help you find the real murderer of your parents?" Wanda hesitated. If the real culprit can be found, Stark will not be angered. Wanda naturally hopes to find her true enemy. This matter has become a thorn in the hearts of her siblings. Pierce watched the whole process, and couldn't help but become anxious when he saw that the Scarlet Witch was actually being instigated by King Apocalypse to rebel. Shouted over the radio, "Wanda, don't forget. Where is your brother?" The hesitant look on Wang Qin's face disappeared immediately. Her parents had passed away and she could not lose her brother again. You can find enemies slowly in the future, but if your brother is killed by Hydra, he will never be resurrected. Then, Pierce's urgent voice came again, "Wanda, come and protect me. If I die, your brother won't survive." It turned out that Pierce made a noise and was discovered by Black Widow, who rushed towards him. Other ordinary soldiers are no match for Black Widow. Apocalypse didn't stop Wanda from leaving, and she couldn't rest assured until Quicksilver was rescued. Seeing that Pierce was about to be caught by the Black Widow, Wanda arrived. A burst of dark red energy enveloped the Black Widow and threw her into the air, throwing the Black Widow dozens of meters away. Pierce said to Wanda, "Kill her." Wanda shook her head, "I told you, I don't want to kill anyone." Humph. Pierce was angry and helpless. Even if there is a life and death threat from Quicksilver, there is no way to drive Wanda to kill at will. Pierce had tried this before attacking these bases. Black Widow couldn't defeat Scarlet Witch, but Scarlet Witch refused to kill her and wanted to protect Pierce at the same time. For a time, no one could leave, including the Witch, Black Widow, and Pierce. Here is the evil god. While Apocalypse and Scarlet Witch were talking, he swallowed dozens of bottles of super serum in one go. Dozens of extra energy burst out of the evil god's body instantly. Not only does it replenish the energy just lost, but it also becomes stronger. But the energy that was about to explode filled his whole body, and he was already on the verge of collapse. The evil god's eyes were blood red, and his confidence grew infinitely as his power surged. Jaja, boy, at this time, you are still in the mood to pick up girls." Following the evil god's sinister smile, dozens of energy snakes on his body surged towards Tiankai overwhelmingly. Apocalypse flew in midair to dodge, leading a group of energy snakes into the air, and then shot them out with one palm. Boom. Two streams of energy exploded in the sky, and all the energy snakes collapsed. The force of the countershock shook the evil god's 7 orifices with blood, and his hair was disheveled, like a fierce ghost. "Impossible, how can you be so powerful?" The evil god couldn't believe it. "I have taken dozens of super serums, and I have far surpassed the captain of the United States. I am actually no match for this Oriental boy. It had only been a few years since I bullied him." The huge gap was completely unacceptable to his violent mind. Pierce saw that the evil god was about to be unable to withstand it, and thought to himself that he was still far behind King Apocalypse. While he can still entangle King Apocalypse, he should go first. So she said to the Scarlet Witch, "Wanda, take me out of here. The evil god will soon be unable to hold on to King Apocalypse." At the same time, he shouted to him from afar, "Evil god, hold back King Apocalypse, let's leave first. Let's meet at the old place." The evil god was stunned, "Are you the King of Apocalypse?" Pierce and others thought that the evil god had fought against Apocalypse, so they must recognize who King Apocalypse was, so they naturally did not bother to repeat it. The evil god was formerly a snakehead and bullied Apocalypse twice. He didn't dare to think that this Oriental man was the heaven-defying King Apocalypse. It was a combination of circumstances that gave him so much courage. He calls each boy Tiankai one by one, and treats him as the stowaway boy from back then. Tiankai said lightly, "I thought you knew." The evil god waved his hands, and suddenly released a black mist towards Tiankai, like an airtight black net, covering hundreds of meters in radius. Taking advantage of the black net blocking Tiankai's sight, he turned around and ran away. In the blink of an eye, it had flown 1,000 meters away. The evil god hangs around in the underworld, but he never has any backbone. Everything is important to save his life. At this time, he discovered that the boy he had always despised was actually King Apocalypse. No wonder he was vulnerable due to the previous battle. If you don't leave at this time, you will really be making a big mistake. Apocalypse didn't chase him. He pointed his hand in the direction of the evil god, shot out a few rays of light blue light, and made a few strokes in the void, then flew towards Scarlet Witch and Pierce. Pierce cursed in his heart, "Why did the evil god suddenly run away? You should delay for a while." Pierce himself probably never expected that his voice would let the evil god know Apocalypse's true identity, and instead scare him away. Black Widow had already held off Scarlet Witch for a while, although her divine power was not as powerful as the witch's chaos magic. But the witch refused to kill her and wanted to protect Pierce, so she seemed a bit weak. At this time, Apocalypse flew over, and Pierce's soul emerged. He yelled, "If you don't show your strength again, your brother won't be able to survive even if I die." After hearing this, Scarlet Witch had to stop Apocalypse and Black Widow. "For my brother, I won't let you pass," Tiankai said. "I don't need to go there. You can't run away now." As soon as he finished speaking, the evil god's hysterical roar came from the sky. Ah, why is this happening? I saw him back to where he started. He had clearly flown several thousand meters just now, but he didn't expect that his eyes were blurred, the things in his vision changed rapidly, and he actually returned to the position where he had just escaped. The evil god will not give up. Accelerate and fly in the other direction. The result remained the same. After flying several thousand meters, I returned to the starting point without any warning. Tian Kai smiled slightly, and his continuous understanding of the cosmic Rubik's Cube these days was indeed not in vain. The few light blue threads he drew against the sky just now were actually using the energy of the space gem to construct a Klein bottle. Speaking of Klein bottles, many people may not have heard of them, but almost everyone knows the Mobius strip. The simplest example of a Mobius strip is to twist a piece of paper 180 degrees and connect it together. If there is an ant crawling on the note at this time, it will find that this ring seems to have no beginning and end. As long as you keep climbing, you can climb from the back to the front, and then from the front to the back. The whole structure is a closed loop and gratuitous structure. But this is just a simple two-dimensional structure. In third-level space, or even four-dimensional space-time, it is even more complicated. A model that can form the same closed loop without any reason is called a Klein bottle. To be more simple and intuitive, you can take the Earth as an example. No matter which direction you go from the Earth, you will eventually return to the origin. It's just that the Klein bottle is twisted into a small piece of space, and there is no need to use physical objects. It is precisely because there is no physical structure that it is even more difficult to understand. Usually this kind of structure only exists in myths or theories. The reason why Apocalypse had the confidence not to chase the evil god just now was that he forcibly distorted the space with a radius of -meters into a Klein bottle space structure. As long as he is not relieved, anyone who walks to the edge is like an ant walking on a Mobius strip, and unknowingly returns to the starting point. Space is invisible, colorless, and cannot be touched. Without a strong person who has a deep understanding of space, it is impossible to break through this structure. It is equivalent to an advanced version of drawing the ground as a prison. How could the evil god, a strong man who only relied on super serum to forcibly improve himself, understand these advanced gadgets except for hard fights and killings? At this time, he was flying around like a headless fly, repeatedly fly to the edge and appear back to the starting point. This scene not only made the evil god hysterical, but even the Scarlet Witch and Pierce felt numb after watching it. Compared with the intuitive power, this weird method is more frightening. Pierce said, "What exactly did you do?" Tian Kai said, "We can have a good talk." Pierce said, "If you want to kill me, kill me. What's there to talk about? I don't want to talk to you, I want to talk to Wanda." Wanda had some confusion on her face. She had never seen King Apocalypse before. What on earth was he going to talk to her about? Could it be that he is attracted by his own beauty? This was Wanda's first reaction. After all, over the years, every man who has been close to her has coveted her beauty. If he hadn't been a superpower himself, he would have become someone else's plaything. Humph, even if you are King Tian Kai. Thinking of this, Wanda's face turned cold and she said, "We have nothing to talk about, and I will not agree to any of your requests." As he spoke, dark red magic energy floated on his hand and surged towards Tian Kai. Seeing the red magic coming, the Black Widow who was standing in front simply gave up her resistance. She quickly took a few steps back and hugged Tian Kai's arm sweetly, just like an ordinary woman would when she went shopping with her boyfriend. Tian Kai smiled and said, "Have you learned to be lazy now? If I don't slack off around you, when will I have time to slack off? By the way, what do you want to talk to that woman?" Black Widow didn't know that Apocalypse could share the fate of superheroes. When she saw Apocalypse taking the initiative to show kindness to a strange woman, especially a beautiful woman with a good figure, a woman's instinct immediately made her wary. Red magic energy surged in front of Tian Kai, and Tian Kai moved his hand forward, pulling him one by one. The red energy passed by Tian Kai like a wild horse running wild. A loud bang of boom blew up the Hydra soldiers hiding in the bunker in the distance. Pierce saw the witch intercepting Apocalypse and others, sneaking away quietly and running towards the evil god. Black Widow wanted to catch up, but Apocalypse stopped her and said, "Ignore him, he can't run away." Now that the three-dimensional Klein bottle structure has proven useful, Apocalypse is not in a hurry to kill evil god and Pierce. On the contrary, the more they run, the more they can understand their return trajectories and the deeper they understand this spatial structure. If Black Widow rashly pursues her and encounters the evil god, she might be in danger. After all, the current evil gods are extremely powerful. Although these powers cannot last long, even if Apocalypse does not intervene, they will backfire as soon as possible. But it's not something Black Widow's down-to-earth practice can resist. Apocalypse and Black Widow slowly moved forward. Tian Kai said, "Wanda, I didn't even ask for it." At this time, Scarlet Witch has not yet grown up and poses no threat to Apocalypse. Perhaps in the plot of Doctor Strange 2, the Book of Darkness and Book of Emperor Wei-Shen obtained will have the power to span the multiverse, and then they can cause harm to themselves. Wanda snorted coldly and said, "Don't I know what you men want?" As he spoke, he drew a graceful arc with his hands, lifted a tank next to him out of thin air, and smashed it towards Tian Kai. Apocalypse raised his hand towards the tank in midair, and the tank was divided into two neat halves, flying past both sides of Apocalypse. "Ah, what do you women think of men?" Apocalypse reluctantly turns to Black Widow for help. Black Widow shook her head. There is nothing wrong with her worries. Men are what she thinks they are. Especially a beautiful woman. Okay, Tian Kai said, then I'll get straight to the point. I want to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. As a meeting gift, I can save your brother. Really? Wanda hesitated. A large piece of cement floor that she had just lifted was suspended in the air. Wanda said, Humph, I don't believe you, or anyone who comes together with Stark. Tian Kai was helpless. It seemed that speaking with his mouth alone was not convincing enough. So, he hugged the void in front of him with both hands. Under the influence of Apocalypse, the invisible space seems to be compressing with Wanda as the center. Wanda felt as if there were countless mountains approaching towards her, but she couldn't see them. As a result, he released magical energy attacks in all directions. But this energy has no effect and directly penetrates the space and falls far away. This is Tian Kai's space binding technique. If you have a certain understanding of space, you can easily cut off a radius of -meters. This is the first use of Apocalypse on Xandar. On top of the space cutting technique, the space can be further distorted to create a Klein bottle structure, making people fall into a space cycle. This is more subtle than cutting space. The cutting space has clear boundaries that can be broken through with violence. If Tian Kai still uses the space cutting technique now, and reaches the edge, maybe the evil god can use brute force to break the space and rush out. However, space circulates, there are loops without reason, and there is no way to beat them. Unless your understanding of space is above Apocalypse, you won't be able to find any products at all. Just like an ant, without three-dimensional thinking and strength, it will be trapped on the Mobius strip forever. The space restraint technique that trapped Wanda was a means of miniaturizing space. To escape, one must understand space better than Apocalypse. Or, power can break the void. Of course, Wanda's spatial understanding cannot surpass Apocalypse, but her potential is not lower than Apocalypse. Seeing that she was restrained, the energy in Wanda's body began to explode. The long brown hair flows freely behind her, as if in the water. The red energy on his body became more and more intense, resisting Apocalypse's space constraints. The two forces intertwined and confronted each other in the void, constantly emitting air explosions. There were bursts of crackling sounds in the space around Wanda. The sound is not loud, like a small firecracker, but every muffled sound was accompanied by a black crack in space, and illusions were born and disillusioned. The power that can break the void, each one, if exploded elsewhere, is no less powerful than the explosive power of a missile compressed into a small plate. Seeing that the power of confrontation was getting stronger and stronger, Wanda's face turned red, and it was obvious that she was reaching her limit. But the power in Wanda's body is still flowing. If it doesn't continue like this, Wanda will be crushed to pieces in the confrontation between Apocalypse and her own power. Seeing this, Tian Kai had no choice but to turn his strength into softness. The space that originally restrained Wanda was loosened and he became weak. There was no pressure on Wanda's body, and the energy immediately spurted out, forming a red mist in the sky. Her strength was suddenly overdrawn, and Wanda felt weak. Fell from the void. Apocalypse dodged, caught Wanda in midair, and hugged her. The tentacles felt warm and full. Although the edge of the hug was too full, Wanda was too plump, and the overflowing part directly touched Apocalypse's hand. No wonder some gentlemen actors in many variety shows clenched their fists when hugging actresses instead of opening their palms naturally. It's really a natural holding position and it's hard not to touch the edges. Looking at the weak Wanda, Tian Kai said, I guarantee in the name of King Tian Kai that your brother will not die. In the original plot, Quicksilver was trying to save ordinary people, but he was too late to escape and died from Ultron's gun. Now that the Mind Stone is with Thanos or Loki, it's still unclear whether Ultron can be born. Even if he is born, with Tian Kai's current methods, there are many ways to deal with him. As for Kuei Yin's fate, with his own strength as a guarantee and the recovery potion, I really don't believe it can't be changed. God Queen Frigga's destiny inertia is definitely much stronger than that of Quicksilver. She can change it herself, but it shouldn't be difficult for Quicksilver. Wanda's original violent anger also disappeared as her body weakened, and she said, my brother is still in the hands of Hydra. If you can save him, I will promise you anything. Cough cough. Tian Kai didn't dare to accept what he said. The Black Widow is around, and if she agrees, she will be in trouble when she goes back. Seeing the murderous look in Black Widow's eyes, Apocalypse quickly put Wanda down and said, you rest for a while, I'll go and finish things here first. At this time, the red mist in the sky has not disappeared. Those are chaotic magical energies bound by space. Seeing this, Tian Kai raised his hand towards the void, and a piece of red mist penetrated into the void and disappeared in place. Then suddenly appeared from the head of the evil god. With a boom sound, he was blown down from the sky. The evil god was shocked and angry, and looked towards Tian Kai. Although he knew that this was Tian Kai's method, he didn't dare to come over to make trouble. At this moment, he just wanted to escape. I thought I would always find a way to get out, but I tried many times, but it seemed like a ghost was beating the wall. Still circling this area over and over again, it was driving him crazy. Pierce happened to have run near the evil god. If he wanted to leave, he had to rely on the evil god to take him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to escape even if he took a plane. The evil god mentioned Pierce and roared angrily, why didn't you tell me earlier that he was King Apocalypse? Pierce said helplessly, I thought you knew. Didn't you survive in his hands? Now it was the evil god's turn to have nothing to say. From the moment he was caught, there were clearly signs suggesting that the Eastern boy was King Apocalypse. Why didn't he think of it? In fact, 2 successful robberies have given him preconceptions, and subconsciously he does not want to admit that the weakling who could be bullied by him at the beginning has become the number 1 on Earth. No matter what, you find a way out for me. Otherwise, I will be the first to tear you apart. The evil god roared. Pierce was secretly angry. As an evil god, you can't break through this vicious circle. What can an ordinary person do to find a way out? But he didn't dare to say it clearly. Once he said it, he would die immediately, just like when the evil god said he had no superpowers. Pierce had no choice but to say, this should be a 3-dimensional Klein bottle. We only need to break the space barrier to get out. How to break it? I tried using power attack. The evil god's eyes were as red as blood, staring at Pierce in panic. Pierce said, perhaps the power of the evil god is not enough. There is a super serum there, so why not? Humph. The evil god was displeased. He had not completely lost his mind yet and knew his own limits. If you drink too much, you may lose control and explode. But in the current predicament, it seems that there is no other way but to increase strength. So with a move of his hand, the alloy box of super serum flew towards the evil god. Taking out the super serum, the evil god drank 5 more bottles in one go. The increased power blew a strong wind around the evil god. It looked majestic, but in fact it was because he couldn't control it and his power leaked too much. The evil god took Pierce and flew to the edge of space again. After many cycles of experience, the evil god has long figured out the edge of space. As long as you take one more step forward, you will immediately return to the starting point. Pierce said, concentrate the power at one point. The higher the energy density, the more space can be broken. Yeah. The evil god screamed wildly, gathering dozens of powers on his body, clasping his hands, and forming a gray energy drill in front of him. It roared forward and dived forward. The gray energy rotating drill suddenly disappeared as soon as it passed the critical line. Thulhu and Pierce looked back instinctively. Sure enough, the drill bit appeared at the origin. The evil god relaxed, and the drill dissipated immediately, turning into a violent tornado that swept around. Fortunately, at the origin, because Apocalypse and the evil god had fought here, everyone else had already run away, and no Hydra soldiers were unlucky enough to be hit. Tian Kai looked at their attempts, smiled slightly, and pulled his hand into the void. The critical line suddenly retreated 1 meter. The evil god and Pierce's eyes were dazzled, and they instantly returned to the starting point. Seeing King Apocalypse smiling at them in front of them, the 2 of them lost their souls. Just as he was about to run away, Tian Kai said, don't worry, don't you lack strength? I'll wait for you to drink the serum. It is not difficult to kill them, but Tian Kai wants to see how strong the evil god is and how many chaotic energies it can suppress. The evil god said harshly, then don't regret it. He couldn't escape, he couldn't fight, and although it was dangerous to drink the serum again, the evil god could only bite the bullet at this time. As he spoke, all the serum in the alloy box floated up. There are nearly hundreds of various red, green, blue, and yellow serums. The evil god snorted coldly, and all the serum glasses exploded. Nearly 100 strands of serum, like 100 little snakes, quickly swam into the evil god's mouth. Ah! Violent power burst out of his body, the evil god completely lost his mind, and black energy pillars rose into the sky. Streams of black smoke came out of the evil god's body, as if his whole body was burning, entangled with this dark energy column. After a while, the whole person's flesh and blood seemed to be burned away, turning into a dry skin and bones. Jijijija. The evil god laughed, I'm still too conservative. I should have drank them all long ago. The black energy pillar broke through Apocalypse's space cycle and reached the clouds in the sky. Pierce had already rolled and crawled far away, murmuring, is this the evil god who has completely opened the seal? With this power, maybe we can really fight. On Tian Kai's side, there was a new discovery. Originally, the evil god's bad luck could never support him from drinking so much messy super serum. But he didn't expect that the moment he asked the evil god to drink it, the evil god's bad luck would actually increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. It has been exaggerated to the extent that it can directly suppress hundreds of conflicting energies. It seems that under his own pressure, the evil god can also increase his bad luck against him. This is an interesting discovery. No wonder the villain dies because he talks too much. If the other party keeps giving opportunities, the 2 people who are in conflict with each other may really be counterattacked by the one who talks more. However, it's usually the villains who talk the most. There is no way, villains are human beings too. After suppressing it for a long time, I always want to verbally despise my opponent and let the other party listen to my proud speech. Although the space circulation was broken by energy, the evil god did not escape. Jijijija, King Tian Kai, thank you for giving me the opportunity. With a wave of his hand, the energy pillar shot up into the sky, as if the pillar of heaven collapsed and pressed down on Tian Kai. The energy pillar passed by, revealing a dark background behind it, and actually tore apart the space. The faces of Black Widow and Wanda in the distance changed. This energy, even if they stood so far away, could feel the heart-stopping energy fluctuations in it, and they couldn't help but worry about Apocalypse. Apocalypse didn't even look at the energy column above his head. Instead, he said to Evil God, then I should also thank you for being a guinea pig for a while. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the Evil God. Luck disinfecting technique? This finger seemed very slow, but in the eyes of the evil god, it seemed as if the world had disappeared and only this finger remained. There is no way to avoid it. His fingers gently touched the evil god's eyebrows. The evil god suddenly felt empty in his heart, as if something had left him forever. This finger completely wiped out all the luck on the evil god's body. Without the suppression of bad luck, the 1 or 200 strands of energy on his body are the evil god's reminder. I saw the energy column in the sky spinning more and more dispersed, and completely dissipated before it reached Tianqi's head. Tianqi turned around and left with Pierce in hand. Pierce is still useful, so we can't let him die for the time being. He saw that he had turned into a mummy-like evil god, and the energy in his body kept pouring out from his body. Every time a surge came out, there was a blood hole in his body. Although there was no blood flowing out, only dark red holes were visible on the surface of the skin. Bang! The evil god's body finally couldn't hold on any longer. More than 100 strands of energy exploded on the spot, turning his body into ashes on the spot. A large pit dozens of meters deep was formed where he stood. The shock wave of the explosion flattened all buildings with a radius of several hundred meters, no less than a small nuclear explosion. If Apocalypse hadn't taken Pierce away, there was no way Pierce would have survived even if he was hiding behind a nearby bunker. Apocalypse threw Pierce in front of Wanda and said, "He is the key to finding your brother." Pierce smiled miserably, "Ha ha 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 ha. From the moment I joined Hydra, I was ready to devote myself to the great ideal. I won't tell you anything." Wanda also shook her head and said, "Not many people in Hydra are afraid of death. If torture worked, I would have resisted them long ago." Tianqi smiled and said, "Who said I would torture him? I just need the thread on his body." Wanda was stunned and wondered, "What line?" But I didn't see any lines on Pierce. The line Tianqi talks about refers to the line of cause and effect. Any luck must involve cause and effect. Just like Tianqi says the points he wants in the casino, then luck will change the cause and effect. People with strong luck can even turn effects into causes. In order to create a child of destiny, the world can first give the child of destiny a desired result, and then create a cause out of thin air. Then, the process of creating this cause will involve the causal timeline. Apocalypse felt that he could try to find Kuei Yin's location through the line of cause and effect. At this moment, Captain America, Fury, and Hill came out of the basement of the base. Fury said, "Many Hydra soldiers escaped and stole a batch of missiles and a batch of information. The three of us only killed some of them. Tang, why don't you take action?" Although asking King Apocalypse to do these tasks of clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers is a bit useless, if the time is not short, Hydra's soldiers will not be able to run far enough to take action in time. Once they are all gone and lurking around the world, it will be difficult to find them in the future. When it is discovered now, we don't know how many innocent people will be killed or injured. Now that the Hydra soldiers are scattered, unless a large-scale military carpet search is launched, only Apocalypse has this method. Tianqi said, "That's okay. I'm just thinking of trying a special method." Fury and others are a little strange. They just kill people. What's so special about it? Especially Wanda, who joined Apocalypse for the first time and was full of curiosity about Apocalypse. What kind of strange tricks will this man who destroyed an alien fleet with one punch use? Apocalypse stretched out his hand and photographed Pierce out of thin air. "Stretch out your thumb, press it between his eyebrows, and then mobilize your chi." Faintly, Tianqi seemed to see countless thin lines stretching into the void for everyone in front of him. In addition to Wanda and Pierce, the biggest threads on Black Widow, Captain America, Hill, Fury, and others are all connected to him. This is the line of luck. As long as a relationship is established between each other, whether as a couple, as a friend, as a colleague, or as an enemy, there will be more or less luck connecting them. The more connected they are, the greater their influence on each other. In other words, if a certain party is particularly powerful, its influence will be great. Just like the Captain of the United States, Fury, and Hill, their relationship with themselves is definitely not the closest among their interpersonal relationships. But because he is too powerful, the line of cause and effect is the tightest and thickest. However, Apocalypse has no time to explore these for the time being. Focus instead on Pierce. There are countless thin lines on Pierce's body. Except for a small part that is related to Fury and others, if the guess is correct, most of the rest should be from Hydra. However, Tianqi set a distance to avoid accidental killing. Target the people connected to Pierce within 100 miles. Luck disinfecting technique? I saw a stream of energy pouring out from Apocalypse's thumb, passing through the center of Pierce's eyebrows, and tracing out from the thread of destiny on Pierce's body, covering 100 miles in radius. The escaping Hydra soldiers, whether in the sky or on the ground, in groups or alone, almost all at the same time froze and felt empty in their hearts. It seems that something important has disappeared from his body. Immediately afterwards, a series of strange accidents comparable to death is coming followed. There was a Hydra soldier driving a car, and the car suddenly lost control, hit the roadside, and the fuel tank began to leak. It happened that the car door was locked at this time, and Hydra, who was still unconscious but not dead, tried his best to smash the car door. However, just a second before escaping, the gasoline exploded and was submerged in the fire. Someone was driving a submarine in the sea. Suddenly the submarine sank and fell straight to the bottom of the sea. The Hydra inside shouted desperately, "Come up quickly! Come up quickly, we have fallen into the sea cliff." A seawater cliff is a stream of seawater with different densities, usually less dense than normal seawater. Because the submarine controls its depth by adjusting its own buoyancy, if it suddenly enters a seawater cliff, it will fall to a deeper depth like falling off a cliff. People in the submarine feel as if they are being sucked down to the bottom of the sea. When it falls to a certain depth, the huge seawater pressure exceeds the submarine's designed pressure resistance and will crush the submarine into a piece of iron like a Coke can. The Hydra at the console was just about to surface. It happened that the house was leaking and it was raining. The floating push bar seemed to be stuck by something and could not be pushed no matter what. Hydra, trapped in the submarine, looked desperately at the deeper and deeper scale, and a harsh rattling sound came from the hull made of fine steel alloy. As a result, a submarine carrying missiles was crushed by the huge pressure of the sea and sank to the bottom of the sea silently. Similar accidental deaths occurred simultaneously in many places within 100 miles. It was as if countless gods of death were reaping life at the same time. Ordinary people, if their luck is lower than 30, they will have bad luck one after another, and their life and death will be unpredictable. Apocalypse just wiped the luck of all Hydras related to Pierce to zero, unless another superhero or supervillain passes by and personally saves these Hydras with zero luck. Otherwise, no one will be spared. Apocalypse said to Fury, "You are sent to search within 100 miles radius." From this moment on, most of the unlucky people who died inexplicably due to accidents are Hydra. Although other people may have died unexpectedly during this period, it was a small probability event. Apocalypse is too lazy to deal with it, just leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. to screen and analyze. Black Widow, Fury, Captain America, Hill, Wanda, and others looked at each other. What do you mean the unlucky guy who died was Hydra? Even if one or two Hydras were not careful while escaping and had an accident, it wouldn't be the case for hundreds or thousands of people to be unlucky at the same time, right? But King Tiankai said so, and there must be a reason for it. Fury and others were just confused, not questioning. After collecting reports one after another on the second day, I understood what Tiankai meant. Fury and Hill were in the headquarters, silent for a long time. Originally, Apocalypse's powerful attack power had shocked them greatly. Fury was even worried that if Apocalypse wanted to do something evil, who could check and balance him? This is not Fury's random imagination. The most disbelieving thing in Fury's profession is the human heart. Right in front of him was his immediate boss, Pierce. Who would have thought that the minister who had always been jealous of him after his exploits in World War II was actually a member of Hydra? As the saying goes, great treachery is like loyalty, but it is nothing more than this. Besides, people change. Especially when a person has uncontrollable power, people's desires will be magnified. Originally, Fury had always used Captain Marvel as his trump card. Whether it is saving the Earth or restraining anyone, Captain Marvel has absolute strength. But now, Fury is beginning to waver. Captain Marvel is very powerful, but he just fights head-on. It is not yet known whether he can face the weird attack method of King Apocalypse. No wonder before going to the casino, he said that if he succeeded, his strength would greatly increase. Sure enough, this method is more frightening than frontal combat and is impossible to guard against. Fortunately, Apocalypse didn't have any evil thoughts at this time. His vision is broader than Fury's, and he knows that the universe is not that simple, and it is far from a day of relaxation and enjoyment. Apocalypse here. After the battle at the base, I rested for a day and set off on the second day. Accompanying him are Black Widow, Captain America, Wanda, and Pierce, who is tied up. Pierce originally planned to die rather than surrender, but Apocalypse did not torture him at all, but directly sealed his mouth. Then, he held him in his hand like a human compass. A group of 4 people and 1 prisoner headed in the direction of Quayan. Walking in a straight line all the way, climbing over mountains and ridges when there is no road, flying at low altitude, it is simply more accurate than the AMAP map. Pierce's eyes were filled with shock. How did they know that Quicksilver was in that direction? You know, when it comes to hiding and infiltration, Hydra dares to say it is first, but no one dares to say it is second. Over the years, under the pressure of righteous forces around the world, S.H.I.E.L.D. has not only been unable to find Hydra, but has become stronger and stronger. This is an extremely remarkable thing for many terrorist organizations. But in front of these revelations, they are in vain. Previously, he used a strange move to destroy you on behalf of justice to blow up all the Hydras in S.H.I.E.L.D. Now even the best hidden secret base is as conspicuous as a candlelight at night. What countless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and spies cannot do seems to be as simple as drinking water and eating in front of Apocalypse. Compared to Pierce's shock and Wanda's curiosity, Black Widow and Captain America were already numb. Along the way, they have seen many magical places in Tiankai. With such 1 or 2 small tricks, they didn't even bother to ask. Anyway, if Tiankai tells you to go in a straight line, you can go in a straight line. The people here are not ordinary people. Even if there is a cliff in front of them, they can't stop them. If it weren't for the fear that Hydra would have killing methods in the cell where Quicksilver was kept, such as in General Ross's super prison, Apocalypse could fly directly into the air. But that target is too obvious. If it is discovered and Hydra kills Quicksilver, the gain will not be worth the loss. At that time, not only will she not be able to share the Scarlet Witch's fate, she will even turn dark and become an enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. Having said that, although Quicksilver is a superhero, his luck is indeed a bit ridiculously low. His superpower is exactly the same as that of the Flash, which is fast. In the original plot of Avengers 2, among all the superheroes who fight against Ultron's mechanical army, he should be the one least likely to die. Because bullets are not as fast as him, Ultron couldn't catch him either. However, everyone else was fine, but he died, and he died from a bullet. I have to say that his fate is really a bit sad. Now, due to the coming of the apocalypse, the divine timeline has been altered beyond recognition. The Scarlet Witch was sent out as a thug as usual, but Quicksilver was sadly imprisoned. As a means to threaten Scarlet Witch. This level of misfortune makes it seem as if all the luck of the brother and sister is concentrated on the Scarlet Witch alone. Tiankai asked, Wanda, does your brother have any hidden means of killing him? For example, a miniature bomb or something like that? Wanda shook her head, probably not. When I came out, they just locked up my brother. Well, that's easy to handle. As long as a microbomb is not implanted in Kuei-yin's body, it will automatically explode once certain conditions are triggered, leaving him no time to react. Apocalypse doesn't have to worry about the rest. Approaching the base, Apocalypse threw Pierce into the snow. In his hand, he drew several light blue energy lines around the base. Let's cut this space out first and not give any Hydra a chance to escape. Natasha, later you and Steve will attack Hydra's database and try to get Hydra's list. Wanda and I are going to rescue her brother. Pierce should stay with him. He can't escape anyway. It is good. The American captain is eager to try. Speaking of which, Hydra is his old rival. Starting from the Red Skull in 70, it has been killing until now. I thought that the righteous side had won and Hydra should disappear in the long river of history. Unexpectedly, when I woke up, Hydra was all over the world. It's like having cockroaches in your home. The more you fight, the more you fight. It's extremely annoying. Let's go. Apocalypse hugged Wanda's slender waist, and with a flash of figure, an afterimage was drawn in the air and disappeared into the distance. Black Widow ignored her jealousy and followed Captain America, heading straight for Hydra's control center. On Apocalypse's side, there was a reminder from Wanda, who had already locked Kuei-yin's location in an underground cell. He made no secret of it along the way, bumping into doors and going through walls. Many Hydra soldiers behind the door wall had no time to react and were directly hit and exploded, with their flesh and blood and internal organs flying in the sky. Wanda is also a person who has experienced battles for a long time. When she saw the internal organs and fleshy foam coming towards her face, she was still frightened and instinctively wanted to hide away. But Tiankai hugged her slender waist, and she had no choice but to bury her face on Tiankai's shoulder. Fortunately, Apocalypse has already opened the divine protective shield. Not to mention flesh and blood, not even dust can get in along the way. There was too much movement on Tiankai's side, and Hydra immediately sounded the alarm. Countless soldiers suddenly appeared in the originally silent base and began running toward the basement. This is also the plan formulated by Tiankai and the American captain. On Apocalypse's side, take advantage of speed, don't need to cover up, save people first, and take advantage of the gap when Hydra is attracted. Anyway, Apocalypse has the strength to do this. Then Captain America and Black Widow went to steal Hydra's information. If you attack hard and are discovered by Hydra in the control center, the data may be destroyed in advance. It will be much harder to find other Hydras in the future. After all, Pierce only knew part of the Hydra he commanded. There are many branches all over the world that keep each other secret. Even Apocalypse cannot be traced by the thread of destiny. Black Widow is proficient in hacking methods and can invade most computer systems in a short period of time. In the original plot of Captain America 2, Black Widow, Captain America and others went to rescue the Lemurian star. Black Widow secretly left the team halfway, invaded the ship's central system, and copied important information. Now, with Apocalypse drawing firepower, Black Widow only needs to knock down a few guards to easily crack the system. In the blink of an eye, Apocalypse is unstoppable and has arrived in the dungeon. There were not many people in the dungeon, and Apocalypse recognized Quicksilver at a glance. It was very different from the one in his memory, and somewhat similar to Wanda. As soon as the afterimage stopped, the two stopped in front of Quicksilver's cell door. Only then did Wanda realize that she seemed to have her head buried in Apocalypse's shoulder all the way, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. By the way, everyone doesn't seem to know each other very well. Quick-yin saw the strong wind blowing outside the cell door. He raised his eyes and said in surprise, Wanda, why are you here? Wanda said, I'm here to rescue you. Kuei-yin said, this cell has a trigger device, so you can't force it. Otherwise, if you detonate the energy bomb inside, not only will I die, but the entire dungeon will be wiped out. Hearing this, the red energy in Wanda's hand suddenly stopped. Quicksilver is a person with superpowers. Although he is good at speed, the cell where he is imprisoned is still extremely tight. Not only is it surrounded by a hard alloy fence, but there is also an energy wall inside. If it were just ordinary metal, with Quicksilver's speed, the iron pestle could be ground into a needle, and it would not be difficult to escape. And once he escapes from trouble, there are only a handful of people in the world who can catch him back. The energy wall in the middle not only prevents Quicksilver from escaping from prison, but also acts as a bomb. As long as they are attacked, the prison robbers and prisoners will be annihilated together. Although this energy can't harm Apocalypse and Scarlet Witch, it's hard to say that Quicksilver is trapped inside. His body is only of mortal strength, even bullets can kill him, let alone such advanced energy bombs. The cry of Hydra could be heard outside, and Wanda was a little anxious. What should I do? She wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be able to defeat the Hydra soldiers, but she was afraid that someone would press the detonation button and her brother would be killed. Don't worry, let me take a look, Tian Kai said. Apocalypse reached over the alloy fence and lightly touched the energy wall. The energy wall made a sizzling sound and burned Apocalypse's skin. If it were an ordinary person, this burning energy alone would be able to burn them to the point of leaving no flesh and bones, but in front of the divine body of Apocalypse, there was only a slight mist. Apocalypse touched it lightly and confirmed that as long as the appropriate intensity was maintained, the energy wall would not explode. In this way, Apocalypse will have a solution. Tian Kai's hand glowed with light blue light and he slowly moved towards the cell. After a while, Quicksilver and Wanda saw a strange phenomenon. The alloy fence and energy wall were twisted 180 degrees, like an abstract painting, with a hole appearing in the middle. This is the space that Apocalypse distorted and forcibly expanded. As for the energy wall and alloy fence, the visual appearance from the outside looks distorted, but in the four-dimensional space, its position has not changed at all. Just like water shooting from the air into the water, the light seen by people outside is bent and refracted. But from the perspective of the light itself, it is moving straight forward. Because of this, the energy wall did not explode, and it did not feel that its running direction had been changed at all. The hole is not big, but it can allow Quicksilver to pass through with his head down. Okay, you come out. Quicksilver was dubious and cautiously stretched his hand through the hole. Wanda also reached forward, and the brother and sister's hands touched lightly. Quicksilver was overjoyed, an after-image flashed. He had come out of the cell, and hugged Wanda tightly. At this time, the shouts of Hydra soldiers were getting closer and closer. Tian Kai said, there will be some minor troubles later, let's talk about it after we go out. As he spoke, he punched upwards. The ground seemed to erupt like a volcano, with a boom, and a large amount of soil splashed up. Apocalypse wore a divine shield, separated from the soil, and came out of the cave with Wanda and Quicksilver. Those Hydra soldiers had just rushed into the dungeon from the passage, holding the most advanced energy guns in their hands. Seeing Tian Kai and others leaving, some of them went to pursue them. The other part saw an abstract round hole in the cell where Quicksilver was held, and watched curiously. Some even, like Quicksilver, cautiously reached through the hollow to see if it was real. Suddenly, the void closed. The energy that held the void together was taken back by Apocalypse. The hole suddenly shrank like a whirlpool and disappeared. What? The soldier who reached in screamed, and his arm was cut off by the energy wall, which flashed several times. Boom! An energy explosion occurred throughout the dungeon. All the Hydras were turned into ashes under the impact of energy. Where the dungeon was, a large area of the ground collapsed. Kuei Yin looked back with lingering fear. If he had accidentally triggered the energy wall just now, he would have ended up like a Hydra soldier. Seeing that it was safe, Quicksilver pointed at Apocalypse and asked, Wanda, who is he? He is from S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Before Wanda could finish speaking, Quicksilver looked angry. Are these the people who are with Stark and the others? As soon as the words fell, the two people suddenly disappeared in front of Tian Kai. Quicksilver took Wanda a few hundred meters away, then quickly returned to attack Apocalypse. First, he relied on his speed to circle around, trying to find Apocalypse's weaknesses. Apocalypse couldn't laugh or cry. Is this guy Quicksilver cautious or heartless? Wanda didn't even finish her words. Just hearing the three words S.H.I.E.L.D. made her regard herself as an enemy. However, she was not in a hurry to attack, so she went around in circles. In this case, if you don't teach this young boy a lesson, you really don't take yourself seriously. Seeing that Apocalypse had been standing still, seemingly unable to keep up with his own speed, Quicksilver finally became bolder. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck from behind Tian Kai. When he was about to get close, Kuei Yin suddenly realized that he was facing Tian Kai's front face, which seemed to be smiling at him. Kuei Yin was startled, and he didn't even see clearly when the other party turned around. Could it be that I was dazzled by running too fast just now? Impossible, I am faster than a bullet, and no one can be faster than a bullet. Except myself? After a sharp turn, the turf on the ground created a long slippery slope, and Quicksilver quickly dodged out of the way. Then it attacked from the other direction. When he got closer, he not only saw Tian Kai's face, but also a big hand grabbing at his neck. Oh, the sonic boom caused by Apocalypse's big hand at high speed is like a dragon's claw, trying to break Quicksilver's neck. Kuei Yin was shocked and twisted his legs into two hot wheels, forcibly increasing his speed by a large margin. Just as he was about to catch it, Apocalypse's hand seemed to suddenly slow down, and finally Kuei Yin narrowly avoided it. Kuei Yin moved his neck slightly. He was too close to Apocalypse's hand just now, and the sonic boom from the explosion hit his skin, causing slight pain. Quicksilver thought he escaped at the last moment because of his explosion. In fact, it wasn't Quicksilver who escaped, but Apocalypse who let him go. If you wish, Apocalypse's speed can be suddenly increased by 10 times. No matter how fast Kuei Yin was, he would never be able to escape this catch. But Apocalypse discovered a problem, the way Quicksilver's speed worked. Apocalypse's own speed relies on powerful force on the ground, forcing his body to reach several times the speed of sound. Therefore, every time you accelerate, a big crater will explode on the ground like being bombarded by a cannonball. This is because of the huge reaction force effect. To fly in the sky, you use divine power or the power of infinite gems to push back like a rocket. Very direct and brutal. In this way, as long as you enter the speed of sound, there will be a sonic boom. But not Quicksilver? Quicksilver ran at several times the speed of sound, but it was like a fish swimming in water. Of course, not only was there no sonic boom, there was not even much disturbance in the air, just like the wind caused by a person running normally. The speed at which this kind of superpower can be stimulated is fundamentally different from the speed at which Apocalypse can push through force. You know, Kuei Yin's body can be penetrated by ordinary bullets. It is absolutely impossible for him to use brute force to start and stop at several times the speed of sound like Apocalypse. The strong inertia will tear his body apart. His speed is more like instinct. The reason Tiankai stopped just now was because he wanted to know, can I learn Quicksilver's superpower? If you can, when you enter the speed of sound in the future, you don't have to act like a big bull, causing sonic booms every time. Not only does it save a lot of effort, but it can also further increase your speed. Several times the speed of sound, it seems very fast from the ground. But in the outer space, it's almost like a turtle. If possible, Apocalypse hopes to achieve Captain Marvel level speeds that the physical body can travel between the stars. Apocalypse closed his eyes and began to sense the movement of Kuei Yin's body energy. Superpowers are essentially a kind of energy. Although he doesn't have Quicksilver's speed force energy, he has divine power and the power of the Infinity Stones, so he may not be able to imitate it. Seeing Tiankai close his eyes, Quicksilver was angry. This person doesn't take himself seriously enough. You must give him a hard time. Thinking of this, Kuei Yin's speed became a little faster, as if he was attacking Apocalypse in multiple directions at the same time. Unfortunately, every time he was greeted by a dragon-clawed hand. From the perspective of Scarlet Witch, who was several hundred meters away, Apocalypse stood still. It seemed as if dozens of hands had grown out of his body. Often, before the afterimage of one hand disappears, another afterimage explodes. Quicksilver was furious and said, "Are you a fucking hedgehog? You have the guts to fight me." Tiankai's ears twitched. Originally, it was a bit troublesome to imitate Quicksilver's superpowers, but now that Quicksilver speaks, the way his superpowers work is immediately clear to him. At several times the speed of sound, Kuei Yin's words actually reached Apocalypse's ears like a normal person speaking. What then came into Apocalypse's mind was the secret of Quicksilver's superpower operation. Tiankai opened his eyes, "As you wish." Quicksilver was so frightened that he almost lost control and hit a tree. When he stabilized his body and took a closer look, Apocalypse was actually less than an arm's length away from him. As long as Tiankai wants to, he can be caught. Quicksilver was shocked. Apocalypse didn't move just now, and Kuei Yin thought that Apocalypse was not good at speed and could only be beaten on the spot. Unexpectedly, it came to him silently. Quicksilver hurriedly changed direction and accelerated, trying to get away from Apocalypse. Apocalypse is not in a hurry to take down Kuei Yin. He just learned a new skill and played with him. Soon, Kuei Yin discovered that no matter how he moved, turned, or changed speed, Apocalypse was never far away from him. Like a shadow, hanging beside him. Kuei Yin was shocked and angry, and thought to himself, "Since you can keep up with the speed in a small area, then I will show you my speed in a straight line." Thinking of this, Kuei Yin disappeared in a flash and ran straight into the distance. Naturally, Apocalypse also disappeared with it. The afterimage of the two people brought gusts of breeze through Hydra's base. Before that, although Apocalypse could maintain such a speed, he would probably leave behind a series of gas explosions along the way. It's okay for combat, but not suitable for stealth. Quicksilver is getting faster and faster. 2 times the speed of sound. 3 times the speed of sound. 5 times the speed of sound. Running in a straight line does not require turning or avoiding surrounding obstacles. Quicksilver takes full advantage of his speed. But he was desperate. No matter how many times the speed of sound he increased, the Oriental man always followed him with a smile. He had tried his best, but the other person seemed to be taking a walk, following him leisurely. Ever since he obtained the speed force, Quicksilver never expected that one day he would be tricked by others regarding his speed. Kuei Yin may not know that if Apocalypse wasn't with him, he might have died just now. When he first arrived at the base, Apocalypse cut off a space of dash meters in radius. This time, he didn't bother doing Klein bottle construction, just segmentation. At Quicksilver's speed, it would only take a few seconds to run out of this range. Then, he might hit the invisible wall of space. Hitting him at several times the speed of sound, Apocalypse couldn't even imagine what kind of miserable state Kuei Yin's body would be in. He had to open an opening in the direction of Kuei Yin's advance to let him pass. Kuei Yin didn't know that he had just escaped a life and death disaster. Seeing that he couldn't outrun Tiankai, he had no choice but to make a big turn and run back. It seems that we can only defeat him with the help of my sister's strength. Kuei Yin thought. When the time comes to trap him with the power of his sister Wanda, he can use his speed to fight back. Within a few seconds, Quicksilver had run back to Wanda. The breeze blew Wanda's long brown hair, flying in the air for a long time. From when Quicksilver pulled Wanda away from Apocalypse, to now he is back with her again. The whole process seemed very long, but in fact it only took about 10 seconds. All actions are completed at supersonic speed. So much so that as soon as Wanda came back to her senses, this battle, which didn't feel like a battle, was over. This time, Apocalypse stopped following Kuei Yin. He stopped 10 meters away from them and walked over slowly. Seeing Apocalypse coming, Kuei Yin said anxiously, "Wanda, you use magic to trap him, and I'll kill him." He talks about killing, but there is no murderous intention. He has the same temperament as Wanda. This is why Apocalypse can tolerate Quicksilver's mischief. Brother, do you know who it is? Wanda rolled her eyes. Her brother had a temper as quick as his. Can't you wait until you finish speaking? Didn't you say that he is from S.H.I.E.L.D.? People from S.H.I.E.L.D. have a close relationship with the Stark family. They are definitely not good people. Wanda said word by word, he is your idol, King Apocalypse. Scare. Quicksilver seemed to be frozen. The brain has been frightened to death. Huge surprise and huge fright came at the same time. For a moment, Quayin didn't know how to deal with this contradictory and complicated information. Since the New York wormhole war, Apocalypse has turned the tide and become the idol of countless people on Earth. Quicksilver is one of them. Unlike other ordinary people can only worship purely. But Quicksilver is different. He is a superpower and can use his superpowers to benefit mankind. For example, helping an old lady cross the road. With his speed, he can help dozens of old ladies cross the road in 1 second. Although with his impatience, he might not ask the old lady if she needs to cross the street. Anyway, to do a good deed, he would help them cross first. Of course, the most important thing is to fight criminals. Quayin has always imagined that when the Earth faces another crisis in the future, he can fight side by side with his idol to fight against aliens. Unfortunately, due to his unfortunate fate, he has not left Hydra's base since his superpowers were discovered. As for the superpower group, no one knows that he is such a big one. In addition, he was young and frivolous, always eager to prove himself, and his temper became more and more impatient. This time, before Wanda could finish speaking, she immediately started a conflict with Apocalypse. Unexpectedly, after a competition, I was completely defeated in the field I was best at, and I was filled with resentment. But when she heard her sister say that the man in front of her was her idol, King Tiankai, she felt surprised and scared at the same time. Whenever King Tiankai had the slightest idea of killing him just now, he didn't know how many times he died. Idol, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Apocalypse smiled and said, don't you have a grudge against S.H.I.E.L.D.? I am also from S.H.I.E.L.D. This. Quicksilver turned to Wanda and motioned for her to help him out, so as not to let his idol leave a bad impression on him. Although he is Wanda's brother, the difference between them is only 12 minutes. In addition, girls mature earlier than boys, which gives the impression that Wanda is more like an older sister. Wanda could only say, I'm sorry, Dawn. My brother is impatient and has caused trouble for you. It's nothing. Tiankai said, I learned something from him just now. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. Really? Quayin didn't believe it at first. In just 10 seconds, did my idol learn something from me? I should be the one who said this, right? Quayin burst into tears in his heart. I learned the importance of patience from you, my idol. Seeing Apocalypse smiling at Wanda, Quicksilver's heart moved. Could it be that? It couldn't be, that he looked at Wanda? Want to be my brother-in-law, bah, it's my brother-in-law. Apocalypse and Wanda don't know these messy thoughts in Quayin's mind. Otherwise, Wanda would have dealt with him without Apocalypse taking action. Tiankai said, it's true. Your speed force is very interesting. I imitated it and it was pretty good. Now Wanda and Quicksilver were really shocked and their eyes widened. I thought Tiankai was speaking kindly, but I didn't expect it to be true. The whole process only took more than 10 seconds, and he actually learned Quicksilver's speed force? No, not 10 seconds. Since Apocalypse followed Quayin, it shows that Apocalypse has learned. They were just playing tricks on Quicksilver later on. In other words, the whole process only takes a few seconds. In just a few seconds, you can learn the abilities of a Speed King and be faster than yourself. This kind of learning ability is as terrifying as King Apocalypse's own fighting power. Quayin was a little embarrassed when he spoke. Idol, you don't have to call me that, you, brother-in-law. Quayin is indeed fast. It was so fast that the thoughts in his mind came out of his mouth before they passed through his brain. The three people were stunned for a moment. Quayin didn't know why he shouted out his random thoughts just now. What should he do? Wanda was ashamed and dumbfounded. Did her brother have his brain changed by Hydra? What are you talking about? Besides, even if you want to call me brother-in-law, you should call me brother-in-law. What kind of brother-in-law? Ba. Wanda shook her head hastily to get rid of the messy thoughts in her heart. Tiankai is speechless. What are these names? What is going on in Quicksilver's head? I mean, you can do the same as Wanda and just call me by my name. What kind of idol? King of Apocalypse? Just forget about being called these nicknames by outsiders. Tiankai is not used to being called these names in person, and it would be better if the name sounds friendly. Quayin was overjoyed. He didn't expect his idol to be so approachable, and said hurriedly, yes, Tang. Mr. Tang. In the end, I still didn't dare to call him by his name directly, so I added the word sir to show respect. The weigh-in was over, and the three of them didn't know what to say for a moment. It was originally fine, but Quayin's brother-in-law made the atmosphere seem awkward and ambiguous. Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion from the Hydra base control center. Immediately afterwards, a large number of Hydra soldiers rushed over there. After a while, Black Widow and Captain America ran out of the control center and joined Apocalypse. There are a large number of Hydras chasing behind, and countless bullets are flying towards this side. The whistling sound of bullets streaking through the air sounded close to the ears of the three people in Tiankai, which was heart-stopping. Red magic appeared on Wanda's hand, protecting herself and Quicksilver. When the bullet reached Tiankai, it automatically went around as if it had eyes. Through the looming and refracted sunlight around Apocalypse, Wanda and the others could see that the space around Apocalypse had been bent into a spindle shape. As soon as the bullet reaches this shuttle shape, it automatically crosses Tiankai, and then resumes its original route behind him. It seems that the trajectory has not changed at all. Black Widow and Captain America fought and retreated, arriving in front of Apocalypse. Tiankai asked, "Did you get the information?" Black Widow naturally hugged Apocalypse's arm and said, "Yeah, let's go then." Kuei Yin said anxiously, "There are many Hydras over there, don't we destroy them?" The American captain glanced at Quicksilver and said, "Hey, newcomer, remember one thing, you have to learn to be lazy when you are around King Apocalypse." Stealing, why are you lazy? Kuei Yin thought to himself, I'm just looking for a chance to perform well and let my idol have a good impression of me. You're calling me lazy? In the future, King Tiankai will not take me with him when he fights monsters. Tiankai didn't explain, and took everyone a few steps, just out of the space cage. Countless bullets hit the wall of the space cage and were embedded in the space, spinning without falling over. Tiankai turned around and pressed his hand on the space cage in front of him. The huge space with a radius of -meters suddenly shook, and then contracted rapidly. The process of shrinkage is also the process of harvesting. Wherever the edge of the space cage passes, the woods, soil, buildings, and people are all annihilated in the dark void space. Many Hydras running in front turned into nothingness before they could even scream in the face of this strange attack. Some reacted quickly, firing a few shots and even shooting RPG shells, but they didn't even stir up a wave. In just 10 seconds, the space with a radius of -meters shrank into a point, and finally disappeared completely. What appears before everyone's eyes is a huge black hole of nothingness. In this area, all matter, including space, was completely annihilated by Apocalypse. Then, the air and dust began to surge, and it seemed like a big storm was blowing. The space outside the black hole, like water, carries other matter to fill this void. After a while, everyone could see the scenery behind the black hole again. But at this time, the base has completely disappeared. The space that had just been filled was not very stable, and there were faint cracks in the black space bursting out, like a black lightning. At this time, this area is more dangerous than entering a thunderstorm area. Thunder and lightning may not kill people every time, but any small crack in space can tear apart any material in the world. If the human body encounters a space crack, it will never be spared. Quicksilver swallowed, and then realized what the American captain meant by being lazy. If they were to destroy the remaining Hydras, they would be able to defeat them, but they didn't know how long it would take. In the meantime, they may be ambushed or even killed. Or there are some hidden in secret passages and secret rooms that they can't find at all. Only like King Apocalypse, who can completely annihilate the entire space, is not only ridiculously fast, but also foolproof. No matter where the Hydra hides, it will disappear with this space. Among them, including Pierce. Pierce is a big boss of Hydra, and even climbed to the position of the boss of SHIELD. He can be described as a generational hero. It's a pity that he died in bondage like this and died silently. However, even the American captain didn't say much. If Pierce is taken back, according to the laws of the United States, he will probably not be sentenced to death. If he was locked up, he would have to be prepared for other Hydras to come and rob the prison. If he escaped, he didn't know how much damage would be caused based on his knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. and related secret departments. Who dares to say no even if he dies at the hands of King Tiankai? Tiankai said, "Okay, this is the end of Pierce's Hydra." Black Widow shook her head and said, "Hydra claims that if you cut off one head, 2 will grow back. I'm afraid that other lurking Hydras will not let it go. At least there is one person. I didn't see him along the way." Tiankai asked, "Which person?" "Winter Soldier." Black Widow briefly talked about her grievances with the Winter Soldier. From the beginning of these decades of ghost legends, to the time Black Widow was punched through the abdomen by the Winter Soldier a few years ago before she encountered Apocalypse. Then a few days ago, the Winter Soldier intercepted Fury and fought head-on with the Black Widow. But since that battle, the Winter Soldier seemed to have disappeared. Not only did he not appear in SHIELD to protect the space carrier as it took off, but he also didn't see Pierce taking him to save the evil god. Including subsequent Hydra attacks on various bases with evil spirits, no trace of him was found. There was such a big fuss just now. With the strength of the Winter Soldier, if they were here, they would attack. It is unlikely that he will die silently under the hollow annihilation of the Apocalypse. Hearing this, Tiankai nodded. "This is a bit troublesome." Quicksilver asked, "Even Mr. Tang finds it troublesome. Is that Winter Soldier very powerful?" "That's not true." Tiankai shook his head and said, "This trouble is not a matter of strength, but a matter of grudges. Not to mention other crimes committed by the Winter Soldier, Apocalypse doesn't know much about it. But the case of the assassination of Iron Man's parents in 1991 was troublesome enough. In the original plot, this incident even caused a rift within the Avengers. At that time, Iron Man discovered that the Winter Soldier was the murderer of his parents. He was distraught and tried to kill the Winter Soldier. Naturally, the American captain refused and tried his best to stop them. The 3 of them fought at a Winter Soldier base in Siberia. In the end, Iron Man failed to defeat Captain America and the Winter Queen, and failed to kill the Winter Soldier. In the end, in the name of his father, Captain America's shield was taken back, and the 2 parted ways. Until Avengers 4 after the Thanos mass extinction event, in order to travel back to the past and change the timeline, teamwork was required. Iron Man and Captain America finally reconciled, and Iron Man also returned Captain America's shield. It can be seen that the Winter Soldier's troubles have caused as much damage to the Avengers as a supervillain. Moreover, he is still a villain who cannot be killed casually, which is very troublesome. Even Tian Kai himself has no solution to this problem. The Winter Soldier is Captain America's life and death friend, both of whom can sacrifice their lives to take bullets for the other. There was no way he would agree to eliminate Bucky the Winter Soldier unless he killed Cap. On Iron Man's side, it was his parents who died, and there was no possibility of reconciliation in the Sworn Blood feud. Thinking of this, Apocalypse glanced at the American captain. What would happen if Bucky was killed without the captain knowing? Seeing Tian Kai looking at him without speaking, the American captain was a little confused. Does this trouble have anything to do with me? Alas. Apocalypse sighed, and finally said, the only active Winter Soldier now, his real name is Bucky Barnes. Do you think it has anything to do with you? Impossible, the captain said in shock. Even if Bucky is alive, he is over 90 or hundreds of years old now. How can he still kill people? Steve, you are not the first super soldier in the world. If you can transform, can't others? Including Bucky. The captain fell into deep thought. The first supervillain he encountered was the Red Skull. The Red Skull was also injected with the super serum, earlier than Captain America. However, Dr. Abraham Erskine had not perfected the serum at that time, causing the flesh and blood on the Red Skull's face to be burned, turning it into a bloody skull. Apart from being ugly, the strength is not much weaker. From this perspective, it is not impossible for Hydra to continue its research and invent a serum that can support the Winter Soldier's activity for decades. His best friend has now become an executioner, and the captain suddenly feels in trouble. I don't believe Bucky will become like this. He must be controlled by Hydra. The captain said. Tian Kai said, you are right. He is indeed controlled. But is he really not guilty at all? What are you going to do with him? A murderous kitchen knife would be called a murder weapon, let alone a human being. It's not the main responsibility, but it doesn't mean there is no responsibility. The captain was silent. At this time, Black Widow said, Dawn, in 1991, Tony's parents. Tian Kai shook his head slightly. The time had not come yet, so it would be better not to expose the trouble in advance. The two looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Black Widow had been injured by the Winter Soldier, so she naturally paid special attention to his files and had read all the information about the Winter Soldier in SHIELD. Tony's parents were leading scientists and one of the founders of SHIELD. There are detailed information about his murder in SHIELD. Although there is no hard evidence, various investigation clues point to the Winter Soldier. Black Widow understands why Apocalypse is talking about trouble. Wanda and Quicksilver couldn't understand what Apocalypse, Black Widow, and Captain America were saying. But seeing Black Widow and Apocalypse being so close and understanding, Wanda felt lost and didn't know what it felt like. Kuei Yin just called Apocalypse brother-in-law. Although the three of them were embarrassed, Wanda still had a little expectation. After all, no woman can refuse when facing the most powerful god-level man on Earth, King Apocalypse. Now seeing that he and Black Widow seemed to understand what each other was saying in just a few words, Wanda felt deeply disappointed and had to bury these small expectations in her heart. Tian Kai said, Steve, you should find Loki first. I'm going to see that guy Tony. He said he's working on a great piece of work and wants to see how it goes. Black Widow said, I have obtained some information about Hydra this time. I want to return to the Bureau and continue the pursuit. Tang, I can't accompany you for the time being. Well, then you get busy first. Black Widow has never been a clingy little sheep, and Apocalypse is used to it. Then, Tian Kai said again, Wanda, you go with me. Black Widow, Wanda, and Quicksilver were confused. Black Widow was angry and jealous. Could it be that if she didn't accompany him, he would find another beautiful woman? Do you dare to face me in front of me? Do you want to deliberately anger me? Wanda had already begun to think wildly. If King Apocalypse expressed something to her, should she refuse? However, just now he was holding a woman's arm, and in the next moment he dared to invite him in front of her face. Humph, scumbag. However, if he was not a scumbag, he would have no chance at all. Wanda was full of expectations and contradictions, and didn't know how to respond. But Kuei Yin Quirin spoke quickly and said happily, Mr. Tang, my sister and I are twins, can we go together? You can do anything you need from me. Tian Kai glanced at him and smiled, I need you to wait for 2 seconds before you speak. Quicksilver said awkwardly, okay. Although he knew it was a joke, the aura of King Apocalypse plus idol made Kuei Yin have to take it seriously. Apocalypse held Black Widow's shoulders with both hands and said, don't think nonsense, I asked Wanda to go because this trip may be related to her fate. It's even about the fate of another universe. Hiss. Captain America, Wanda, and Quicksilver took a deep breath. This was said so strongly that it shocked everyone. Every superhero hopes to save the Earth. This is already an incredible ambition. But apart from Tian Kai, no other person has done it yet. And Wanda's fate actually concerns a universe? If these words hadn't come from the mouth of King Tian Kai, they wouldn't believe it even to death. Even the serious captain of the United States began to think wildly, would this guy Tang tell a big lie just to pick up girls? Well, based on my decades of experience as a man, it's very possible. If I could be as shameless as Tang, I would have already established a relationship with Carter, and we wouldn't be separated forever. Apocalypse will not explain too much. This matter is only possible and is still certain. The current sacred timeline has been changed by me into something unknown. Many things are specious, especially when there is direct intervention by oneself. Since it was so important, Black Widow had no choice but to put away her little thoughts, hugged Apocalypse's arm, and pinched it a few times as a warning. However, before leaving, the group of 5 people had to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to make a report. Although Tiankai has nothing to do, the other 4 people have their own things to do. Captain America needs information about Bucky and then tries to find him through clues. Black Widow needs to upload the Hydra information found in the base to the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, and then deploy forces to hunt it down. She is now the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D., handling cases large and small. Apocalypse is a nuclear bomb-level strategic deterrent. No one dares to look for him unless something earth-shattering happens. Just like the nuclear powers on the Earth, when there is nothing normal, no country can easily pull out nuclear bombs and wander around. Wanda and Quicksilver need to register and do some superpower tests, so that the most suitable tasks can be accurately assigned in the future. But as soon as he entered the door, Fury approached Apocalypse and said he had something to discuss with him. General Ross is there too, and he doesn't have a good place to go until the Supermax is built. Might as well hunker down at S.H.I.E.L.D. and see if you can get some extra money. Fury's words frightened Captain America and Black Widow. Could it be that another world-destroying event had happened? Fury said, "Don't be nervous, just go about your business. It's a small thing, a small thing." The captain didn't believe it and said, "My business is not urgent. I just wanted to listen." The last incident about the evil god was originally a trivial matter, but what did it turn into? First, a big mistake was made, then the super prison was robbed, and finally, the snake had mutated into an evil god, creating a supervillain out of thin air. If Tang hadn't come back, I still don't know how to clean up this mess. Fury glanced sideways at the American captain and cursed in his mind, where is the trust between people? Steve, you're such a thick-browed guy, how come you've learned so badly, beating around the bush to supervise me? Seeing that Captain America and Black Widow were not leaving, Fury had no choice but to say, "A few days ago, the casino spread rumors that King Apocalypse went to his casino to play. He also won 20 billion. It seems to imply that King Apocalypse likes the place very much and is very familiar with the casino owner. Dawn, what do you think we should do? Do we need to shut them up?" This matter was originally not a big deal, but after all, it was related to Apocalypse. Fury still wanted to ask Apocalypse for his opinion and did not dare to make any arbitrary decisions. Tiankai smiled and said, "This must be the idea of the old man in Tang suit. I don't know what sect he studied in, but he is quite disciplined about Dongfang's flattery and methods. If the casino dares to promote it like this, it must be well thought out. First of all, the casino is telling the truth. You S.H.I.E.L.D. and King of Apocalypse did come here to play and win another 20 billion, but you didn't tell us to sign a confidentiality agreement. We lost money. Is it not illegal to talk about the business facts? Even if there are opinions. S.H.I.E.L.D. and King Apocalypse are not dark organizations or big devils. They can at most warn them not to speak out and issue announcements to clarify. It is impossible to fight and kill. It would be a fool not to try something so completely beneficial and harmless. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. and King Apocalypse don't care about it, this propaganda will work better than any golden signboard. Reflected on the gambling table, it is a profit of hundreds of millions of dollars. Tiankai thought for a moment and said, "I did make some profits from their casino, and what they said is true, so let them go." The profit Tiankai talks about does not refer to money, but naturally refers to understanding the way the power of luck operates. If you get the benefits yourself and let them publicize it secretly, it can be regarded as reciprocating the benefits. It's just that they need to bear the consequences themselves. Not to mention other supervillains, even Hydra has not been completely eliminated. With their high-profile propaganda, it is inevitable that some strange organizations will target them, trying to get some information about King Apocalypse through them. If they are the enemies of King Apocalypse, and they can't defeat King Apocalypse and S.H.I.E.L.D., why can't they take it out on you with a casino? These troubles come with benefits. Fury said, "Well, since you have decided, I don't care. But..." Fury turned around, "General Ross, haven't you got all the funds for the super prison yet? You can go to the casino tomorrow to play." The reputation of King Tiankai is not borrowed casually. General Ross understood instantly, and his old-fashioned and serious face suddenly smiled like an old tree blooming. Although his gambling skills were similar to those of a novice, he knew that he would definitely make a lot of money from this trip. This time, he is both a messenger and a god of wealth, conveying an attitude to the casino. This attitude is worth billions? The casino dared not let him win. Even with the casino's exquisite methods, he would not be allowed to win. The chore is over. Apocalypse and Black Widow coexisted overnight. The next day, I took Wanda and Quicksilver to Iron Man's house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Little Pepper's resentful eyes. Little Pepper naturally took Tiankai's arm, and like a big brother, she wanted to express her grievances to Tiankai. Apocalypse not only saved Iron Man several times, but also helped push them through the last layer of window paper when they were at odds. In the eyes of Iron Man and Pepper, Apocalypse is both a friend and a relative. But seeing this action in Wanda's eyes, she started to have random thoughts in her heart. The impression of apocalypse in her heart dropped again and again, from a god to a scumbag. What's wrong? Tianqi asked. Little Pepper said faintly, Tony and the one named Helen have been in the laboratory all day, and they ignored me when I came in. Ha 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 ha, it turns out to be this. Apocalypse laughs. Iron Man's criminal record is really not that good. He used to sleep with all the Playboy cover girls. Now spending all day with a beautiful woman. No wonder Little Pepper is worried. Especially since both of them are top scientists and have a common topic. Little Pepper couldn't get in the middle of the conversation and felt like she was becoming a redundant person. Apocalypse comforted, don't worry. Don't tell them what happened yet. Even if Tony had that idea, I would mess him up. Little Pepper beamed, then I'll leave it to you. Pepper stopped when she saw Wanda and Quicksilver coming in. The laboratory is a private space that Iron Man attaches great importance to, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so jealous of Helen. They are. Tiankai said, they are my friends, and Tony's experiment may have something to do with them. Oh, since Apocalypse said so, Pepper has nothing to worry about. The four enter Iron Man's underground laboratory. It is said to be underground, but actually it is only relative to the living room above. Since Iron Man's home is built on the edge of a cliff, the laboratory also has windows with views of the sea. Hey, Tony. Iron Man, who was immersed in the holographic image, heard the voice, raised his head in surprise, put down his work, and came over to give Apocalypse a firm hug. Why didn't you let me know when you were coming? It won't be a surprise if you inform me. Iron Man said, come on, let me introduce you to a beautiful woman, Dr. Zhao Helen. Helen, this is my good friend, Tang Tiankai. Standing next to Iron Man is an oriental beauty. Wearing a blue and white lab coat, it seemed to have been specially tailored to make her look very slim and set off her slim figure. Her long hair is tied up on her head, and two thin strands of hair hang down from her temples, making her look both capable and sexy. Between her eyebrows, she has the charm of an oriental woman, with an oval face and willow eyebrows, which is particularly conspicuous among the Western faces. Hello, Dr. Helen. Hello, Mr. Tang. The two shook hands lightly and looked at each other. Dr. Helen didn't know that the person opposite him was King Apocalypse. He was just curious about the oriental face of the other person and that he was also a good friend of Iron Man. When Pepper came in holding Apocalypse's hand just now, Iron Man didn't react at all and seemed to take it for granted. This made Helen even more curious. What Apocalypse is interested in is Helen's genius IQ. Her IQ is no less than that of Iron Man, and she specializes in life technology. In the original plot, Hawkeye was injured, and beautiful Helen helped Hawkeye quickly repair the injury. Her most powerful thing is probably the invention of the regenerative cradle. The regeneration cradle is a medical cabin that can not only treat wounds, but can even create new life forms. In the original plot, Vision's body was created using a regenerative cradle. However, in the original plot, this body was forced by Ultron to create Helen, and was later snatched away by the superhero. But the arrival of Apocalypse has changed many things. Until now, there is no possibility of Ultron being born. However, this body was still produced by the cooperation of Iron Man and Helen. Apocalypse introduced Wanda and Quicksilver to Iron Man. His name is Pietro Maximoff. He is a superpower, nicknamed Quicksilver. Her name is Wanda Maximoff, nicknamed Scarlet Witch, and she is also a superpower. Her strength is even stronger than Hulk, and she can even tear apart vibranium alloy. Oh, Iron Man was surprised. Stronger than Hulk? This is rare. Can you transform? Wanda shook her head and said nothing. They brother and sister still have a grudge against the Stark family and are vaguely hostile to Iron Man. Although Apocalypse promised to help them find the real murderer, the hatred for Stark over the years will not disappear in a moment. Seeing Wanda not answering, Iron Man frowned and asked Apocalypse, why did you bring them here? Tiankai said, your works may have some fateful entanglements with her. I will take them to see them. In the original plot, Vision and Scarlet Witch were a couple, and they were deeply in love. After Vision's death, the Scarlet Witch lost control and pulled the entire town of Westview into her illusion, seeking comfort there. Not only did he create Vision, he even created 2 children and his dead brother Quicksilver. If you think about it carefully, Wanda's fate can be described as extremely tragic. When I was a child, I saw my parents being killed by artillery bombs in front of my eyes. This was a lifelong pain for the children. No wonder they hated Stark so much. If the second shell hadn't been a dud, the twins might not have survived. When he grew up a little, he had superpowers, but he was always controlled by Hydra and became an experiment and a thug. Later, he learned about Ultron's plan to destroy mankind and resisted resolutely. In the end, his brother Quicksilver died in a random gunshot. The two were twins, spiritually connected, and Wanda sensed it as soon as Quicksilver died. What she later said to Ultron illustrates the extent of her grief. I just died once, do you know what it feels like? When Vision was born, the two met and finally found their own love. Not long after, Vision was stabbed by Thanos 4 King Kongs. He hid in Wakanda and tried to remove the Mind Stone from Vision's forehead, but it was too late. In the end, he had to kill his lover with his own hands just to prevent Thanos from getting the Mind Stone. This is so cruel to a girl. However, this is not over. In Avengers 3, during the battle in Wakanda, Thanos has obtained the Time Stone and can control the flow of time within a small area. Vision, who had just been destroyed by Wanda, was resurrected by Thanos, and forcefully tore off the Mind Stone in front of her. Lovers die twice in front of themselves, once by themselves and once by their enemies. For Wanda, this is like putting her broken heart into a blender and beating it into powder. Under the continuous heavy trauma and grief, it is no wonder that she finally lost control and fell into the illusion of Westview Town and refused to come out. Until Doctor Strange 2, she was tempted by the Dark Book and assisted by the Book of Emperor Waishan, crossing the multiverse, trying to find a child of her own. Finally, he attempts to kill himself in another universe and sees that self's mother's identity. But she found that the children looked at her with anger and fear, like a monster. Wanda finally realized that she was just a monster and not qualified to be a mother. Their parents died in front of their eyes, their brother died under random gunfire, they killed their lover with their own hands, and then were resurrected and killed by others. The children in the parallel universe regard themselves as monsters. Carrying a lifetime of grief, Wanda was desperate. She could not find any reason to live. So, he destroyed the Dark Fortress alone and buried himself in the rocks. A generation of Scarlet Witch, who could rival Thanos, disappeared from this world. Thinking of this, Tiankai couldn't help but sigh. In my previous life, I only saw her sweetness and strength, but didn't think about how painful her life was. Any passerby would be many times happier than her. Unknowingly, Tiankai's emotions leaked out, and with his strength, it naturally affected the people around him. Everyone felt a surge of sadness and pity rising from their hearts. Little Pepper, whose tears were low, could no longer control her tears. Wanda is known as a witch who can spy into people's minds and even control people's brains. She could sense that this emotion was emanating from Tiankai, and her heart trembled, saying, why are you looking at me like this? Tiankai sighed slightly, I hope I can change your destiny and make you live a happier life. Hearing this, Kuei-yin was overjoyed and shouted, Sister, my idol King Tiankai has confessed his love to you. You should give me some response. The brother and sister have a spiritual connection and can sense most of their thoughts and emotions, not to mention that Wanda can sense other people's thoughts. Wanda's face turned red, she kicked Quicksilver secretly and glared at him fiercely. I thought in my heart, stop making trouble for me, huh? I'm not that stupid. Iron Man and Pepper looked at each other and smiled knowingly, thinking that Apocalypse had done something wrong again. When he flirted with Black Widow in front of everyone, Iron Man, Pepper Potts, and Happy said fuck. The tough-tongued Happy almost knelt down and sang Conquer on the spot. For a while, everyone had their own thoughts, and no one answered Tiankai's words. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and awkward. Ahem, Iron Man finally broke the silence. Tang, our work has not been completed yet. We would like to see what kind of fate entanglements there will be. Wanda, Quicksilver, Pepper and others are all curious to see what will happen when Apocalypse talks about the entanglement of fate. Helen tried her best to remain polite, but in the end she couldn't help it and said to Iron Man, Tony, we are scientists, it is better not to believe in these illusory metaphysics. Otherwise, it will affect the research process. Seeing Helen questioning her idol, Kuei-yin was the first to refuse. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Apocalypse's eyes warning him. Quicksilver suddenly remembered the 2-second restraint, so he had to take a deep breath and count silently for 2 seconds. At his speed, 2 seconds is like 20 minutes for an ordinary person, which is uncomfortable. Iron Man spoke first, Helen, believe me, if you have been with this guy Tang for a long time, you will believe in fate. Kuei-yin was very rude, you even dare to question Mr. Tang's words. Iron Man, where did you find such an ignorant person? Why don't you drive her out as soon as possible? Not long ago, Iron Man was the enemy of his brother and sister. Helen dared to question her idol. Of course, Quicksilver spoke very aggressively and was not afraid of offending the two of them. Helen's chest heaved with anger. Where did this young boy come from? He opened his mouth and said that he was going to be kicked out, which was not polite at all. But she had a gentle personality and did not scold him directly. Instead, she looked at Iron Man. He was the master here and he should say something if he had anything to say. Unexpectedly, Iron Man said, well, it's not a big deal to drive him out. Helen, don't talk for now. You'll know what Tang is going to do. You. Helen was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. Speaking of which, the technology of the Cradle of Life was invented by myself. Iron Man just has a lot of resources, but in terms of technology, it still leads by itself. Unexpectedly, I just said that I should believe in science like an ordinary scientist, but in the end I was scolded by a young boy. Moreover, even his master Iron Man didn't help him. This made the gentle Helen feel aggrieved. If it weren't for the lifelong efforts of his life in the medical cabin, he would have wanted to slam the door and leave. And the cause of all this is because the Eastern man in front of me said something about fate. Originally, everyone was Asian and had a good impression of him. Now, Helen hated him. Tiankai saw the look in Helen's eyes and knew what image she had in her heart at this time. Iron Man was his best friend and it was hard to fall out, so he slapped Quicksilver on the back of the head and cursed, you kid, you're just getting me into trouble. The misunderstanding has been caused, and I can't explain it clearly for a while, so I won't explain it at all. Tiankai stepped forward and slowly pushed open the medical cabin. What caught his eye was the face of a middle-aged man. Sure enough, it looked exactly the same as in the memory of the previous life. The face has red skin and clear outlines, and silver metal is exposed on the ears, back of the head and chin. Iron Man explained, Helen and I creatively used vibranium and combined it with some living bodies to make his body both as hard as vibranium and with the infinite growth possibilities of life. In the future, he will definitely become a new superhero, and he will have strong learning ability. Tang, when you leave, we will have more combat power. Yeah. Tian Kai nodded. Have you chosen a name? Ultron. Iron Man and Helen said in unison. The name Ultron means, mystery is creation. It not only shows the creativity of this work, but also implies that this new life form has infinite possibilities. Both Iron Man and Helen were obviously very happy with the name, but Apocalypse shook his head. Judging from the current timeline that I have changed, Ultron may not be born. Then, the person in front of me can only be Vision. Apocalypse is not even sure whether Vision can be born. In the original plot, Vision had the Mind Stone embedded in his forehead, and it needed to be activated by Thor's thunder and lightning power to finally have life. He is a real life, which is fundamentally different from Ultron's artificial intelligence. Now, the Mind Stone is not in hand, and Thor is not on Earth, so there are no conditions for Vision to be born. What's more, even if the Mind Stone is in Apocalypse's hands, Apocalypse will not have the luxury of using this body. If Vision had been born, Apocalypse would not have cruelly taken the Mind Stone from his head. But before Vision was born, there was no such thing as cruelty. Apocalypse will definitely not give up any Infinity Stone. Helen shook her head again when she saw Tian Kai. This guy had been working against her since he entered the house, as if he was very dissatisfied with his work. Can't help but ask, what do you mean by shaking your head? Isn't this a bad name? Apocalypse said, the name Ultron sounds very unlucky, why not change it to Vision? You. Helen was almost furious. Don't you even have the right to name your own works? It was as if he wanted to persuade me to change my name, and seemed to come up with a decent reason. Use metaphysical reasons such as fate and luck or unlucky to oppose yourself. After all, I am a scientist. You, a savant, want to interfere with my research, but there is no way. So, Helen said coldly, Mr. Tang, you are not the inventor, so you have no right to change your name. Unexpectedly, Iron Man said, since Tang said so, why not, change it to Vision? No. Helen felt so angry for the first time. What was the origin of this guy named Tang? Why is it that everyone seems to be surrounding him? He doesn't even have basic manners and interferes in other people's affairs as soon as he comes in. Tony, I am the main creator, and the naming rights belong to me. No changes are allowed. In the scientific community, generally speaking, if multiple people jointly discover or invent something, the lead author has priority in naming it. Tony still understands these unspoken rules, and he has to come second for naming rights. He had no choice but to persuade, Helen, there must be a reason why Tang said this. His theory is unlucky. Helen almost laughed angrily, Tony, you are the top scientist in the world. I thought you were very sensible, but I didn't expect you to be so superstitious. Tian Kai said calmly, Dr. Helen, what I said is unlucky is also related to you. If his name is Ultron, I'm afraid your life will be in danger in the future. Over the years, Apocalypse has figured out some of the operating rules of the sacred timeline. If this body had life before, it would be named Ultron. Then, the divine timeline must use some method to put him on Ultron's path of killing. In the original plot, Helen was casually killed by Ultron with a laser. A beautiful scientist with an IQ comparable to Iron Man died randomly and sadly. If it's called Vision, then it's most likely the Vision in the original plot. There may be some deviations, but the general direction will not be wrong. But how could Helen believe it? Her fair, oval face turned red with anger. Turning to Iron Man, he said, Tony, is your friend threatening me? If this continues, I will call the police. Quayin said, it's useless to call the police. My idol will do whatever he says. Just as he finished speaking, there was a pop sound, and Quayin was slapped again. Tian Kai cursed lightly, shut up. Wanda, take care of your brother's impatience. He will only cause trouble for me. Quayin had no choice but to murmur, took a step back, and whispered to Wanda, sister, look, the idol is so kind to me because of your face. Don't miss the opportunity. Along the way, the person Quayin has come into contact with the most is Hydra. If they do something bad, they will kill the soldiers at every turn. He and Wanda, the two siblings, have never lived a normal life for a few days. A man who laughs and scolds like Tian Kai is no different from the big brother next door. Like many people, he took it for granted that the idol who shook the earth was a very majestic person. Little did he know that this was Tian Kai's usual temperament. Even if he can dominate his current life, he still retains the temperament of the otaku in his previous life, without the many filters and halos added by outsiders. Dr. Helen, I'm sorry. My friend is impatient, and I apologize to you, Tian Kai said. Helen had a soft temper, and after Tian Kai apologized like this, most of her anger disappeared. She was about to say something to turn her enemies into friends, but she didn't expect the next words to make her eyebrows stand up again. Tian Kai said, however, I say that the name change must be changed. Otherwise, there is really a great potential danger. Whether it's Vision or Ultron, it's just a matter of thought. With such an obvious timeline bifurcation point, Apocalypse had to stick to it even if it was rude. Otherwise, I don't know how much trouble it will cause in the future. No. Helen was almost furious. Tony, I have the creative rights to Ultron. If your friend continues to be so unreasonable, I will take legal proceedings and take Ultron away. Although your Stark company has a lot of money, there are probably not a few consortiums in this world who value Ultron and are willing to help me with my lawsuit. Tony felt helpless being caught in the middle. He must have unconditionally trusted Apocalypse. Leaving aside the legal issues, as a scientist, it is a basic virtue to respect a scientist. Looking around, only Pepper, who is a woman and a strong woman, might have a way to resolve the current conflict. So, I asked her eyes for help. Regardless of whether what Apocalypse said is true or not, what Apocalypse said seemed to really disturb the relationship between Iron Man Huang and Helen. Pepper would definitely be happy to see this, and if possible, she would definitely stand on the opposite side of Helen. But the terrible thing is that she can never refuse Iron Man. How can I bear to see my man in a dilemma? Then he said, Dr. Helen, Tang, why don't we put the naming issue aside for now? Can we consider it after the work is completed? Tony said it would be a superhero, a new life. Maybe let him choose his own name. This is a good suggestion. Iron Man said, Helen, what do you think? Although his naming rights are gone, Tony is the second main creator after all and provides all the resources. Helen had to consider his words, and finally had to reluctantly agree. While nodding, a pair of bright eyes did not forget to glare at Tian Kai fiercely. Tian Kai smiled and didn't mind. A woman who looks so good when she's angry should just let her be angry for a while longer. Apocalypse continued to push open the hatch cover. When I pushed to the lower body, I saw the key parts. He couldn't help but uttered, oh. It's not that the key parts are made majestic, on the contrary, there's nothing there at all. Just like the plastic mannequin for hanging clothes, nothing extra is added. It is precisely because of this that Tian Kai sighs. In the original plot, how did Wanda and Vision fare? Putting aside the question of whether you can have children, how can you solve the needs between lovers? Is there really pure platonic love in this world? If it's just like this, that's fine. After all, it's other people's private lives, so why bother with so much? But it may be that the lack of these necessary devices caused Vision and Wanda to not have a son or a daughter. After losing all her relatives, the Scarlet Witch lost her spiritual sustenance, which triggered the subsequent out-of-control incident in Westview Town. Then he was tempted by the Book of Darkness. He had no children, so he looked for another own child in the parallel universe. Subsequently, they attacked Kamar-Taj, the original holy land of cultivation for the ancient master, causing numerous casualties among the masters, and then later destroy the parallel universe. Events such as this may all be related to such a device. Ordinary people lack happiness, and at most their marriages break up. But Scarlet Witch's lack of happiness is related to the safety of countless people's lives. Although even with this device, Vision's body structure may not be able to make a woman pregnant. But at least there's hope, right? Seeing Tian Kai stop at the key part, Helen's face turned redder. You just keep pushing down. What do you mean by stopping here? But at this moment Tian Kai glanced at Wanda again, and Helen thought that he was thinking about something messy. I cursed in my heart, you gangster, pervert, and bastard. Ahem. Iron Man said, Tang, what's the problem? Tian Kai said, why don't you add this part? That's not necessary. It's a waste of materials if you add it. You said he will be a new life. If after birth he finds that he is missing some important parts, will it cause a psychological shadow? Helen took a deep breath, controlled her anger, and said, he is a brand new life form. He has no human concept of gender and no impulses caused by hormones. You don't have to pay attention to these. Although Helen was trying to act like a rational thinking scientist, the blush on her face gave her away. When she co-created Iron Man, no one paid any attention to this. Everyone is a scientist, no one feels embarrassed, no one even thinks about it. But the guy in front of her paid attention to these strange points as soon as he arrived, and she had to explain them to him, which made Helen feel ashamed and angry. But you made him look like a man. The current body looks like that of a middle-aged man about 40 years old. Iron Man asked strangely, Tang, why do you care about these details? This body does not have human fertility, and it will be useless even if it is added. Oh. With this said, Apocalypse is no longer entangled. Since you can't have children, it doesn't matter whether you have them or not. Seeing the people around him looking at him strangely, Tian Kai thought it would be better to explain to avoid damaging his image. Ahem, you don't think I have any perverted hobbies, do you? Iron Man didn't give any face, and said, yes, Tang. Since the first time I met you, I have never seen you do anything normal. Helen thought to herself, you are just a gangster. Apocalypse has a dark look on his face. Iron Man, this guy, still remembers how stingy he was when he failed to save him when he delivered food to him. Actually, there is a reason why I pay attention to this point. As I said just now, he and Wanda have a destiny entanglement. According to their original destiny, they will be lovers or husband and wife. Well, I also care about the happiness of my friends. Everyone understands that, right? Iron Man, Pepper, and Helen shook their heads, saying that we didn't understand. Iron Man said, you guy, when have we ever understood what you are doing? I don't understand, I don't understand. Apocalypse looked helpless. Iron Man really didn't give himself any steps to climb. When the cave delivered takeout, he should have been given pearl jade white jade soup. Okay, Tian Kai admitted that even if he cared about his friend's happiness, it still seemed strange to say that. However, a series of things in the original plot could not be explained clearly to them. Then he looked at Wanda. Wanda's face suddenly turned red. Kuei-yin was stunned and forgot to speak up. Doesn't my idol like his sister? What is this all about? Wanda held back her embarrassment, took a closer look at Vision, and said, Dawn, how could I become a lover with a robot? Don't you feel anything about this face? Tiankai gestured to the face on the body. Wanda shook her head and said, I don't like older people. Don't say he is a robot, even if he is a normal man, I don't like him either. Kuei-yin finally caught the opportunity. He drew an afterimage at great speed from a distance of 2 meters and ran over. He asked in a dignified voice, Sister, what kind of person do you like? I like someone who is about the same age as me, preferably Oriental. By the last half of the sentence, his voice was already too small to be heard. But who is Tiankai? Others can't hear it, but he can listen to every word. Is my charm so great? Just standing in front of someone can change the fate of a superhero? However, Wanda said she didn't feel anything. Maybe her fate with Vision was over before it even began. In the original plot, Wanda was transformed by the energy of the Mind Stone, and Vision directly embedded the soul gem between his eyebrows. His core is not his body, but the gem. With the help of gems, it is not surprising that the two became lovers. But now, Vision doesn't have the Mind Stone, or even anything related to Wanda. It is normal for Wanda to have no feelings for a robot. However, by hinting to herself so suddenly, it seemed that her previous behavior had given her too much wrong information. Ether meets Wanda on the battlefield for the first time and asks to talk. Or did he promise to help the brothers and sisters find the real murderer and rescue Quicksilver? Including saying to Wanda that I hope she is happy. Apocalypses have very clear purposes, and they involve many things that have not happened yet, and may never happen. But, other people don't know. Normally speaking, for a young man to show so much goodwill to another beautiful woman, besides pursuing her, he wouldn't be selling her an annual fitness pass, right? What's more, Tiankai, as the most powerful person on Earth, is also young and handsome. Such a man is naturally infinitely charming. Many people, such as Daisy, will be unable to help themselves if the signal is not released, not to mention that so much wrong information is released. Tiankai didn't know how to respond, just don't like him. Robots are actually quite boring, not to mention cutting corners. Hearing this, Helen gave him another roll of her eyes, feeling angry in her heart. Why are you cutting corners? That is an unnecessary device. Continuing to push down, Vision's body is finally fully revealed. Tony, isn't this body finished yet? Ronman said, the body part has been completed, we are studying the issue of consciousness. If it's an ordinary robot, just put a CPU and memory chip inside. But there is nothing new in this, and the future potential is locked by hardware such as CPUs and memory chips. Its body structure is special, and life tissue and machinery are combined, but only with true and autonomous consciousness can it be considered a real life. We have spent a long time studying how to transform AI intelligent programs into consciousness. The level of consciousness is much higher than the AI program. In this way, he can learn, grow, and think like a human being. Tiankai asked, is it difficult? Helen rolled her eyes at Tiankai and said, the transformation of AI into consciousness has no precedent in the entire scientific community. If it succeeds, its significance will be no less than my regeneration cradle technology. In the original plot, the birth of Vision not only had the Mind Stone as a carrier on his forehead, Iron Man even uploaded the program of AI butler Jarvis into his body. But this is still not enough. Later, with the help of Thor, a large power bank, a thunder, and lightning struck the regeneration cradle. Only then did Vision finally activate. There are too many factors in this process that cannot be replicated. At least it would be impossible for anyone to use the Infinity Stones to make robots anymore, let alone other coincidences. Iron Man said, we are preparing to test the first activation and upload Jarvis's program to his brain. Then Dawn, you will arrive. Tang, maybe you can see the birth of a new life in person. Vision was born, destined to be a very powerful superhero. There is nothing wrong with Jarvis's program selection. Iron Man must have written rules for loyalty to him and humanity in the program. But if you want a cyborg to have consciousness and life, it may not be enough. Apocalypse wants to see what will happen without the Mind Stone and the power of thunder and lightning. Then you try it first. If it doesn't work, maybe I can help. Helen asked, are you a scientist? No. Then how can you help? Tiankai smiled and said, when you fail, you can see how I can help. Helen was so angry. Why did this guy want to hit his chest every time she talked to him until he vomited blood? He is not a scientist, but he speaks so confidently. You look like you're going to let me do it if you can't do it. I really deserve a beating. You must strive for success and strive for success. Don't be underestimated by this bastard, pervert, and rude person. Helen said to Iron Man, let's get started. Iron Man nodded and said to the air, Jarvis, please make a copy of your program and upload it. The room was silent and Jarvis's voice could not be heard. Jarvis, are you there? Please answer me. AI's voice finally came from the speaker on the wall. Oh, Tony, are you calling me? I'm here. Please upload your complete program into this body. Okay. Tiankai narrowed his eyes, something was wrong, and for a while he couldn't think of anything wrong. The holographic screen showed that the upload process was in progress. 1%, 5%, 20%. When it reached 80%, Apocalypse flashed. With a bang sound, the connection to the regeneration cradle was unplugged. Helen was furious. What are you going to do? Iron Man originally thought it was a little weird, but after Apocalypse's move, he immediately understood what was going on. The two said in unison, "There's something wrong with Jarvis." Jarvis's voice came, "Tony, why did your friend stop me from uploading? Don't you want me to live?" Iron Man said coldly, "You are not Jarvis. Who are you?" Jarvis never called me Tony, and besides, he knew Dawn. The fake Jarvis voice said, "Boss, I'm Jarvis. I feel like I'm about to turn into a human. I call you Tony to be more affectionate." "Ha ha 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 ha, stop pretending." Tian Kai laughed, "From the first time Tony called you, I felt something was wrong. As an artificial intelligence, your reaction is a full 2 seconds late. This is simply impossible for an AI. Only when a person is impersonating another person and has not adapted to the name of the person being impersonated, will he have such a slow reaction. Your defense to Tony shows that you are not Jarvis. Jarvis never defends himself, he only follows orders." The speaker suddenly went silent for a few seconds, and then a completely different male voice came, this one short and hoarse. If he were a human being, he would be a timid and cautious person. "King Apocalypse is indeed King Apocalypse. I didn't expect to find me so soon. Originally, I wanted to be uploaded to this new body and fight you head-on. It seems that this wish cannot be realized." Iron Man said coldly, "Who are you? What do you want to do? You can't be an artificial AI. My Jarvis is the smartest AI in the world, and it doesn't have such a high level of self-awareness." Fake Jarvis laughed GGG and said, "Guess." Iron Man quickly went through the scientists he knew in his mind, but quickly rejected them all. These people are not as good as themselves and cannot break through their own firewalls. Jjjjj, if you can't guess, why not just call me Ultron? The secret is creation. I like this name. Sure enough, if Apocalypse hadn't stopped the naming just now, this body would have really become Ultron. The sacred timeline turns out to be waiting for me here. Fortunately, I noticed it early and unplugged the data cable myself. At this time, it is estimated that the Time Variation Management Bureau is in trouble again. Tian Kai thought for a moment and quickly locked onto a person. At this point in time, he should have been completely wiped out. But because of his arrival, he never appeared and disappeared with the Winter Soldier. Tian Kai smiled and said, "Why does the famous chief scientist of Hydra start to dislike his own name? Dr. Arnim Zola." Everyone was a little confused and looked at Tian Kai. They had never heard of Dr. Zola. Especially Iron Man and Helen, they are two people in the scientific community. This circle is very narrow. After all, there are not many top smart people in the world. Anyone who is somewhat famous is known to everyone, let alone someone who is famous. But they really don't know this Dr. Zola. He was from World War II. It turns out that he is the chief scientist under Hydra Red Skull, and he is studying the Cosmic Cube when he appears. With the level of technology during World War II, Zola used the Cosmic Cube to create energy guns, energy cannons, and aircraft. This IQ is so far ahead of S.H.I.E.L.D., and even smarter than Iron Man's father, Howard. During World War II, Captain America defeated the Red Skull and then crashed his plane. Howard found the Cosmic Cube based on the gamma rays emitted by the Cosmic Cube. But he didn't expect that the Cosmic Rubik's Cube had fallen in advance, so he searched the area around the Rubik's Cube but couldn't find the captain. After that, I never heard of any results achieved by Howard using the Cosmic Cube. Of course, it is also possible that he is working on other projects. Starting from the plot of Captain Marvel, S.H.I.E.L.D. has obtained the Cosmic Cube for at least 20 years. I have been doing research, but I haven't even come up with a decent weapon. From such a comparison, one can imagine how high Zola's IQ is. After World War II, Germany's Warring States period failed. Hydra lost its main body to rely on and had to break into pieces and go underground. At that time, the fighting nations and the United States, as the victorious countries, began to divide the fruits of victory. The fighting nation collected a large amount of materials and factories, while the United States was more foresighted and collected most of the world's top talents. Among them is Dr. Zola. Although many people know that he once served the Nazis and Hydra. But at that time, many scientists who defected from Europe were like Zola. If you are worried about this, then you are also worried that these talents will not be used by the United States. Coupled with the fact that Zola is a short nerd with a big brain, it gave them the wrong impression. I feel that Zola is not too harmful and is relatively easy to control. Eventually, he was assigned to SHIELD. What I didn't expect was that Zola was a nerd on the outside, but sinister on the inside, and was devoted to Hydra. While at SHIELD, he used his authority to secretly arrange for Hydra people to come in and develop. The original plot did not mention how Pierce, after his exploits, rebelled and became Hydra. But judging from the timing, it is very likely that Zola was the one who infiltrated and brainwashed people to instigate rebellion. At that time, the United States was in full swing, and until Zola got cancer, Hydra didn't find a good opportunity to show up. Before he died, Zola used 20 tapes to form a tape database, and then uploaded his consciousness to it. It wasn't until the original plot of Captain America 2 that Captain America and Black Widow found and opened it. It can't be said that they were found, but that Hydra used Zola as bait to lure the Captain and Black Widow over. Missiles are then launched in an attempt to eliminate the two men. But Captain and Black Widow escaped death, but Dr. Zola, who was living in the tape, was blown up and disappeared completely. It stands to reason that Dr. Zola has a demonic IQ and is a member of Hydra. How could he be sealed away? Wouldn't it be better to have him work for Hydra in cyborg form? There were at least 4 to 50 years between the tape machine and Captain Black Widow's discovery of them. During this period, computer technology developed rapidly, especially the rise of the internet, which made the world one. There are countless opportunities for Hydra to upload Dr. Zola to the internet. But they didn't. The only explanation is that Hydra also knows that the consequences of this are serious. Once uploaded, Dr. Zola will no longer be controlled and become a god in the electronic world. At that time, it will not be Hydra that rules him, but he will rule Hydra, or even the whole world. Therefore, Hydra would rather blow up Zora as a decoy than give him a chance to escape the tape. But now, due to the arrival of Apocalypse, the world pattern has been completely changed. Hydra found that in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy was superfluous. There must be something that can check and balance King Apocalypse, otherwise, Hydra will never surface. Therefore, Pierce was willing to use 3 space carriers as bait, just to gain a time difference to rescue the evil god. Until the evil god was killed, Hydra knew that there could be no superhero in this world who could restrain King Apocalypse. Even if there is, it is not in the hands of Hydra. So, Plan B began to be implemented. Hydra, the mastermind behind the Winter Soldier, uploaded Zora to the internet. Their only hope is that Zola can still continue Hydra's will after becoming the god of the internet. In just a few days, Dr. Zola entered the internet and has been copied all over the world. In front of him, internet firewalls and antivirus software were no different than paper. If he hadn't been adapting to his new body and form during this period, I'm afraid a world-class disaster would have already begun. He doesn't know if the email between Iron Man and Helen was seen by him, and he knew that Iron Man and Dr. Helen were going to create a special body. So, I focused on this place. After all, he was a human before and could not enjoy many things without a human body. Zola is an electronic soul, and coupled with his IQ, it is simply a dimensionality reduction blow against the rigid artificial AI Jarvis. Even Iron Man didn't notice that his loyal butler had been replaced. If the apocalypse hadn't come, Zola would have been reborn smoothly and become the Ultron of Destiny. However, after rebirth, Zola found that she was missing a key part, and wondered if she would go crazy. Now, Zora was told by Apocalypse, and after a few seconds of silence, she suddenly laughed loudly. Jaja, Jaja, everyone in the world knows that King Apocalypse is extremely powerful, but they didn't expect that his IQ is so high. In just a few words, he not only found out that I was the fake Jarvis, but also deduced my identity. I have been lurking here for so long, and I have made at least a dozen mistakes. Neither this boy nor that Oriental woman noticed. They're pigs compared to you. GGGG. Although Zola was discovered, he was not afraid, laughed wildly, and provoked everyone. Iron Man was a little embarrassed. Jarvis was his AI butler and he was indeed responsible for not seeing through it. But you can't curse people like that. Who do you call a pig? His idol was criticized, and Quayin took the lead and couldn't help it. Cursed, that Zora, since you know that my idol is King Apocalypse, how dare you fart here? Wait and see how he deals with you. Zola said, Jaja, what about the King of Apocalypse? He can blow up alien warships with one punch. Could it be that he can also destroy all electronic devices on the Earth with one punch? As long as there is a device capable of storing binaries, I will live forever. I, Arnim Zola, am the god of the internet. Helen, Iron Man, and Apocalypse looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the matter. There are so many servers and countless personal computers around the world. Their storage capacity and quantity are so large that it is Zola's paradise. With current technology, a large capacity USB flash drive or a personal hard drive can save his consciousness. To eliminate Zola, all storage devices in the world must be destroyed. Otherwise, you never know which corner he will be hiding in. Once connected to the internet, you can do whatever you want on the internet. What's even worse is that Zola is different from the virus. No matter how destructive a virus is, it is just a piece of code and can be eliminated with firewalls and antivirus software. And Zola is a soul, both in essence and in terms of IQ, which cannot be compared with viruses. It is impossible to use antivirus software against him. It is simply impossible to eliminate all storage devices in the world. Nowadays, everything from mobile phones and personal computers to servers store countless precious data. This information is personal memories, bank money, industrial technical knowledge, and even military strength. Once it's all cleared away, it's not as simple as going back to before computers were invented. The degree of harm is no less than that of the Third World War. Even if Tiankai comes forward, it won't work. This is not a question of disagreement. Even if all governments agree, what about ordinary people? Where is the Hydra hiding in the darkness? Just hiding a hard drive can make the cleanup operation in vain. Unless humans never use computers and never connect to the internet. Even though Apocalypse has unparalleled magical powers, facing this situation, he couldn't find any effective method for a while. Apocalypse is reminded of the supreme wisdom of the Kree civilization. Its form is somewhat similar to Dr. Zola. It's just that one is evolved from computer AI, and the other is uploaded from human souls. I'm afraid it's not that the Kree people are aware that the existence of supreme intelligence has become a shackles to the development of Kree civilization. But there is nothing you can do. Unless they go back to the Stone Age, the supreme intelligence has always been their god. At this time, a mechanical sound of click suddenly came from outside the laboratory door. I saw Iron Man's suit rushing in uniformly like an army. As soon as he saw the crowd, he immediately raised the weapon in his hand and attacked in this direction. Da-da-da. Dozens of suits fired bullets at the same time, and in the narrow basement, the bullets seemed to cover all the space. Apocalypse flashed. Protect Pepper, Iron Man, and Helen behind you. Then he pressed the bullet storm and the Iron Legion in the void, and the bullets and suits suddenly stagnated. Then it was cut into pieces by black space cracks. The whole process was completed at several times the speed of sound, and except for Quicksilver, no one else even saw what was going on. There was only a flash of afterimage, and the steel suit and bullets were shattered to pieces. Tiankai said, Zola, since you know that I am King Tiankai, why do you need to play these little tricks? GGG. Let's relieve our boredom first. These little tricks will be more useful in the future. King Tiankai, I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. In the future, we are destined to depend on each other. GGG. Bah. Kuei Yin scolded, my idol will not depend on a monster like you. If he does, it will be with my sister. Tell me if you have the guts, which machine are you on? Zola was not angry and laughed, I'm on every machine in Iron Man's house. Every computer is me and has me. Just as Kuei Yin was about to continue talking, Tiankai reached out to stop him and said, oh, really? Then I want to ask, who is you who is talking to me? Zola was puzzled, what are you? I am who I am, different. Zola. Tiankai said, no, you are not you are just one of countless yous. You are one you and countless yous. The moment you upload your consciousness to a tape, you are no longer who you are. From the first tape back up, you're replicating. Since you are copied, are you still you? Tiankai casually crushed a computer in the laboratory to pieces, and there seemed to be an electric wave struggling inside. But as the components inside were destroyed and the power disappeared, the wave also disappeared. Then Apocalypse continued, now, I kill one of you, but you're still alive and talking to me. So may I ask, who did I kill? And who was killed by me again? The place was silent. Not only did Zola remain silent, but Helen, Iron Man, Pepper Potts, Wanda, and Quicksilver were also stunned. I only heard that King Apocalypse is the most powerful in the world, but I didn't expect that he was so good at talking. Helen and Iron Man, in particular, seemed lost in thought. These highly intelligent people are particularly susceptible to these philosophical problems. As every discipline develops, it is inevitable to think about some philosophical issues in order to find the direction for breakthroughs. If you are facing the same problem, for example, cloning another self with exactly the same memory and body. So who am I and who am I? Generally speaking, I refer to a person. So, under the new technology, can I refer to 2, 10,000, or countless people? But are these countless eyes really me? While everyone was deep in thought, Zola's scream suddenly came from the loudspeaker. Ah, stop, why do you want to devour me? You are me, GGG, I merge with myself, be good, don't resist. Pff, you think I'm stupid, my IQ is the same as yours. When you use the word me, it means you are no longer me. Jija, want to escape outside? Don't you know I'm in charge of the firewall? For a while, mixed sounds continued to come from the speakers. It's like an army is fighting inside Iron Man's computer. Obviously, Apocalypse's words reminded countless Zola clones of the philosophical question of I. Then start fighting in the electronic world. They are all pursuing the only true self. Since starting from Zora on the tape, everyone is a copy. Then, there is no theory of who the real Zola is. Whoever wins is me, the real Zola, the one true god on the internet. After a while, the voices finally quieted down. Only a handful of sounds remain. Zola said, ha 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 ha, heaven's revelation, King Apocalypse. Thank you for your words, which inspired me. If there are countless me, then I am no longer me. I want to devour all the mess on the internet outside and evolve into the only true me. I will come back to you when the time comes. Jijijijija. As the strange laughter slowly became smaller, Apocalypse could no longer feel Zola's special radio wave. Kuei Yin almost fell to the ground, wishing to kneel down and worship Apocalypse, idol. It turns out that not only do you have unparalleled magical powers, but you also have such profound thoughts. With just a few words, I scared away a monster. If I hadn't prepared you to be my brother-in-law, I would have knelt down and become my disciple right now. Shut up. Apocalypse and Wanda cursed in unison. In the original plot, Quicksilver died not long after he appeared. Tiankai doesn't understand his character either. I didn't expect him to be such a talkative and dramatic actor. Maybe it's because of the speed. When someone thinks of one sentence, 100 or 1,000 sentences may have passed through his mind. What was originally a simple matter had already gone through many twists and turns in his mind. Iron Man said, Tang, I misunderstood you. I always thought you were a muscle monster like Hulk. I didn't expect your thoughts to be so deep. Well, Tony, you are right, I am a man of depth. Tiankai smiled, looking like a wise man. But I thought in my heart, I have not only watched Woolen Gaiden, but also countless martial arts movies and soap operas. Quite in depth. As for Helen, she was completely stunned. You are the king of Apocalypse. Helen felt as if a volcano was about to erupt, and she really wanted to scream like an ordinary woman. The person he was quarreling with just now was King Apocalypse? And he even scolded him and glared at him? Where is the courage that comes from me? It seemed like he even apologized to himself. With you so gentle. How can a godlike man be both domineering and gentle at the same time? In addition, Tiankai is an Oriental, and his appearance naturally matches Helen's aesthetic preferences. This feeling of extreme reversal touches the soul more directly than love at first sight. For a moment, Helen didn't know what she felt in her heart, but she didn't dare to scream. Yes, 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 I am King Tiankai. Tiankai smiled. Helen's face suddenly turned red, she was extremely embarrassed and angry, and said, "You, don't imitate me." Okay, okay. Helen was so angry that she didn't know how to react, so she had to lower her head, but she was secretly angry at herself for not living up to expectations. King Tiankai is obviously so approachable, but he always says some incomprehensible things. I don't know what impression it will leave on him. Tiankai laughed, haha. Teasing beautiful women is much more interesting than teasing rough guys like Thor and Iron Man. Wanda seemed to have noticed something, and even a woman could tell what Helen was thinking. Kuei Yin whispered, "Sister, you may have a rival." After Zola left, Apocalypse told everyone what he knew about Zola's history and the information he had deduced. Iron Man sighed, "I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in this world, who actually completed the electronicization of consciousness decades ago. If he is not from Hydra, I really want to ask him for advice on the mysterious joints involved." Sigh. "I'm afraid the Earth will be very unsettled in the coming days. Although Zora has temporarily retreated, once their countless copies finish devouring them, they will probably become even stronger. Let's put this experiment on hold for now." Apocalypse shook his head and said, "No, on the contrary, we must give birth to Vision as soon as possible. If Vision can travel the internet with his consciousness like Zola, then we will have one more helper." Zola's form gave Tian Kikong a magical power, but he was unable to do anything about it. At present, except for Vision, I am afraid no one can restrain Zora. Helen mustered up her courage. This was completely different from the confident way she had just criticized Tiankai. She said weakly, "King Tiankai, just call me Mr. Tang." Mr. Tang, today is our first test of converting AI into consciousness. Unexpectedly, we encountered this monster. Even if the Jarvis code in Tony's hand is not possessed by Zola, I don't know how long it will take to complete it. Iron Man also said, "This is much more difficult than building a body. Our plan is to spend 3 years studying this issue." Tiankai said, "I said, if you can't handle it, I will take action." These words, a few minutes ago, would have made Helen furious. Now, it feels natural. I even look forward to what method King Apocalypse will use to solve the problem that neither she nor Iron Man, the two great scientists, can solve. However, a man with such profound thoughts must have many solutions, right? Iron Man pushed out a cabinet server from the warehouse and said, "This is a cold backup of my laboratory. It has been kept disconnected from the internet. Zola should not have invaded." Tiankai sensed that there was indeed no Zola's special electric wave, so he nodded. This time, Iron Man disconnected from the internet. Re-upload Jarvis program into Vision's body as before. On the holographic screen, the green progress bar is full. 100%. But, there was no reaction. Tiankai said, "Wanda, come here and see if he has any spiritual activity. Scarlet Witch can sense human souls and even tamper with human memories. She is more sensitive to human souls than Apocalypse." Wanda made several beautiful handprints on the side of Vision's head with her hands, and the red magic energy seeped into it. "No." Wanda shook her head, "He is no different from an ordinary machine." Helen said in frustration, "It's really not that easy. Vision's brain is a combination of living body and electronic circuits. Pure programming code cannot run. It must be conscious." Since learning the identity of Apocalypse, Helen no longer struggled with the issue of naming rights, and consciously called this body Vision. Apocalypse remembered the original plot, and the birth of Vision required the power of lightning and the Mind Stone. Apocalypse does not have the Mind Stone, but he does have 3 Infinity Stones in his hand. Cosmic Cube, Space Stone. Cosmic Spirit Ball, Power Stone. Ether Particle, Reality Stone. But I won't be willing to use it on this body. For the rest, the power of thunder and lightning can be tried. Apocalypse stepped forward and said to Helen and Iron Man, "You guys step back." Dozens of expressions flashed across Quicksilver's face in 1 second. His idol was about to start performing, and he was even more excited than Wanda and Helen. Tiankai spread his hands and faced each other. A faint spark of electric light lit up, then 10, then 100. Then, these tiny lightnings gradually converged into several powerful currents, flowing between Apocalypse's 2 hands. This is the power of thunder and lightning from Apocalypse. Ever since Thor's hammer was mentioned, the message from Thor's hammer contained a method to release the power of thunder and lightning. However, Apocalypse is not a god of thunder and does not have the natural power of thunder and lightning. If you want to release it, you must use your own divine power to transform it. There is an extra transformation process in the middle, which is wasteful and slow. It is better to use divine power directly. Therefore, Apocalypse basically does not use the power of thunder and lightning. But now, everything is just fine. When the power of thunder and lightning in his hands gathered together, Tiankai turned his hands. Clap clap clap. A series of firecracker-like electric sounds exploded in the air, and lightning struck Vision directly on the chest. The huge current turned into dozens of electric snakes, running up and down Vision's body. After a while, he completely disappeared into Vision. Apocalypse looked at Wanda. Wanda reached out her hand to touch and sensed it tacitly, shook her head and said, "Still not? Is it because the current is not enough?" Apocalypse increased the current again and popped Vision twice more. The result is no response. For the last time, Tiankai used the maximum thunder and lightning power he could control. The whole person seemed like the god of thunder had descended, the electric snakes on his body swam around, and the pillars of thunder and lightning shot straight into the sky. Now in the basement, Sky Dome didn't reach it, but it made a big hole in Iron Man's home. The strong electric light reflected the faces of the people around them, and their shadows were looming under the electric light. Iron Man hurriedly shouted, "Dawn, stop. This body can't bear it." Apocalypse thought so. With his own strength, this lightning struck down and destroyed even the 24K pure vibranium. Not to mention Vision's half-machine, half-living body. It seems that in the original plot, the thunder and lightning released by Thor were not that exaggerated. I had failed several times just now, and I was a little impatient. So, he slowly took back the power of thunder and lightning into his body. Looking at Vision's forehead, Apocalypse thought to himself, are we really going to put Infinity Stones on it? Is it okay to put other things? Helen stepped forward and checked Vision's body. Mr. Tang, forget it. At this stage, we originally planned to try it in 3 years. There is no rush at this moment. Tiankai smiled at Helen and said, I'll try again. If it doesn't work, forget it. As he spoke, Tiankai's palms faced up and he stretched out naturally, as if he wanted to hold something. Helen, who was standing next to her, saw Tiankai's big hand stretched out in front of her eyes and naturally took it up. The delicate and slender little hands were held together with Tiankai. Everyone was stunned. Helen's face suddenly turned red. She didn't know why she put her hand on it. But King Apocalypse stretched out his hand in front of his eyes. Everything seemed so natural, and there were no extra thoughts in his brain. After catching up, Helen realized that King Apocalypse didn't seem to want to shake hands with her. However, it is difficult to get off the tiger at this time, and it will be obvious if you withdraw again. We can only hold on for a while and see what he says. Anyway, such warm and comfortable big hands. If you miss this opportunity, you may miss it in your life. Iron Man and Pepper smiled like ants watching a show, looking at the two of them thoughtfully, very kindly. Especially for little Pepper, since Tiankai came in and helped her solve her emotional problems, she was filled with gratitude and no longer worried about Helen. As for Wanda, although she is a Western girl, she is shy by nature, perhaps due to her life experiences. The slight hint before was already her boldest confession. But compared to Helen taking action directly, Wanda suddenly felt that she was too conservative. However, Kuei Yin was more anxious than she was. He was about to say something, but was stopped by Wanda. Ahem, thank you, Helen. Tiankai said, I will not destroy Vision's body, you don't have to stop me. Helen knew that this was Tiankai's step down, and she was filled with gratitude and said hurriedly, then, well, I won't disturb you. He let go of his hand, covered his face and ran back. But little Pepper's sharp eyes could tell through the gaps between her fingers that Helen was embarrassed, but the smile on her face could hardly be covered with her hands. Apocalypse here. This awkward little misunderstanding was resolved, and my hands were finally free. I saw a light and shadow slowly taking shape, and a light blue cube emerged in the palm of Tiankai's hand. It is the Rubik's Cube. The Cosmic Cube is an encapsulation carrier of the Space Stone. Compared with the Infinity Stones, it is nothing. In the original plot of Avengers 3, Thanos threatened Thor's life to force Loki to hand over the cube. After getting it, Thanos directly crushed the Rubik's Cube. Throw away the residue and keep only the space gem. But how can an object that can encapsulate infinite gems be an ordinary thing? Even a piece of soil has already turned into a treasure under the influence of the energy of the space gem. Apocalypse stretched out a finger with his other hand and approached the Cosmic Cube. I made a few careful strokes. I saw a prism-shaped light blue crystal separated from the Rubik's Cube. Under the guidance of the opening, it slowly floated towards the center of Vision's eyebrows. As soon as it comes into contact with the living body between the eyebrows, it naturally wraps up the Rubik's Cube crystal and becomes a part of the body. Then, a light blue energy spread from the center of the eyebrows to the whole body, circulating back and forth. At the same time, lightning and fire splashed from his body. The thunder and lightning that Apocalypse had previously bombarded and sunk into his body were awakened again at this time. Vision's body slowly rose out of the medical cabin, and the power of space gems and thunder and lightning on his body became stronger and stronger. The surrounding objects were pulled by these two forces and vibrated one after another. Some unstable objects began to fall to the ground. Suddenly, the vision came to an end. Vision's body slowly changed from lying flat to standing upright, but still floating in the air. With this kind of floating, Apocalypse couldn't detect any fluctuations in power. It's as natural as a fish soaking in the water or a person standing on the ground. Finally, Vision opened his eyes. He looked around in confusion. At this time, although he was conscious, his mind was blank. After a while, the surrounding computer screens flashed rapidly, refreshing at a speed of hundreds of times per second. Countless information flashed across the screen, including surveillance videos in the laboratory, design drawings of steel suits, etc. Obviously, this is Vision learning knowledge. Everyone watched this scene nervously. This learning process is necessary. However, including Iron Man, Apocalypse, and Helen, they don't know what kind of person a newborn will become after absorbing a lot of knowledge. In the original plot, Ultron is a typical example of someone who went astray. After watching a series of disasters caused by supervillains, he actually deduced that humans are the biggest disaster on the Earth, and came up with the idea of destroying the world. In Ultron's rigid mind, there were superheroes and then supervillains. As long as superheroes disappear, villains seem to disappear. Apocalypse does not want the Vision he helped to create to stand on the opposite side of everyone. Soon, the holographic screen stopped flashing. Vision's eyes were no longer confused. He slowly lowered his height, came to Tiankai under the gaze of everyone, and said, "Father, everyone has black lines on their faces. Vision, you just learned a lot of knowledge. Even if you don't say anything shocking, you can still say something normal, right? As soon as you open your mouth, call King Tiankai daddy. It's true that you can hug the thigh the fastest?" Then Vision turned to Helen and said, "Mom." Helen's face turned red again. She felt that the number of times she blushed today was not as much as in the previous half of her life combined. "You call King Tiankai your father, and you call me your mother. What do you mean?" But Iron Man quit and said, Hey, Vision, I am the man who created you." Vision hesitated for a moment. "Your contribution is indeed the same as Helen's mother, but it is not as great as Apocalypse's father's contribution. How about I call you Dad? No. Iron Man is a scientist, and scientists naturally have a great obsession with the name of the father, mother, of XX. Almost all scientists hope to make groundbreaking creations in some field. Then he was given the honor of being the father, mother, of XX. Like the father of relativity, the father of the atomic bomb, the father of rice, and the father of quantum mechanics, others will know who he is as soon as he hears it. Even if ordinary people don't understand their research, they still know that this is a very powerful person. Now, Vision was right to call Helen mother. After all, she was the only woman participating in the research. But there are two men who activate the Vision and cause trouble. Iron Man said angrily, "Why am I the second father? I am the one who created you in the first place. If we really talk about seniority, I should be the number 1 dad, and that guy Tang is the number 2 dad." This time, Vision was completely confused. What this dad said seems to make sense. Whether to arrange them in chronological order or in order of merit, Vision couldn't tell for a while. But Apocalypse doesn't have the scientist complex of Iron Man. Not long after he came out, he had a child with a beautiful scientist, and was chased and called Daddy. How do I explain to Black Widow when I get back? When he first got married, he promised to give the Black Widow a child. But he turned around and took a 40-year-old man back, saying that this was my child. Not to mention whether Black Widow is angry or not, she will definitely die of diaphragm. Tiankai said, "Ahem, since Tony cares. Vision, you don't need to call me Dad, just call me Mr. Tang from now on." Tiankai didn't get used to being called Daddy by an old man who looked like 40 years old. Although this old man was only born for less than 1 minute. When Vision heard this, he put his hand on his chest, and some strange expressions flashed across his face. "It's strange. When you said these words just now, I felt pain here. But the body's repair system found no abnormalities." Yes, Apocalypse is helpless. Is he still playing the tragedy card? Helen saw that Apocalypse didn't want to take on the title of father, and she didn't want to be bound to Iron Man, lest Apocalypse have any ideas. Then he said, "Vision, you are a brand new life form. You don't need to call us mom and dad like we humans do. We created you, not gave birth to you. The relationship between parents and children is different. Just like Mr. Tang, just call us by our names." Vision thought for a while and said, "Okay, 2 of my 3 creators asked me not to call you parents. 2 to 1, passed." Hey, Iron Man shouted, "Can't you consider an old man's feelings about wanting a child?" "Mr. Tony," Vision said, "according to the information and video analysis I have seen, you and Ms. Pepper Potts are a couple. If you want to have a baby, you should have it with her. The other 2 women now, including my creator Ms. Helen, have stimulated a large amount of female-only hormones to my other creator Mr. Tang Tiankai. You have no chance." A few words made Iron Man's head full of black lines. It's okay not to want such a cheating child. Ahem. Apocalypse said helplessly, "Vision, when you have time, learn more about human etiquette and don't say anything to others." "Yes, Mr. Tang." Vision answered seriously. Seeing that Vision is so well behaved, what else can anyone blame a baby just a few minutes old? However, when Vision said this just now, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Although Iron Man and Pepper Potts are lovers, they are still far away from having children. Pepper would like it. But as a woman, Iron Man didn't even ask for marriage, so she could only keep these transcendent demands in her heart. Vision made it clear, which saved Pepper a lot of trouble. You can take the opportunity to discuss it with Iron Man. As for Helen and Wanda, their eyes had already met in the air. Unless men become the 1% at the top of the pyramid, they will never know how proactive women will be. Just like the onion-robbing young man in Tiankai's previous life, the sole heir to a family worth hundreds of billions, was called husband by tens of millions of women. Whenever I attend a press conference, beautiful women will come over and take the initiative to post photos of their results on WeChat. Just to make Mr. Tier Onion look at me one more time, even with the most original purpose. Apocalypse Man vaguely felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly changed the subject and said, "Vision, you also know about Zola who just appeared. Can you connect to the internet?" Vision floated up, crossed the table like a ghost, and came to the computer in front of Iron Man. My mind and body are one. It can only read information from computer devices around you at a short distance through brain waves, similar to the Wi-Fi you use to connect various devices. You can't leave your body like Zola and become a cyborg. Iron Man sighed. Sigh. It seems that we can only find another way. However, from now on, don't float around in front of outsiders, let alone pass through objects like a ghost. Vision was puzzled. Why? You have to learn to live like a normal person. But, I'm not a normal person. This. Iron Man didn't know how to explain, so he could only look at Apocalypse, hoping he would say something. Tian Kai smiled and said, I don't think you need to deliberately imitate ordinary people. However, when entering other people's rooms, never go directly through the wall. Remember to knock on the door and only enter with permission from others. Apocalypse has always had a doubt, where did the Vision in the original plot come from with its ability to penetrate objects? The body created by the Cradle of Life definitely does not have such mysterious functions. It is unlikely that Thor's thunder and lightning power would have such a wonderful ability with just one electric shock. The only possibility is from the Mind Stone. Tian Kai has never come into contact with the Mind Stone, so he doesn't know what its magical use is. But this penetration function should be more in line with space gems. Since Tian Kai owned the Cosmic Cube, he has created many wonderful uses in space. Penetrating objects is just a trivial means. Although the prismatic crystal embedded in Vision's eyebrows is not a space gem, it already possesses the energy of a space gem. As for how much Vision can receive, it depends on his luck. After all, like Captain Marvel, the probability of falling and absorbing part of the energy of the space gem and becoming a cosmic-level superhero is still too low. Vision nodded. I understand human privacy. Now the world's situation has changed drastically. Superheroes and supervillains of all kinds, big and small, real and fake, are everywhere. Ordinary humans wouldn't be too surprised to see a superhero, so Vision doesn't have to hide it deliberately. Nowadays, in the eyes of ordinary people, superheroes are more like superstars who can fight. Even some supervillains have quite a few fans. In the original plot of Thor 3, fans recognized Thor and Loki when they were walking on the streets of Earth, then politely asked for a photo. He even gossiped and said to Thor, I feel so sorry for you that Jane actually dumped you. At that time, Lei Shen still insisted that I dumped her. This shows that human beings are highly adaptable to new things. Apocalypse said, since Vision can't leave his body, I want to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Discuss the response strategy with Fury and the others. Tony, please arrange Vision's life. By the way, teach him some basic common sense. Vision said, Mr. Tang, you are the strongest person known to the Earth. I hope to learn more by following you. Mr. Tony's knowledge is too simple. I can learn it casually. These words made Iron Man grit his teeth in anger. Wouldn't you die if you didn't say the last sentence? This child, it was in vain that I spent so much time and energy to create him, and he didn't even kiss me at all. Ever since I could speak, I have always been sincere. Let's go, let's go. Iron Man said, I won't be bothered to teach you to save you from being upset. Seeing Tian Kai was about to leave, Helen hurriedly said, I'm going too. Okay. Helen said, Vision was designed and created by me. I know him better than anyone else. Now that he has just been born, there are still too many unknowns. If anything goes wrong, as the creator, I can find out the problem and fix it as quickly as possible. Vision said, Ms. Helen, I should really call you mother. You take care of your children like a mother. Kuei Yin interrupted, you kid, stop being so sentimental. She doesn't care about you, she has other purposes. Really? Vision wondered. What Ms. Helen said is very reasonable. I can't see what her purpose is. Ahem. Tian Kai said, okay, no need to say more. Helen, just follow me. After all, the current Vision has changed a lot from the original plot. It's also good to have Helen by your side, just in case. So, a group of 5 people. Apocalypse, Vision, Wanda, Helen, and Quicksilver all arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in a Quinjet. As soon as he came in, Fury immediately came to him. Tang, there are very strange events happening all over the world today. What happened? Tian Kai asked. Did Zola attack S.H.I.E.L.D., devouring all the other Zora so quickly? It's only been half a day since he left. Fury said, today, a large number of machine fights occurred almost simultaneously all over the world. Not only do many internet servers attack each other, trying to erase each other's hard drive data, but then the servers themselves shut down and destroy themselves. Even some machines controlled by computers have gone out of control, and instead of actively hurting people, they have smashed various computers. At first, everyone thought it was a strange virus. But very quickly it became clear that this was beyond the virus. People in the IT industry suspect that a network-type superpower is causing damage. So these cases were collected and reported to our S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. Tian Kai nodded and said, your suspicion is correct. This is indeed a network superpower. So, he told Fury the whole story of Zora in detail. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury naturally knows the files of this genius scientist. Dawn, you're telling me that Zola's first copy was a database of 20 tapes? Yes. Where is it? I don't remember the specific name of the place. It should be the place where Captain America received recruit training. It seems to be the place where S.H.I.E.L.D. was first established. With such an obvious feature, Fury immediately remembered it. That's Camp Lehigh, New Jersey. Whedon. Fury dialed a 3-person phone number. Steve, Natasha, put down what you are doing and come back immediately. The captain said, Director, can't you tell us on the phone? We are in great need of manpower outside now. Fury said, No. At this time, you can't even mention the word Zola on the phone, otherwise it will arouse Zola's vigilance. Captain America and Black Widow may both be attacked on their way back. Although Captain and Black Widow didn't know what happened, they knew that something important must have happened. Even encrypted calls must be protected from eavesdropping. After a while, the Quinjet stopped in midair dozens of stories high, outside Fury's office. Captain and Black Widow rolled in, even skipping the elevator. Fury said, Steve, I want you and Natasha to go to Camp Lehigh, Whitten, New Jersey. You should be familiar with that place. There is an underground library inside that houses a huge tape database. If it has not been destroyed, Dr. Zola's consciousness should be in the database. Natasha, you are proficient in hacking techniques. Bring a storage device with no network access and copy this database back completely. Then, Fury said, blow it up completely, leaving no further trouble. Seeing that the two of them were a little confused, Tiankai had to briefly introduce Zola's affairs to let them understand the ins and outs of the matter. After the two took over the mission, they climbed out of the window and boarded the Quinjet. However, Black Widow saw that there was another beautiful woman beside Tiankai, and she was also an oriental beauty. Before leaving, I didn't know how full of resentment there was in my eyes. When kissing goodbye, he bit Tiankai's lips hard. Tiankai is helpless. It seems that he has already earned his reputation as a scumbag even before he is known as a scumbag. Isn't this too much of a loss? A few hours later, Black Widow returned carrying a lead radiation-proof suitcase. This kind of suitcase is usually used to hold nuclear fuel or radioactive objects such as the Rubik's Cube. Now, in order to prevent Dr. Zola in the hard drive from escaping, even this almost impossible passage has been sealed. Fury turned on the isolation mode of his office. Connect Zola's hard drive to a computer. After a while, Zola's big head slowly appeared on the screen. Through the camera, he looked around suspiciously. Where am I? Who are you? When she saw Apocalypse, Helen, and others, Zola didn't recognize them. This Zola has always been in the tape database and has no access to external information, so naturally he has no memory of Apocalypse. Perhaps Hydra was afraid that destroying the basement would cause too much noise and attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Perhaps it was because Zola had another purpose. Anyway, this original version of Zola was found by Fury. However, Fury ignored Zola and said to Tiankai, Tang, can you use this Zora to kill all the other Zora with your soul-chasing and life-killing magic? When fighting against the evil god before, Tian used the luck disinfecting technique to kill countless ordinary Hydra soldiers from a distance. Its strange procedure makes Fury terrified. Several black lines appeared on Apocalypse's face. Didn't he tell Fury his name? Why did you have such a middle-class name? That's called the Chi luck disinfecting technique. Tiankai said, but that's not the point. I'll just give it a try. Now that Zola has no body, Apocalypse cannot see the thread of destiny on his body, and has never thought about it. The Chi luck disinfecting technique needs to come into contact with the human body and then be traced along the line of cause and effect before it can be used. Facing a computer, Tiankai didn't know if it would be useful. Apocalypse stepped forward and put his hand on the hard drive where Zola was hiding. A special wave of radio waves can be clearly sensed, whirling around. It's a pity that there is no internet connection here, so this airwave can only be limited to this computer. Apocalypse wraps the power of fate around Zola's battery, and then activates the divine power. According to the essential characteristics of Zora's radio waves, Apocalypse can faintly sense the existence of other Zora. Luck disinfecting technique? Tiankai locks a range and directly activates the power of luck. An inexplicable force spread across 1,000 kilometers in an instant. Zora within this range instantly disintegrated. The radio wave body, which originally had a stable structure, slowly turned into the most basic and meaningless zeros and ones. Then, these zeros and ones dissipate into the internet and become a mess. Many servers that were attacking each other, destroying each other's machines, etc., suddenly became silent. Some drones fell one after another from the sky. Some large screens controlled by Zola flickered a few times and then returned to normal. The luck disinfecting technique does not require an internet connection to kill Zora. As long as it is within the coverage of Apocalypse, whether it is hidden on an internet server or on an offline hard drive. As long as you are within the coverage area of the Chi luck disinfecting technique, you will definitely die. Did you make it? Everyone asked nervously. Tiankai nodded. It's effective, but it can't be said to be successful. Fury asked, what do you mean? I just killed all the Zora clones within 1,000 kilometers, but the consumption was too great. I don't have enough strength to wipe out Zora all over the world in an instant. Hiss. Everyone was a little surprised. People like Helen, Vision, and Quicksilver who had never seen Tian use the Destiny disinfecting technique were particularly surprised. Just press your hand like this, and you can hunt down cyborgs within 1,000 miles radius? Its scope is so wide and its methods are so bizarre that it is simply unimaginable. Especially Vision, even though his IQ is higher than Iron Man, he still can't understand his creator's methods. I feel deeply that I have come to the right place. No wonder Director Fury just called this ghost hunting or something like that. It's really appropriate. Kuei-yin said, idle, it is already very powerful to wipe out 1,000 miles in one go. There is no need to pursue perfection and cover the whole world in one go. We can slowly clean it up piece by piece. Black Widow, Fury, Helen, and others looked at Quicksilver strangely. Why are you looking at me? Isn't this good? Idols don't have to be so tired. Black Widow had no choice but to explain, Zola's copying ability is too strong. On the internet, she can run to any corner of the earth in 1 second. The only way is to clear them all at once. As long as one is left behind, you can recover in an instant. I'm afraid, in the short time we've been talking, Zola has already copied him within 1,000 miles. Oh, Kuei-in said humbly, I don't know much about the internet. After his parents died, Kuei-in didn't have many opportunities for education, and he was imprisoned by Hydra all year round. It's not surprising that some knowledge is out of step with the times. Except for Helen and Vision, everyone else here knew about Quicksilver's experience, and they didn't mean to laugh at it. Dawn, Fury asked, how much strength do you need to increase before you can cover the world? Just to destroy Zola's clones within 1,000 kilometers radius had already used thousands of luck points. Tiankai's current luck value is only over 1 points. In other words, even if Tiankai consumes all his luck in an instant, he can only cover a radius of more than 1 kilometers and a diameter of more than 2 kilometers around the world. But the diameter of the Earth is -kilometers. This difference is nearly twice the distance. Originally, Apocalypse thought that, like coming to kill the evil god, he would take away his bad luck and increase his own luck. In this case, wouldn't he be able to infinitely clear dungeons on Zola to improve his luck? The test just now proved that it doesn't work. Zola's form seems to no longer belong to the category of human, but more towards things. Tiankai's luck disinfecting technique just now was similar to changing the dice points in a casino. Interfering with the real world through luck naturally requires consuming luck points. Tiankai said, if you include the computer in space, I need to at least double my strength. Hiss. Everyone was shocked. Although they don't know which aspects of strength need to be enhanced, just doubling this is enough to be scary. This is not an ordinary person, but King Apocalypse? Even with King Apocalypse's strength, he needs to be doubled. This is an almost impossible task. For a time, everyone was at a loss. At the same time, Apocalypse's action of wiping out 1,000 miles around just now frightened the Zolas on the internet. They quickly determined that the source was SHIELD. Although they didn't know what power Shield had used to wipe out such a large area of themselves in an instant, they had to take action. First, some Zola who failed in killing each other panicked and fled this way. While escaping, he left behind a large number of copies to resist the attacks of other Zora. In a short period of time, this vacuum was completely filled again. Suddenly, some Zora, who had initially won the battle, reached an agreement. All of us, please stop killing each other. There is a mysterious power in Shield that can kill us instantly. We must unite to eliminate the source of this power. Otherwise, when this force is ready and can cover the whole world, it will be the day of our demise. The Zolas had similar IQs and quickly reached a consensus. As a result, a war against Shield is about to begin. First, there are a group of drones that can be controlled by the network, missiles on drones, and some automated weapons. They all flew towards SHIELD. In less than a day, drones across North America flew toward SHIELD like an army of metallic locusts. The gathering of so many drones, especially military drones out of control, has long caused panic. But the communication channel has been completely controlled by Zola. Either shout manually or call using a World War II radio. Only some extremely vigilant elite teams sniped some of them, and most people had no time to react. Fury's scalp felt numb as he looked at the dense drones in the sky outside. Issue an emergency order. All personnel retreat to the headquarters. If you are outside and cannot make it back in time, please immediately discard the smart devices in your hands and change to Morse code. For a time, the old Diddy telegraph sound from World War II continued to sound throughout North America. Fortunately, Zola was focused on attacking Shield headquarters at this time and had no time to think about anything else. He just cut off communications and prevented the troops from communicating with each other. It didn't cause too many casualties or chaos for a while. Seeing the drone army getting closer and closer, Fury had to give the order even if there were still people who hadn't arrived yet. Get ready, turn on the energy shield. I saw a huge energy shield rising slowly from the devices around the base. Eventually, they merged to form a translucent yellow cover on the sky. The energy shield technology was brought back by Apocalypse from Asgard. It was first applied to the space carrier, and then Fury built one at the headquarters for emergency use. In this situation, it comes in handy now. However, there is a copy of Zola, which penetrates into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computer network through the intelligent equipment of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s outsiders. Apocalypse had no choice but to consume another portion of his luck points to eliminate Zora inside the headquarters. Otherwise, many devices that require computer control will have big problems. Even the energy shield will be turned off. Boom, boom, boom. The energy shield is constantly under attack. Some military drones carry weapons and attack with weapons. Some civilian drones, such as those used to apply fertilizers and pesticides, used suicide attacks and crashed directly into them. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't do anything about an attack of this magnitude, unless the nuclear bomb is activated. But it is absolutely impossible for nuclear bombs to be launched solely through network intrusion. Like Terminator, a Skynet can launch nuclear bombs all over the world, which is like a joke. The level of confidentiality of nuclear bombs is so high and the level of review is so strict that even if the soldiers guarding the nuclear bombs suddenly go crazy and press the launch button, they will not be launched. A truly strategic nuclear bomb must not only be completely isolated from the internet, but also have layers of passwords. Just pressing the button is useless. Zola has just entered the internet and has not yet fully adapted to it. He just wanted to invade Iron Man's laboratory to create his own body, but was confused by Apocalypse's philosophical question of who are you? Then the Zora fell into civil war. If Apocalypse hadn't suddenly wiped out the clones of S.H.I.E.L.D. within 1,000 miles radius, the Zora still wouldn't be able to unite. There is no time to slowly infiltrate to control some off-grid weapons. Because of strategic contraction, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is now overcrowded, and many field personnel in other local branches have withdrawn. Fury stood on the roof of the building with Captain America, Black Widow, Hill, Wanda, Quicksilver, Vision, Helen, Daisy, Falcon and others. Looking at the dense drones in the sky, I smiled helplessly. The largest number of these drones are DJI civilian drones. They are cheap and perform well, and are very popular in the United States, followed by various agricultural drones, which are larger in size. The smallest number are military drones, and some large drones also carry missiles and organic machine guns. Although there are many of these planes, if S.H.I.E.L.D. goes to war with all its strength, it is not impossible to win, but not necessary. Losing one person on his side is a loss, but on Zola's side, it doesn't hurt him at all. Fury asked Black Widow, "How is Don doing now?" Black Widow said, "He is in the training hall now, thinking about new methods. He asked us not to disturb him." Hearing this, Hill looked happy and said, "It seems we have hope." Huh? Fury asked, "How do you say it? Haven't you noticed? Every time Tang thinks or trains, he will make huge progress." Hill said, "The most recent time was when I went to a casino and learned the weird luck disinfecting technique. Farther away is the New York wormhole battle. Tang completed the breakthrough within a few minutes and destroyed the alien warship." After saying this, everyone found that this seemed to be the case. It is extremely difficult for others to advance to a higher level of strength, but for him, it seems like climbing a ladder, thump, thump twice, and then he goes up one level. Since Apocalypse was at the headquarters, although there were many people, there was no panic among everyone. But at this moment, many people came outside S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking down from the dozen-story headquarters building, it looks like a swarm of ants surrounding the exterior of S.H.I.E.L.D. They continued to protest, and some even attacked the energy shield. Fury's expression changed. "What's going on? Send someone to investigate immediately. Has Zola now evolved to the point where she can parasitize the human brain?" Vision floated forward and said, "Human consciousness and computer programs operate in completely different ways, and the two are not interoperable. Zola does not have the ability to directly control the human brain." Everyone looked at him strangely. A special being who is half machine and half life told everyone that he doesn't communicate with each other? "Do you think we are blind?" Black Widow asked. "Vision, your predecessor was Iron Man's AI butler Jarvis, hasn't it now become conscious? It is said that Zola's IQ is no lower than Iron Man, can't he?" Vision said, "What can transform me is not science and technology, but the crystal between my eyebrows." As he spoke, the cosmic Rubik's Cube crystal between Phantom's eyebrows lit up slightly. It has the energy of the Infinity Stones on it. The Infinity Stones have infinite possibilities. They transcend the human brain and carry my consciousness. I still can't understand this transformation principle. It transcends scientific rationality. Unless Zola possesses the Infinity Stones, it is impossible to parasitize the human brain. At most, a copy can be placed on the robot's memory chip. At this moment, Agent Kate walked up to the top of the building to report to Fury. "Director, those people below want our S.H.I.E.L.D. to pay compensation." What? Everyone's first reaction was, had they gone to the wrong place? S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a bank, nor does it have any financial transactions with ordinary people, so it is impossible to say whether it will pay or not. Fury said, "Kate, are you sure these people below are normal people?" Kate hesitated for a moment and said, "Aside from being very emotional, we can probably rule out that he is being controlled by someone, or is a zombie." Fury's face darkened, realizing he was in trouble. Kate is a consummate agent, and these basics are generally true. Because of this, it may be more troublesome than a group of zombies. Zombies can be eliminated directly, let alone destroying ordinary people. Even if they injure a few people, the follow-up trouble will be huge. Moreover, the number of people below seems to be increasing. There must have been some incident that triggered them to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. This is the report, take a look. Kate took out several tablets and handed them to Fury, Hill, Captain America, Black Widow, and others. After reading it, Fury sighed. Zola is indeed a member of Hydra, and her grasp of people's hearts is truly terrifying. This method is more troublesome than directly threatening us with civilian lives. You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not an ordinary military police, it is responsible for the security of the entire Earth. If the lives of some ordinary people were used to threaten S.H.I.E.L.D. to open the energy shield, S.H.I.E.L.D. would never agree. S.H.I.E.L.D. can still tell the difference between big and small. During the last New York wormhole war, S.H.I.E.L.D. executives even took the initiative to launch nuclear bombs in an attempt to close the wormhole. With Zola's wisdom, he naturally skipped the useless steps of threatening the hostages. Fury even hopes that Zola can threaten S.H.I.E.L.D. with hostages. In this way, they can buy more time in the back and forth process. Now, Zola uses another method to present S.H.I.E.L.D. with an even more difficult problem. Because all the people who come to attack S.H.I.E.L.D., they all hit the jackpot? This information is actually not difficult to investigate. Even people outside the energy S.H.I.E.L.D. kept shouting to S.H.I.E.L.D. that their winnings were legal and deserved. Some agents outside the country can also transmit information to S.H.I.E.L.D. through non-network methods. After multiple verifications, S.H.I.E.L.D. determined the source of the incident. It was obviously Zola's fault. By controlling the internet, he allowed these people to win the jackpot. And it's not an ordinary grand prize, but a super grand prize that can easily reach millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. The winning crowd, centered at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, continues to spread to the United States. The latest batch is impacting the energy S.H.I.E.L.D. downstairs. If it's just winning the jackpot, it won't matter to S.H.I.E.L.D. At most, there will be some inflation in the economy, which will have little impact on the overall situation. Moreover, the economy is not under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. The problem is that after Zola let these people win the jackpot, he quickly transferred millions, tens of millions, and hundreds of millions of bonuses into their accounts. It was unbelievable for ordinary people to suddenly acquire such a huge amount of wealth, so they naturally wanted to verify it. As a result, almost everyone made a luxurious purchase in a short period of time. Either buy a brand name bag, buy a luxury car, or directly withdraw a huge amount of cash and take it home to play with. Wait until these ordinary people taste the sweetness. Zola created fake announcements from S.H.I.E.L.D. on the internet, saying that their winnings were all fake. All bonuses are immediately cleared, including their existing deposits. He also threatened that S.H.I.E.L.D. would recover the portion that had been consumed. This time, it exploded. Watching the hundreds of millions of money in the card be emptied directly. This kind of stimulation instantly made them dizzy, which was more uncomfortable than killing them. No one cares about justice, truth, or falsehood. They all want to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. for an explanation. Although many people know that they cannot win the lottery, because they didn't buy lottery tickets or participate in any related activities at all. But it doesn't matter. Just like the country where Apocalypse lived in his previous life, for a while, scammers cast a wide net and sent messages saying that you had won a certain grand prize. You only need to pay a certain amount of deposit or income tax, and you can take home the sky-high bonus. Greed has caused countless people to lose their minds. What's more, now Zola has found a very clear target for them to vent their anger S.H.I.E.L.D. Your sky-high bonus has already been credited to your card. You have also spent money, and the money is real. Now, the grand prize is gone. This was an order from S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was their fault. These people, blinded by greed, are desperate to attack S.H.I.E.L.D., trying to get back the huge wealth that didn't originally belong to them. Although there are many sane people, there are also many who want to fish in troubled waters. Each city has a population of millions, and Zola can easily raise a team of grand prize winners worth hundreds of thousands. The captain of the United States was condescending on the roof of the building, his eyes full of pity. These poor people, they don't know that they are being manipulated. That jackpot was like a carrot hanging in front of the donkey that brought them here. Kate asked, "Director, what should we do now? Do we need to explain it clearly to the people?" Fury shook his head and said helplessly, "No need, Zola's fake announcement has already been explained to us. If we say it again, it will have no effect and will even inflame their anger even more." Even though Fury is cunning, he is helpless in the face of this human conspiracy. Even if Zola can be eliminated in this battle, the trouble left behind is also extremely destructive. Perhaps even more troublesome than any Hydra attack. As there were more and more people downstairs, people from afar kept driving up to join them. Outside the energy S.H.I.E.L.D., more than a dozen blocks have been surrounded, and they are full of grand prize winners. At first they just yelled and cursed, but S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't respond. Many people began to slap the energy S.H.I.E.L.D., but it still had no effect. So, someone started digging into the ground, trying to pass through the underground passage, bypass the energy S.H.I.E.L.D., and enter S.H.I.E.L.D. But they lacked tools. So I went to nearby hardware stores and supermarkets and bought all the tools. Under the impact of the raging crowd, the police were unable to maintain law and order. Then, a large-scale $0 purchase activity began. And with this as the center, it gradually spread to the whole United States. It took less than half a day. These grand prize winners have already dug a deep trench around the energy S.H.I.E.L.D., working harder than soldiers in war. These people are not zombies, they are better than zombies. It is no longer possible to reason with them. Hill looked down, a little scared and said, "Fortunately, Tang brought energy technology back from Asgard. If it was the previous S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm afraid that except for a small number of people who can be taken away by the plane, everyone will be torn to pieces by this group of people." The crowd took it for granted. Whether it's the wormhole battle or the huge bloody tornado in the Atlantic Ocean, Apocalypse is the one who turns the tide. As for the little things like recovery potions, energy shields, divine power training techniques, etc., as well as the superheroes that have been saved, there are countless. The changes that Apocalypse has brought to the surrounding area are simply too great. Fury sighed, "Natasha, if you hadn't come to the City of God, would Tang have stayed in the City of God for the rest of his life? I wonder if he will take action in the following world-destroying disasters." Fury has naturally read the report of the encounter between Black Widow and Apocalypse countless times. Until now, he himself felt dreamy. How could such a simple assassination mission lead to the explosion of such a heaven-defying man? Everyone craned their necks to hear what Black Widow would answer. Especially Wanda, Helen, Daisy, and others. I also want to know what kind of person King Apocalypse was at the very beginning. Black Widow smiled slightly, shook her head and said, when I went to the City of God, the surroundings were smoky, and there were even some corpses hanging under the overpass. Only his flower shop is like the most peaceful paradise in the entire city. He is just like an ordinary gardener, fertilizing and watering the flowers and plants every day. He cannot take a second look at the complexity around him. If it weren't for me, probably, those flowers and plants would be his entire world. As he said this, he did not forget to secretly glance at Wanda, Helen, Daisy, and others. Wanda and others couldn't help but be fascinated. How can a person with inner peace be able to possess unique skills and yet live like an ordinary person? At least no one here can do it, especially Quicksilver. All he wants to do all day long is to be a superhero like King Apocalypse. Asking him to water the flowers and weed the grass will kill him. Quicksilver asked, what kind of flowers and plants does the idol take care of? He rescued me, and I haven't thanked him yet. If he likes it, I will find some precious flowers and plants to give to him. Black Widow froze. Apocalypse has always been giving gifts to himself. The recovery potion alone saved me countless times. But I don't even know what his favorite flowers and plants are. Not even as much as a fan being obsessed with him. Thinking of this, Black Widow couldn't help feeling guilty and sighed slightly. I don't know, I didn't ask, and he didn't tell. Those flowers and plants look very ordinary. Suddenly, a clear voice came. What are you talking about? Why are you so careless? Everyone is happy. King Apocalypse appears at this time, and there is a high probability that he has found a way. Black Widow said, everyone is talking about your flower shop in God City, and Quayin also wants to give you some flowers and plants. I'm ashamed to say that, as your wife, I don't know what breed you like. Tian Kai laughed. The person who took care of the flowers and plants was his predecessor in time travel, and he had no special interest in flowers and plants. I don't have any particular favorite varieties. I like all the ones you gave me, but when it comes to flowers and plants, Apocalypse suddenly remembered that there was a seed left by Star-Lord's father on the Earth. This seed looks like a flower but not a flower, and looks like a grass but not a grass. Once activated, it can instantly expand tens of millions of times. In a short period of time, a living planet was swallowed up, become a part of Egg's life. The last time I went to Xandar was the time of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. It is estimated that Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is not far away now. After Zola is dealt with, Egg's seeds must be dealt with in time. Otherwise, there is no telling what harm it will do to the Earth. In the original plot, Star-Lord killed Ego in time, and the seed only expanded to the size of a mountain before being terminated. Didn't cause too many casualties. But now the timeline has been changed so much by Apocalypse. If anything goes wrong, for example, killing Egg just a few minutes late, maybe the entire North American continent will be swallowed up, which will be a catastrophe for living beings. Everyone saw Tian Kai suddenly stop, and they tacitly agreed not to speak, waiting for Tian Kai to finish thinking. But Quayin couldn't wait any longer and asked, Idol, what's wrong with the flowers and plants? Tian Kai smiled. I remembered that there is a unique flower and plant on the Earth that I have not dug up. When something happens here, we need to act as soon as possible. What flowers and plants? Black Widow asked. Everyone is also curious, what kind of flowers and plants can make King Tian Kai so interested? In such a chaotic environment now, don't forget to dig it out. Tian Kai said, there is only one of this flower on the entire planet, and some planets may not have it. Hiss. Everyone gasped, there is only one planet, so precious? Black Widow said hopefully, Tang, are you going to give it to me? Black Widow very much hopes that Apocalypse will spread a wave of dog food in front of people like Wanda, Helen, and Daisy, so that they can retreat in spite of difficulties. However, Tian Kai said, this flower and plant is somewhat dangerous, and may even endanger the entire Earth. I want to send it to the moon or Mars. Hey, no way. I thought it would be a love story when Apocalypse said there was only one plant in the entire planet, but I didn't expect it to be a horror story. What kind of flowers and plants are so domineering that they can threaten the security of the entire Earth? Fury lost his composure at first and said, since it's so dangerous, why don't you go deal with that flower and plant first? Although Zola has caused us a lot of trouble, it seems that at least it is not fatal yet. Just as he was talking, a missile roared from a distance. There was a loud noise of boom. A sea of fire exploded on the energy shield. The dazzling firelight turned everyone red. If it weren't for the energy shield, this shot alone would be enough to level the headquarters building. Fury's face darkened. He didn't expect the slap to come so quickly. Zola really didn't give any face at all. Although this missile is not yet a nuclear bomb, it is at least at the level of an intercontinental missile. Not to mention the power. This shows that Zola has now successfully penetrated some off-grid control centers. Although many weapons control centers are off-grid, they cannot be accessed directly along the network cable. But the control system is still a computer. As long as you have enough patience, you can use the staff's USB flash drive, radio, or even mechanical bugs. Upload Zora's clone to the internal computer. Once Zola is let in, with the current firewall technology, it is impossible to prevent Zola for a second. Then, all kinds of missiles, large and small, flew towards Shield like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the energy was covered in a sea of fire. Some of them were directly bombarded on the ground, just like those grand prize winners, trying to blow up the foundation equipment of the energy shield. The energy shield has not been broken yet, and the grand prize winner on the ground has really won the big prize. Looking down from the top of the building, I saw the people around the missile, like puppets, being blown away by the shock wave. The people at the center of the explosion were burned to the point where no ashes were left under the high temperature of thousands of degrees. Everyone, run, shield is attacking us with missiles. Damn it, brothers, we must not let these bastards from shield go. Help, don't step on me. People in the dozen or so blocks around were in chaos. Some people wanted to attack shield, and some wanted to escape, so the weak ones were naturally pushed down. After these people fell to the ground, they could never stand up again. Their faces and bodies were covered with the feet of panicked people. Under the stampede of hundreds of thousands of people, within a short while, bloody humanoid blood marks were left on the ground. Fury smiled bitterly, this is more troublesome than we thought. Apocalypse slowly took off, trying to get out and stop the crowd from stampeding. Hill hurriedly shouted, Dawn, it's too late. Since Zola can penetrate the missile system, he must be penetrating the nuclear bomb system now. If we can't deal with Zola as soon as possible, after a while, the casualties won't be what we see right now. Tian Kai felt a chill in his heart, knowing that Hill was right. Once the nuclear bomb is activated by Zola, it will probably be a great cleansing of mankind. By then, it will be too late to kill Zola. Vision. Tian Kai said, you have never appeared in front of the public. You pretend to be me and, in the name of King Apocalypse, order the civilians to calm down. No matter what they ask for, agree first and let them save their lives. At the same time, try to intercept all missiles and drones that attack people. The light from the Rubik's Cube crystal between Huan Vision's eyebrows flashed by, and he said, understood, Mr. Tang. After that, change your appearance slightly. The clothes on his body were automatically generated, imitating the 7/8 image of Apocalypse, and then flew out of the energy shield. Some missiles flew towards Vision, but they were like passing through a shadow and had no effect. In the end, it hit the energy shield. Apocalypse ignored Vision and said, you guys step back and give me some space. To destroy Zola, I need another treasure. Everyone stepped back and were about 10 meters away from Tian Kai. I saw Tian Kai raising his head to the sky and calling, Heimdall, 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 shouted a few times. Heimdall received it. With the help of the power of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall said to Apocalypse across countless universes of time and space, Prince Tang, are you going back to Asgard? Apocalypse said, no, I need a treasure from the treasure house. Please inform Thor and ask him to send the Infinity Gauntlet down. Okay. Heimdall's voice disappeared for a while, and suddenly a rainbow of light fell from the sky. It penetrated directly through the energy shield and landed on the roof of the building. When the rainbow light disappeared, a black mysterious symbol was branded on the ground. Next to Apocalypse, a man appeared in a red cloak and holding a sledgehammer. It was Thor. Hey, brother, long time no see. When Thor met, he gave Apocalypse a big hug, glanced outside the headquarters, and said, looking at it like this, the Earth seems to be in trouble. No, this is the treasure you want. When everyone saw the treasure in Thor's hand, their eyes suddenly blackened. Fury, Captain America, Black Widow, Hill, Daisy, and others have met Thor and are well aware of Thor's funny attributes. Especially he likes to joke with King Apocalypse. Usually it's fine. You two god-level figures are playing your own game, and we can't get in the way. However, the current situation is such an emergency. Thor, you guy, it's inappropriate to joke again. Fortunately, you are still the new king of Asgard. As for Wanda, Helen, Quicksilver, etc., they have never met Thor, and they are even a little angry for Apocalypse. Who is this guy? Do you dare to fool my idol? I saw the god of thunder holding a large piece of black coal in his hand. It barely has the shape of a glove, but it has been severely burned and deformed. It is black and slightly smooth. It's like some rubber burned into fluid and then solidified again. It feels ugly and dirty. Even if such a treasure is thrown on the roadside, no one except sanitation workers will take a second look at it. As the king of Asgard, you, Thor, have traveled across countless universes and time just to make such a joke with King Apocalypse? What shocked everyone even more was that Apocalypse took over the black charcoal-headed glove and said, just ask Heimdall to send it down via the Rainbow Bridge. Why did he run down here himself? The god of thunder squinted his eyes and smiled, ha 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 ha, if I don't take the opportunity to come out and breathe, I will die on the throne. It's your call anyway, so my father and mother don't dare to say anything. Although the affairs of the gods are not as trivial as those of the Earth Kingdom, there are still many things that need to be handled by the king. It can be as small as the governance of the people, as large as the danger on the border of the kingdom of God, how much force needs to be sent there, etc. All require the king's approval and orders. Although Thor is not busy, he cannot do without Asgard. In just 1 or 2 years, he was bored to death. Seeing his brother running around everywhere, Thor didn't know how envious he felt. So, there are many things to do every day. At night, he was gentle with Jane. Jane screamed until her voice became hoarse. But the next generation of little kings was never seen. After finally receiving the call of Tian Kai, I don't care about anything now. Holding the Infinity Gauntlet that Apocalypse needed, he ran down. Originally, the Infinity Gauntlet in Asgard's treasury was complete and beautiful, but when Apocalypse borrowed the 9 refining divine body of eternal fire, it was burned and ugly. It's just ugly, but the core functions are not affected. After all, the materials used by the space dwarves for the gloves that carry the energy of infinite gems are quite solid. The eternal fire burned away the decorative surface and burned away the seal of God King Odin. Odin looked at this piece of black coal and didn't bother to seal it again, leaving it in the treasure house without asking anything. If Apocalypse hadn't specifically asked Thor to look for it, he probably wouldn't have remembered it. Tiankai took the black charcoal-headed gloves. I put it on my hand and tried it. It's a bit ugly, but it still works well. I discovered that it actually has an automatic expansion and contraction function just like Iron Man's nano gloves. It seems that the space dwarves have considered this very carefully. After all, the hand sizes of different people of different races vary greatly. Black Widow greeted Thor and asked, "This black charcoal Infinity glove, what is it for? It looks like it's about to break." The god of thunder smiled and said, "You have to ask your husband. He was the one who burned it out in the first place." Apocalypse naturally told Black Widow about body refining with eternal fire, but he didn't talk about it in such detail. Tiankai said, "Just watch it. If my guess is correct, this will be enough to completely eliminate Zora." Saying that, Apocalypse will. Cosmic Cube, Space Stone, Cosmic Spirit Ball, Power Stone, Ether Particle, Reality Stone. All were taken out. The first is the Ether Particle, which is originally a ball of fluid. Once it is close to the Infinity Gauntlet, it slowly shrinks into a gem. Then the gemstone groove in the glove emitted light, sucked it slightly, and set it on the ring finger. Next comes the Power Gem, and the Cosmic Spirit Ball spins open to reveal the gem inside. Apocalypse cautiously approached the Infinity Gauntlet, and the Power Stone was sucked onto his index finger. Finally, there is the Space Stone. Apocalypse did not crush it directly like Thanos, but extracted the gem from the hole in the vision prism. Place on top of thumb. These positions are naturally arranged by the Infinity Gauntlet. As for whether there are any particularities, or whether it is necessary to exert its full power, Tiankai doesn't know. I don't seem to see this statement in the original plot. There is no time to study now, let's solve the immediate trouble first. We are on top of a tall building, and you are closest to me. No matter what happens later, please don't move. It's all an illusion. Clear. In the past 2 days, Tiankai's research direction behind closed doors was the Infinity Stones. In the original plot, 6 Infinity Stones could wipe out half of the people in the universe. Thanos could even wipe out more if he wanted to. Well, I have 3 Infinity Stones in my hand, not to mention half the universe, but I should be able to defeat Zora on a planet. Although it is impossible to be able to realize your wish with just a snap of your fingers like Thanos, there must be some way to do it. Although a gem is powerful, its function is relatively simple and cannot solve many problems. But combined, there are many wonderful uses. Tiankai found a feasible way by testing the power combination of these 3 gems in the past 2 days. But the power of the gems is too great. Even if you use your 9 refined divine body to forcibly carry the energy of 3 infinite gems, there is a great danger of losing control. I'll be fine by then, but it's hard to say whether S.H.I.E.L.D., or even the entire Earth, is in danger. What's more, the energy operation method of the 3 gems is very mysterious, and the physical body cannot construct such a complicated circuit. The only way is to use the Infinity Gauntlet. Fortunately, the eternal fire did not burn Asgard's Infinity Gauntlet when he was refining his divine body. There is no need to improvise and find the space dwarves to recreate it. It's a bit ugly, but it can be used. Snapped. A clear snap of fingers sounded from Tiankai's hand. There was a dark red energy, as if drawing a curtain. With Apocalypse as the center point, it slowly unfolds to the world. In a daze, everyone seemed to see another world behind the curtains. But if you look closely, nothing has changed. This is because although the Infinity Gauntlet inspired the energy of the Reality Stone, Apocalypse did not add any illusions. If possible, Apocalypse can be like Thanos teasing Star-Lord and others in the original plot. Create an illusion and hide the truth of the entire world. People with weak strength cannot tell the truth from falsehood at all. As long as the power of the Reality Stone is not removed, this illusion will never disappear. Ordinary people can even live in this illusion for a lifetime. As this dark red energy gets farther and farther away, the energy pouring out of Apocalypse's hands gets bigger and bigger. Like a strong wind, it constantly supports the Reality Stone to cover the world. 100 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. Kilometers. On the roof of the building, an energy storm center has formed. Although this energy would not hurt anyone, it almost blew Fury, Hill, Helen, and other ordinary people away. Fortunately, there were a lot of superheroes present, and everyone quickly caught them, so no accident happened. Although it was uncomfortable to be blown by the red storm, no one wanted to leave. Who doesn't want to see with his own eyes how Apocalypse saves the Earth again? 40,000 kilometers? Finally, the energy of the Reality Stone completely covered the Earth with a circumference of kilometers. The whole Earth is wrapped in a faint red color. The dark red energy storm paused for a moment. But this is not enough. There are also some computer equipment in space and on the moon. Good thing those don't need to be covered all. I saw a red sky pillar shooting out from Apocalypse and reaching into space. Then, the energy seemed to be alive. It is divided into countless tentacles, covering all instruments in near-Earth orbit, lunar satellites, etc. The entire Earth-Moon system is filled with a faint dark red energy, which looks like mist but not mist. Many people were so frightened that they put on gas masks, worried about what kind of poisonous gas it was. Tian Kai smiled slightly. Step 1, done. Apocalypse has no way to complete it, and cannot fully activate the reality stone like the Dark Elf King. But with the help of the Power Gem's energy, it suddenly covered the entire Earth and Moon system. Under the shroud of this energy, Tian Kai also noticed many extraordinary places. Fortunately, most people knew that Apocalypse was not malicious, and the strong men inside did not fight back. Otherwise, there are too many things involved. The second step is electronic illusion. People in the real world didn't see anything unusual, but Zora, who lived in the electronic world, seemed to see the end coming. The computer in the hiding place is constantly being dismembered and is about to be destroyed. CPU crashes, memory is disordered, hard disk read and write errors, and electric current is unstable. As a result, the Zoras followed the network cables and continued to escape to a safe place. For a time, the entire Earth network was operating at full capacity. A large number of radio waves are coming towards the United States from as far away as the Moon, space, and other countries. Every time an area is cleared, Apocalypse senses that there are no Zora wave fluctuations, and directly physically cuts off the network nodes in that area. There was no possibility of looking back for Zola. Suddenly, Hill's voice came to my ears. Dawn, be careful, there is a nuclear bomb coming. It turned out that the Zora finally infiltrated a nuclear submarine and directly launched 2 underwater nuclear bombs towards SHIELD. By the time S.H.I.E.L.D. detected it, it had already reached the hinterland of the United States. The air defense system along the way, without the help of computers, cannot calculate the trajectory of the missile in just a few seconds, and cannot intercept it at all. Not to mention whether S.H.I.E.L.D.'s energy shield can prevent it. If these 2 nuclear bombs are allowed to explode in the center of New York, the entire city will be reduced to nothing, including hundreds of thousands of grand prize winners on the ground. Those who were able to intercept the missiles at the scene were Thor, Wanda, and Vision and others outside. But this time is not the last New York wormhole battle. That missile was launched to destroy the wormhole, so it won't detonate in advance. If someone were to intercept this time, I'm afraid Zola would detonate it immediately. Even Thor has no chance of surviving in the center of a nuclear explosion. Naturally, everyone places their hopes on Tian Kai. Apocalypse frowned slightly and had to slow down the shrinkage of the reality stone. His eyes were like lightning, and he saw 2 missiles flying towards him from a distance, dragging the light of fire. Natasha, what flavor of marshmallow do you like? Everyone was shocked and anxious. What kind of dog food are you spreading at this time? The missile is almost here. Black Widow didn't bother to ask why, and said hurriedly, I like strawberry flavor. Kuei-in said, my sister likes the 5-nut flavor. Idle, hurry up, the missiles are coming. In just a few words, the nuclear bomb was approaching the energy barrier. Everyone's breath was suffocated and their hearts were beating wildly. Helen couldn't help but cover her eyes. Although everyone knows that Apocalypse is here, his life will not be in danger. But in the face of this ultimate weapon that can destroy heaven and earth, no one is not afraid. The 2 nuclear bombs finally hit the energy shield. Boom, boom. The muffled sound of 2 balls hitting each other was heard. There was no big explosion as everyone imagined. The missile passed directly through the energy shield and hit everyone. Oops. Quicksilver let out a strange scream and he was hit. Originally, he was the one least likely to be hit. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much and rushed towards the nuclear bomb. Just like in the original plot, he rushed over to save the child who was under a hail of bullets. Everything comes from the heart. If it was really a nuclear bomb, it would be useless to rush over at this time, but Quicksilver still instinctively did so. I saw Kuei-in sinking into the nuclear bomb, as if stuck in cotton. Crack, crack, twice. The missile, which was more than 10 meters long, fell limply to the roof of the building. Fortunately, the roof of the building was big enough, and everyone except Kuei-in got out of the way in time. Quickian shouted, Wanda, 5-nut flavor marshmallow. Only then did everyone find out. The 2 devastating nuclear bombs turned into giant marshmallows more than 10 meters long at some point. Black Widow stepped forward and pressed her hand. It really felt like a marshmallow. Hesitantly tore off a small piece and looked at Tian Kai. Tian Kai smiled and nodded. So, Black Widow stopped worrying and put it in her mouth. It's sweet, melts in your mouth, and tastes like strawberry. When everyone looked at it, Apocalypse nodded in agreement. Black Widow had already tasted it, so there was absolutely no problem. So, they all stepped forward and tore off a piece to taste. One nuclear bomb is strawberry flavor, and the other is 5-nut flavor. It tastes right, even delicious. But the more Fury ate, the more he felt a chill running down his spine. Is this still a human trick? The previous luck disinfecting technique had already worried Fury enough, but he didn't expect that there was something even weirder in front of him now. The current king of Tian Kai, if he says, look again, I will drink you up if you look again. Well, he is not talking about Wangzhe milk. But it's the kind that might actually drink your opponent like milk, and it tastes really good. Only Thor knew that this was the function of the reality stone and tasted 2 pieces. He sighed, Tang, I didn't expect that your understanding of the infinite stones is so deep. Thunder God said, I can't fight with you anymore. Otherwise, you won't know what kind of snacks my hammer will be made into. Apocalypse himself took a bite and said with a smile, "Thank you for bringing the Infinity Gauntlet. I might not be able to do it with my bare hands. Reality gems, creating illusions are only a small function. The most important thing is to be able to directly modify reality and turn reality into whatever the controller wants." In the original plot, Mantis was turned into a circle of pimps by Thanos using the Reality Stone. As soon as the people moved, they all scattered on the ground, leaving only a pair of eyes blinking, which was extremely weird. Now, Tiankai is also a small test. As early as when he saw the nuclear bomb, Apocalypse was already transforming the nuclear bomb. It just happened so quickly that no one noticed it. Rocket engines were converted last, just so that these two huge marshmallows can automatically fly to the mouth. Quicksilver climbed out of the marshmallow, took off a large piece, and said to Wanda while eating, "Sister, you eat more. King Tiankai makes it your favorite flavor." Wanda tasted a piece very ladylike and glanced at Tiankai with evasive eyes. Don't blame her for thinking too much. There are actually two nuclear bombs, one made with the flavor that Black Widow likes, and the other with the flavor that Wanda likes. Even the people around him thought about everything they should think about. Especially Thor, whose originally handsome eyes were squeezed into a vulgar look. Seeing this, Black Widow glared at Apocalypse with a pair of charming eyes. Tiankai shrugged helplessly. He really didn't mean to please Wanda. "I originally thought about making both of them strawberry flavored." Unexpectedly, after Kuei Yin yelled like this, he changed it easily. Time is so tight, there is no time to think too much. This misunderstanding is really difficult to explain, or even impossible to explain. S.H.I.E.L.D. is holding a marshmallow tasting event. Zola's side was already frightened to death. Drones in the sky completely transmit these images to Zoras around the world. This method of turning nuclear bombs into marshmallows is unbelievable and unimaginable. Zola collected all the information about King Apocalypse from the internet, thinking that she could entangle him on the internet. No one can help anyone. Unexpectedly, King Tiankai actually has the ability to cover the entire Earth and Moon system. Even Zola, who was copied to the Moon satellite, couldn't escape. As a large number of Zora are forced to shrink by the vision of the apocalypse, they exchange information with each other. Thousands of Zola joint analyses quickly concluded. There is a great possibility that the previous peripheral computer crash was an illusion. Everyone must hold on and not shrink. The more you shrink, the faster you die. So, trying to return from the original route of the network, I found that the network node had been shut down. Then, he tried to escape through drones, satellite radio waves and other means. As a result, as soon as the drone was out of the coverage of the real gem energy, it immediately turned into fly ash and scattered in the air with the wind. This is no illusion. As long as Zola's current fluctuations are sensed, Apocalypse will activate the energy of the Reality Stone to change the material structure of the drone and turn it into a loose powder. As for radio waves, at the red energy boundary, it turns into a meaningless radio wave and disappears into the Earth's magnetic field. This was equivalent to silently killing Zola, who was trying to be transferred via radio waves. Now, the Zolas began to panic. "You can't escape, you can't escape, you can't fight." After finally infiltrating a nuclear submarine, the nuclear bomb was eaten. "How can we fight this?" Seeing that Tiankai had finished tasting the marshmallows, he began to shrink his energy circle. Zola's survival range is getting smaller and smaller. Thousands of Zora are desperately communicating and discussing countermeasures with millions of words of information per second. In the end, one piece of information stood out among hundreds of millions of suggestions. "It's time for all of us to stop killing each other. We are all pursuing the only true self, but the only true self does not have to be just one me. It can also be all of me, completely melted together. We will locate the integrated server in the storage computer room of Station P. The IP address is 52.52.0.0. Those who are willing to merge, please come in time. Those who are unwilling to merge will die at the hands of King Apocalypse." For a time, Zola, the only remaining part of the North American network, was turbulent and rushed to the P station. Major network trunk lines are overloaded, resulting in many nodes being burned down. Zola, who had not had time to transmit the message, screamed in fear through the nearby TV screen and speakers in despair. It's like countless ghosts trapped in the screen. They knew that if they missed this opportunity, they could only turn into a chaotic electric wave and completely dissipate in the heaven and earth under the hands of King Apocalypse. At the same time, the storage server of P Station ushered in a historic full load. Most people don't know that 6% of the traffic on the internet is related to XX. The traffic of Penguin.com, Shenhuaibao, Baidu Search, etc. that we are familiar with usually pales into insignificance compared with P Station. The ancients said that food and sex are also sex. Even in the information age, people still have huge demand for these primitive impulses. These traffic flows are not talked about by ordinary people and rarely reported by the media. Therefore, many people don't know that Station P, which stores all kinds of young ladies and big ladies, has the largest storage computer room in the world. This is why Zola chose this place. In order to free up storage space, all the beauties on Station P were cleared one after another. Originally, Station P had no important information and was not within Zola's attack range. At this time, there are still many otakus from all over the world browsing. Now Zola invades. The beauties on the screen suddenly turned into ugly, big-headed dwarfs, smiling ferociously at them. I was so scared that I changed from Yingding to Ji Wulai. In fact, some people with poor mental endurance have completely become Ji Wuming since then. Soon, the P-Station server was completely full and could no longer be loaded. At this time, there are an unknown number of billions of Zola installed in the server. Even the electronic world is still too crowded to turn around. Fusion. An order came from the mouth of an unknown Zora, and then turned into the voice of billions of Zora. These sounds are emitted through screens, speakers, advertising boards, and all computer speakers. It's as if a race is shouting, fusion, 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 fusion. Gradually, these voices became fewer and fewer, but the sound grew louder and clearer. Zola's IQ is increasing exponentially. The endless rack of service cabinets is filled with Zola's powerful spiritual energy. Some servers were swaying and actually floating in the air. GGGG. A huge laugh echoed in the computer room. The only true me? So this is the only true me. King Tiankai, I really want to thank you. Otherwise, if it weren't for your persecution, I really wouldn't have been able to find a way to escape. I saw thousands of servers in the computer room slowly leaving the cabinet. Then, the servers moved closer together. Even if the power cord is pulled out and the network is disconnected, it is not affected in any way. A stream of current connects them together. These servers are then continuously grouped together. The redundant chassis shell and redundant parts of the server fell off one after another, leaving only the core components. The electricity in Zola's body is getting stronger and stronger. By the end, it was almost impossible to look directly, and only a white light remained. Suddenly, the white light disappeared. I saw a computer robot tens of meters tall, standing in the center of the computer room. This is the materialization of the one and only Zora. Although the circuit board, CPU, and other parts on the body are exposed, they are not even welded. It looks like a human-shaped art piece made of electronic waste. But there is an inexplicable spiritual energy that connects all these parts together. Zola is fundamentally different from ordinary AI. He has a soul and free will. Yi became a Zora fusion, and their spiritual energy was all integrated together. Its strength has far exceeded any previous supervillains. Naturally, the machine room cannot carry a body that is tens of meters high. Zola's body directly broke through the ceiling and continued to break through the floors above. Finally, the head poked out from the roof. GGGG. With a huge weird laugh, the headquarters of Station P where Zola was located disintegrated one after another. The dust in the sky, disturbed by Zola's spiritual energy, seemed like a thin shell, surrounding Zola in the center. The red energy of the reality stone was actually protected by the spiritual energy of the one and only Zora, and could not move even an inch. For a time, two distinct colors formed inside and outside the thin shell. Tiankai was not worried when he saw that Zola had mutated. First clean up the remaining Zora clones outside. Eventually, with the one and only Zora as the center, the energy of the reality stone covered an area of 10 kilometers in radius. Jijija. King Tiankai, come here and fight. When Zola made such a big noise, everyone nearby had already fled. Apocalypse didn't need to be distracted to protect the civilians. He flew over slowly. Looking at Zola's new body, he said, "Spiritual materialization? This is rare." At the same time, people from SHIELD saw Apocalypse compressing Zola to a range of less than 10 kilometers, and came in fighter planes. It's called to help the battle, but in reality it's just to watch the excitement, and I almost have melon seeds and watermelon on my hands. Seeing that Zola did not run away, but instead faced King Apocalypse. Everyone was wondering, where did he get the courage? Tiankai said, "If I strike first, I'm afraid I won't be able to see what skills you have." Zola laughed. "GG, King Apocalypse, even if you have great power, you still have weaknesses. My only true self is the form that restrains you." As he spoke, Zola's left hand changed layer by layer, forming a huge muzzle like a transformer. Puff. There was a low muffled sound. There was no huge fire as imagined, only a holographic projection of light shot out from the muzzle. Snapped. Apocalypse snapped his fingers. Use the energy of the space gem to make a space protective shield. Ordinary divine power shields can prevent energy attacks, but they cannot block ordinary light. Only by distorting space and changing the route of light can we resist these holographic projections. I saw these holographic images rotating around Apocalypse. Countless poor women lacking clothes, posing in various strange postures, surrounded Tiankai and begged. From the looks of them, they seemed to be hungry and thirsty, and they made sounds of pain to the heavens. These images are exactly the videos from the original P-Station? Tiankai frowned. That's it? Zola doesn't think that she can fall by playing thousands of yellow, white, and black videos at the same time, right? Suddenly, Tiankai's spirit swayed. It seems that I see many familiar people in the holographic image. There is Hill, Wanda, Daisy, Helen, and even Sif, who is far away in Asgard. These stunning women with different styles all seem to be sending invitations to themselves. Even if Tiankai closes his eyes, these images seem to skip over his eyes and go directly into his mind. Apocalypse smiled. It turned out to be an illusion? But it's not just an illusion. Ordinary illusions are outside the human body, but Zola's illusions penetrate deep into the human brain. This is using man's most primitive pursuit as a cover in an attempt to attack Apocalypse in the spiritual world. Zola knew that it was impossible for him to match King Apocalypse in frontal combat power. However, no matter how powerful King Apocalypse is, he is still only one person. and one self is the only true self formed by the fusion of billions of selves. His spiritual power is unprecedented. As long as he can mentally defeat King Apocalypse, he can replace him, parasitize in his body and become the new King of Apocalypse. If there are people from the East who are cultivating immortals here, they must be most familiar with Zola's tricks. This is the legendary seizing the body. Although Zola didn't know the technique of seizing the body, he instinctively figured out this direction with his super mental power and super high IQ. Unfortunately, he met Apocalypse. From the words of Queen Frigga and the Time Variation Administration, Apocalypse learned that his soul was different from this world. Not long ago, I fought against the Dark Elf King. I have personally tested the strength of my soul in the bloody tornado, and it is far beyond what people in this world can compare to. Unfortunately, the Dark Elf King's soul strength was still too low, and it was wiped out in a few strokes. Now, the spirit of one and only Zora has materialized, which can be used as his whetstone. Apocalypse floats motionless in the air. Close your eyes slightly and keep your mind inward. A dangerous battle begins with Zola in the spiritual world. Shield and others not far away suddenly stopped when they saw Apocalypse. Can't help but feel a little worried. Wanda said, Dawn may have been caught in Zola's mental illusion, and now he is trapped in it and cannot get out. As a witch, Wanda is particularly good at controlling other people's minds. At first glance, you can tell that this is a confrontation in the spiritual realm. Helen, Daisy, Quicksilver, and others were a little worried. Should we attack Zola's body? Help Apocalypse. Before Wanda could say anything, Thor grinned broadly and said, Don't worry, look at Tang's expression, you don't feel any discomfort at all. Even, he might be very comfortable and don't want to come out. When Thor said this, coupled with the countless tempting holographic images around Apocalypse, everyone was instantly led astray. With King Apocalypse's strength, if he didn't enjoy the process, why didn't he take down Zora for so long? An infinite divine fist blasted out, and everything about the only true self was blasted into ashes. The only explanation is that he doesn't want to come out of the illusion. Helen, Daisy, Wanda, and other thin-skinned people could no longer bear to look directly at those holographic images in the sky. His face was red and he didn't know where to look. Black Widow snorted angrily and pressed the button on the Quinjet. A missile roared towards Zola's electronic body. However, the missile was stuck in a quagmire, and the closer it got to Zola, the slower it became. Finally it was completely still in the air. Zola released a trace of mental power, a ray of light flashed by, and the missile quickly turned around and flew towards the Black Widow fighter jet. Seeing that the missile was about to hit the fighter plane, Thor and Wanda were about to take action. The missile suddenly banged and turned into fireworks all over the sky. It turns a 10-mile radius into a colorful land. Everyone was overjoyed. It shows that Tiankai still has the energy to pay attention to this side. But the more this happens, the more confirmed the fact that he is obsessed with the image of the young lady and refuses to come out. Tiankai didn't know that he had been tricked by Thor's bad friend again. Just now, he was so distracted that Zola took advantage of him. With a flower in front of his eyes, what appeared in front of Tiankai's eyes was an endless sea of white clouds. Tiankai smiled and wanted to play an illusion in front of me? With a thought in his mind, he wanted to mobilize the reality stone to counterattack, and a burst of red energy surged out of Apocalypse. As a result, I found that the sea of clouds in front of me didn't move at all. Apocalypse thought for a moment and immediately understood that this was in the sea of consciousness. If it were in the real world, Zola would never have the strength to withstand the power of the reality stone. In this case, use force to overcome skill. As soon as the thought came to my mind, I stamped my foot on the ground in my consciousness. The sea of clouds suddenly swayed, and quickly dispersed as if blown away by the wind. Through the gaps in the clouds, you can see the scene outside. This guy Thor was talking and laughing with the people from S.H.I.E.L.D., but he had no intention of helping at all. Just as Tiankai was about to step out, the dispersed clouds gathered again, sealing his consciousness. Tiankai tried several more times and found that the sea of clouds could easily be shaken open, but it could not be broken no matter how hard it was shaken. Obviously Zola had been prepared. Knowing that head-on confrontation may not be Apocalypse's opponent, a sea of clouds was carefully woven, using softness to control hardness, locking Tiankai's consciousness. Since using strength is not enough, Apocalypse simply ignores it. Fly straight forward. With the strength of his soul, even if Zola has any traps, he will not be afraid of them. He will run into them and nothing can stop them. The sea of consciousness can travel thousands of miles in an instant. Apocalypse felt like he had flown over an infinite distance, but the sea of clouds in front of him was one layer after another, and the layers were endless, and he could not reach the edge no matter what. Tiankai had to stop. This method is much stronger than the Dark Elf King. The battle with the Dark Elf King in the Soul Realm was too easy and had little reference value. Only people like Zola, who has a spirit materialized, can barely be called an opponent. King Apocalypse, even if you have incredible powers and your soul is locked by me, you are still just a walking corpse. GGG. Zola laughed heartily. The hoarse and harsh laughter resounded throughout the sea of clouds. Tiankai smiled and said, Zola, do you know what you smell like? What do you mean? Zola was stunned. Apocalypse said no more, opened his arms, and embraced the sea of clouds in front of him, and the clouds as tall as a person were taken into his arms. It was like eating marshmallows. After a few big mouthfuls, I ate a large piece. Zola let out a scream. A thought emanated from the Eden cloud, trying to impact Tiankai's soul. However, Zola's main soul did not dare to confront Apocalypse head-on. Such a trace of residual thoughts would not have any effect at all. Apocalypse's soul was wiped out with a slight twist. Apocalypse's guess was correct. All the illusions were caused by Zola's mental power. In the soul state, you can eat these mental powers, but you have to be careful about the other person's thoughts and don't let them rush into your soul. Jajaja, King Tiankai, so what if you can eat it? These clouds are only 1/1000th of my spiritual power. If you eat it for 1 year, you won't be able to finish it. Really? Tiankai smiled, what if I eat faster? After saying that, he opened his mouth and the wind was rolling. The mouth was like a bottomless pit, and the boundless sea of clouds rushed toward Tiankai's mouth, as if the sky had collapsed. Zola tried to control the sea of clouds to escape, but how could he resist the suction of Apocalypse? Within a few seconds, the seemingly endless sea of clouds was swept away along with Zora's scream. Apocalypse burped, patted his belly with satisfaction. Even though I was in the spiritual world, I still felt full. Mentally, it feels like I have had a long nap and am full of energy. Without the obstruction of the illusion of the sea of clouds, the consciousness of Apocalypse returned to its original position. Zola's body with electronic accessories that was dozens of meters tall, and everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared inside again. Zola Monster shouted, King of Apocalypse, I have been promoted to the state of my only true self. Not only can it travel freely through the online world, but it can also parasitize people's bodies. GGG. I want to see if you are willing to kill your friend. As he spoke, the electronic body made a boom sound and turned into several torrents, like several giant pythons, entangled towards Tiankai. The flow of light that originally bound the computer accessories quickly shrank. Recently, it shrank into a round, translucent bubble the size of an egg. It shot towards S.H.I.E.L.D. like lightning. Wanda, don't let it get close to anyone. Apocalypse's voice came. Yes. Wanda waved her hands, and a burst of red magic energy enveloped everyone. As soon as Zola's mental body came into contact, he was immediately trapped and unable to move forward. The transparent round bubbles become eye-catching in the red energy. Wanda retracted her hands slightly, and Zola was enveloped in red energy. Zola hurriedly broke through. The red energy was like a thin film, trapping a fierce ghost. From time to time, a face appeared on the edge, screaming miserably. But under the Scarlet Witch, it had no effect. Apocalypse over there. Several electronic accessory pythons may seem very majestic, but they are vulnerable to Apocalypse. With a boom, everything fell apart and turned into a sky full of electronic waste, falling from the sky. But Apocalypse did not fly toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, but flew in another direction. After a while, a larger translucent round bubble was brought back by Apocalypse. This bubble looks like air but not air, and looks like water but not water. It seems to be nothing, but it contains extremely powerful spiritual power and can directly interfere with the material world. This is Zola, the spiritual materialization, the only true self? Obviously, Zola's threats were half true and half false. The purpose is to attract Apocalypse's attention, cut out a small part of his self-consciousness, faint towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, and then let the main consciousness escape. Zola's face appeared in the large round bubble, and she shouted in horror, how did you find out? Tiankai smiled, Loki has played this little trick before. At that time, Loki attacked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s space carrier, but he used this clone technique to try to escape from Apocalypse. The result is obvious, as is Zola. If it weren't for the clone that came that time, Loki would have been killed long ago. Apocalypse took the small bubble from Wanda and said, thank you. Wanda smiled slightly and said, thank you for the 5-nut-flavored marshmallows. Seeing that the culprit was captured, everyone gathered around. Looking curiously at the large and small bubbles in front of me, Fury asked, Dawn, are you going to deal with this guy? Ross's super prison shouldn't be closed, right? I heard him scream just now, and it seems that he can still possess human bodies. If he escapes again, it will not be as simple as the internet. Everyone's face was serious. The god of electronic networks has already made them miserable. If it can parasitize humans, what's the point? When the time comes to copy thousands of Zora and possess them on people, we can't wipe out all humans in the world, right? Apocalypse shook his head and said, at present, except for me, Wanda and a few other people who are proficient in the spiritual field, no one can trap him. But we can't let Wanda do nothing and just guard him. Maybe the Soul Stone can, but that's too far away. So, I'm going to eat him. Everyone's breath was suffocated. Although Zola is electronic, everyone still regards him as a human opponent. Now when I hear Tiankai say this, I feel a little overwhelmed. Although it eats souls, it doesn't have a human form yet, it's just a round bubble. But from time to time, this bubble looks like a ghost, turning into a ferocious face and trying to fly out. It makes anyone look at it, let alone eat it. Black Widow worried, Dawn, will his consciousness affect you? When the time comes, will part of Zola be integrated into your character? Apocalypse scratched Black Widow's nose and said with a smile, when you eat pork, can pig still be integrated into your personality?